of racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 1.3 seconds to land. It does get a mighty run outside of the final corner. Danny Sufi loses it into the first corner. We are underway and racing in the GT Winter Series, but already... Welcome along to Valencia. What was supposed to be 2 days of racing has become one, but that just means we're going to have a hectic, busy and action-packed Sunday to bring you across all 4 championships here today in the Winter Series. The Formula Winter Series cars heading out on track first of all. The GTs will follow, then the GT4s and the sports prototypes. The cars are heading out onto the circuit right now for the Formula Winter Series. The sports prototypes and the GT4s have merged for this weekend. And then the GTs, of course, will be out later on. Myself, Adam Weller here in the commentary box. Andy McEwen alongside me. He's looking a little bit taller this week. 4.005 kilometres in length this circuit. They've packed 14 turns and a lot of technical sections into quite a small plot of land. Really fascinating circuit, and one that if you're high enough, you can see every last moment of the course. Clear skies overhead. Thankfully, the winds have been the story more so than the precipitation. Of course, yesterday's action curtailed due to local government advice, or rather local government demands, that outdoor events had to cease, but we are in much better ways when it comes to the wind for today's action, thankfully. Cars then are making their way onto the grid, and Andy, the formula is always a good way to start.
Yes, absolutely so. This is a great way to wake us all up this morning and get us ready for a busy day. 9 races in total coming your way, and yeah, Formula Winter Series starting to hit its stride now. We're at the midway point of the season for all of our categories, and for the formulas, a really important weekend in the context of the championship, as everyone tries to do something about Dries van Langendonk, who has been dominating so far. He's been the most consistent driver by quite some margin so far this year, and as a result arrives here at Valencia with a pretty healthy championship lead. This will be a challenging day though, I think, for the Formula drivers, particularly this first race. The wind we expect to die down a bit as we go through the day, but for the moment it is still quite blustery out there, and of all of the classes here today, Adam, this is the one which you would imagine would be affected the most by those blustery conditions, particularly if they pick up a tailwind down the main straight and arrive at turn 1 suddenly a little bit more quickly than they anticipated.
Yeah, to be honest, there's pretty much every direction there's a corner that can apply to, be it turn 8 at the end of the back straight, or even into turn 2 if there's a tailwind. That's going to be a bit of a challenge. It's not too windy out there, but it is windy enough that it will be felt by these Formula Winter Series cars. You can see that most of the grid is there and ready to go, and the cars are going to be in 20-minute races today. The Formula Winter Series races have been shortened somewhat. They've gone down to 20 minutes because we've had to condense 2 days worth of races into 1 day of schedule. So dare I raise this spectre, Andy? We've really got to hope for some clean racing, at least in the early stages.
Yes, let's hope they can get through the first few corners in one piece. It is actually not the widest of racetracks, this one. It has certain areas where there's a little bit of runoff area, but most of the track is surrounded by gravel traps, and that would be my concern. If there's a tangling of wheels early on, there's a good chance that we'll end up with cars getting stuck in places where they need outside assistance to be recovered. We've got a big crowd on hand though, even more people expected to pile into the circuit as the day goes on. We've got a lot of off-track activities for them to enjoy, but it's nice to see plenty of them finding their favourite vantage point in this main grandstand to enjoy what should be a cracking start to the day. Right, let's head down onto the grid, shall we then? Izzy Browning is ready to catch up with some drivers.
Well, a very warm welcome down to the grid for the first time this weekend. I must say, it is a rather chilly grid and, of course, as the boys have said, a rather windy one at that too. We will give you the look down to turn one, though, because especially in a Formula 4 car, this is a very, very long run down to turn one, and that start is going to be absolutely crucial. And who will be on pole position? Well, it is, of course, our championship leader, Dries van Langendonk. It doesn't matter the track, it doesn't matter the conditions, he masters it every time, and that he has done so well. Dries, it's another pole position. You're getting pretty used to starting at the front now, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's showing that our pace in the dry is also really strong, so yeah, really well executed quality, and also the pace has been really strong, so yeah, really happy. And I guess the year's been going really well so far with the pole position.
And it's a long run down to turn one at this track. I mean, we can barely see the first corner. How crucial is that start going to be?
Yeah, obviously with the dirt, yeah, it's going to be tricky, but yeah, hopefully I'll get off the line as fast as possible.
Best of luck, have fun out there. Right, always a great sport is Dries van Langendonk, always talking to us on the grid. I mean, if you always get the pole position, you kind of should expect that you should speak to us, but it is going to be a different man on the front row alongside him, and that is going to be the number 3 of Alexander Rutter. It was a great qualifying session for all of the Van Amersfoort cars, actually, all of them in the top 7. Well, Alexander, I mean, a front row start, a great way to start the weekend. I know it's going to be tricky out there with conditions, but championship leader alongside you, can you take this win?
Yeah, we will try everything. The race is quite short because it's only 20 minutes. So yeah, we'll push and we'll see how it goes.
And as you came to the grid, just how windy, how blustery is it feeling out there?
And the car is pretty hot, so it's okay. But yeah, it's quite windy, especially into T6, so it's quite tricky to manage the balance of the car, but yeah, it's okay.
All right, wish you best of luck. Thank you for speaking to us. It is also going to be another new face on the second row of the grid. And oh, boys, I am going to have to tie my hair up because it is very, very windy down here. It is going to be the number 58 of Jensen Burnett. Now, he is brand new to the grid, and he's definitely been one to watch in karting, a Canadian driver. But what can he do today? It's a great qualifying position for the Matilda Racing team. What can Jensen do? I am going to dive in and grab a word if I can, but I think actually, interestingly to point out to you, the engineer is just giving him a few tips, of course taking the start for the first time, but I will jump in with him. Well, Jensen, welcome to the Formula Winter Series. It's great to have you. I mean, what a start in this qualifying session. You did a fantastic job and row of the grid.
Yeah, I felt like the car was good in quali. Learned the track quick, find it very fun. And yeah, now it's just about race experience, see what I can do at the start, and hope that there's not a lot of safety cars.
How do you play this? Do you just play it safe and bag some points, or are you going for that win?
I'm going for it, to be fair. I'm not in the championship. It's a one-off round. I'm going to go for it.
Well, we absolutely love that fighting talk. Have fun out there. That's the most important thing, to have fun on this Formula Winter Series grid. Of course, if he is only here for that one round. We then come to P4. Now, that's going to be the number 29 of Ludovico Busto. Now, he secured his first podium of the season last weekend, last time out in Portimao in equally tricky conditions. If it isn't the rain, boys, it is the wind. They have definitely had to deal with some very tricky conditions, and we'll see what happens in this shortened race about to come your way now.
Formation lap is about to get underway for the first Formula Winter Series race of the weekend. And as we've alluded to, it will be a shortened 20-minute race duration. So can we expect even more fireworks than usual? Dries van Langendonk taking the front row of the grid, starting from pole position once again. He won 2 races last time out at Portimao. He's won 3 so far this season. He's alongside Alexander Ruta on the front row of the grid. Matilda Racing with their newcomer Jensen Burnett. He is alongside Ludovico Busso on row 2 of the grid. Pedro Lima and Thomas Behrman on row 3. Row 4 of the grid is Rocco Coronel and Ari Bansal. Coronel and Bansal on row 4. Alfie Slater and Noah Killian on row 5 of the grid. Then it's Roman Kamiab and Samuel Ifrid on row number 6. Philip Rice with a good qualifying next to Leon Headfors on this row number 7 of the grid. Then it's Ethan Lennon alongside Theo Borenstein, both of whom have finished on the podium this year. Oscar Repetto is alongside Chiara Batig. Batig showing top 10 pace in the free practice sessions. Didn't quite find the same in qualifying. Ian Kraling is next alongside Andre Rodriguez on that row. 21st and 22nd place, Levian and Abdallah Kamil. 23rd and 24th positions go to Zoe Florescu and Georgi Zazov, who's back with us after skipping Portimao. Marcus Silkunas with Ginevra Panzeri, 25th and 26th positions. Max Kamalander, 27th, with Vittorio Orsini in 28th. Alexander Savinkov is next in 29th alongside Eric Paulson. And then at the rear of the field will be newcomer Caitlin McDaniel, who found out that she was going to take part in this race on Tuesday.
Nothing like a last-minute call-up, is there, to focus the mind. Interesting to see how that turns out. A couple of interesting names there, I would say, out of position. Definitely Alexander Savinkov, 29th on the grid, 3rd in the championship, arriving here this weekend. Had that terrific run to a race win at the opening round at Estoril, won the 3rd race of the season, had a podium last time out at Portimao, has been reasonably consistent and arrived here only 7 points behind Ari Bansal, who is 2nd in the championship. Ari is only 8th on the grid though, so again, from a championship perspective, it is advantage Dries van Langendonk. He already holds a very healthy points lead. He's got another 2 points in his back pocket now for qualifying on pole position for this race, and really most of the drivers who are even vaguely within touching distance in the points are starting quite some way behind him.
So then the cars are all lined up on the grid. Hopefully everybody is in the correct position. As you said, a few cars out of place, certainly, as you alluded to with Savinkov. He has a lot of work to do and he'll be disappointed in how that qualifying panned out. Of course, only one qualifying session this morning, and your fastest lap from that session is what determines this grid. 2nd fastest lap for race 2 as well, so I'd hedge my bets that Savinkov is going to be low down that race 2 grid as well. Not optimal for him. Let's see who leads then as they run down to the first corner at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Looks like there was some jump starts. There's someone who's failed to get underway. It's Burnett. Burnett has failed to get underway from the 2nd row of the grid. A huge shame for him on his debut. Thankfully everyone avoids. Dries van Langendonk is your leader, and in 2nd place I think that was Rocco Coronel. Coronel with a good start. He's alongside Alexander Ruta, and then in 4th position there is Ludovico Busso, although he's losing out there to one of the US racing machines. May have been Thomas Behrman moving up to 4th position. Van Langendonk with a brilliant start. Someone certainly jumped it further back, but for now it is once again Van Langendonk and Coronel. We thought we'd be seeing this a lot this year. We've only seen it once really at Estoril, and here comes Coronel to the inside of Van Langendonk. That looked brave at turn 6.
Well, Rocco Coronel's up for the fight, isn't he? From 5th on the grid to 2nd by turn 1, and now, as you said, challenging Van Langendonk for the lead. This is the part of the circuit where we heard the wind was perhaps already likely to affect the drivers. Everyone keeping it neat and tidy for now, although we do have a yellow flag, and he did a safety car now because of an incident somewhere around turns 4 and 5. We'll get to the... Oh, there is the incident. It's the 93 of Zoe Florescu, who is off in the gravel trap, front wing absent from that car. And that is, unfortunately, that early safety car that we somewhat predicted could be a reality.
Yeah, no, that felt like it could be. This circuit often does generate dramas for the Formula drivers, and indeed all of our grids. Of course, it is a fairly, as you alluded to, a fairly narrow circuit. It is a circuit that packs a lot of corners into a fairly small amount of acreage. So sometimes we do have these first lap tangles, and unfortunately for Zoe Florescu, she has been caught at the unfavoured end of a collision, and will go no further in this race. So Van Langendonk will control from the front then as we come across the line to complete the first lap. Coronel, Ruter, Behrman, Ludovico Busso, your top 5. Lima, Slater, Bansal, Killian and Ethan Lennon, who's made his way up into the top 10. Any fallers down the order? Alexander Savinkov has moved up. He's up to 21st position. Of course, he'll be furious that the safety car has come out. Yes, it packs everyone together, maybe gives him a chance to pick some more places away in the scramble and when we go back to green flag conditions. However, he really needs, I think, every minute of green flag running more so than anything else to try and get somewhere close to the points.
Yeah, exactly right. That's not ideal for him. Also, we've got Andre Rodriguez and Max Kammerlander in the pit lane, so they potentially have sustained some damage somewhere in the lap 1 shenanigans as well. So a drama-packed opening lap. We sort of expect that here at Valencia with 31 teenagers in these Formula Winter Series cars barrelling off into the first few corners together. But I really am so impressed with Rocco Coronel's start there, from 5th on the grid up to 2nd, and looked really pacey on cold tyres. Another car without a front wing is that of Max Kammerlander, so whether that is related to Zoe Florescu's demise, I'm not so sure, but a couple of drivers tangling. Absolute disaster, of course, for Jensen Burnett, 3rd on the grid. Watched out of the window as his car jumped and then stopped on the grid, and held my breath for the next 10 seconds as the field blasted past, but drivers behind did a really good job there to avoid what could have been a significant incident. He is another to watch, definitely, once we go racing again. Yeah,
back down in 27th position, certainly not the race he'd have wanted. The qualifying performance, anything but a misnomer. He was up there in the top 5 even on Thursday in his first day of competitive running in an F4 car. He has done some testing, multi-time champion in Canada, and also won the Mini Rock World Finals, I think back in 2021. So a driver who comes in with a lot of karting resume, and very interesting to see him preparing now to move into the world of single-seaters. I think he's already confirmed his full season campaign in the Spanish F4 Championship for 2026. Van Langendonk, of course, we're expecting him to be UK side once again in the British Championship, and Rocco Coronel, another one going towards Spain for the summer. And that's one of the beauties of this field in the Formula Winter Series, is in many ways it's a melting pot of 3 to 4 different summer championships, and you get this variety of teams and talents that you really do not get in any other F4 class.
It's one of the reasons why I find Formula Winter Series so enjoyable. As you said, you get drivers going toe-to-toe who you maybe wouldn't expect to see, and we might not get the chance to see again throughout the rest of the year. So a fascinating mix of drivers, and yeah, they're all quite keen to prove that they are the next big thing in single-seater racing. And even if this isn't they're going to be their primary focus throughout the rest of the year, it is an opportunity to prove themselves against drivers they might not have the chance to do so later in the year. We get the notification now on the timing screen that the safety car is in this lap, so Dries van Langendonk, who has been weaving around energetically behind the safety car, will be doing so even more vigorously now to make sure he's got the tyres up to temperature, because Rocco Coronel behind him looked to have a little bit more pace on that opening half a lap or so, and Dries will be very aware of the fact that Rocco will be right on his gearbox when we resume racing.
Now, typically, there is one way, one tried, tested, proven and perfected way to launch from a safety car restart, and that is putting the hammer down just before you get to the apex of the final corner. Will Van Langendonk offer any change to that recipe? We'll wait and see. It's Coronel behind him. Tom, his father, of course, lot of safety car restarts from his time in the World Touring Car Championship and touring car competitions globally, so I would expect that Rocco has learnt every lesson that there is to learn. He's got Ruter and Behrman, of course, in the 2 VAR cars behind him. Van Amersfoort would love to see both of their drivers move forward to try and get a double podium out of this, and one shouldn't forget Pedro Lima as well, up there in 6th position. He's putting on a good show. Alfie Slater from 7th place. I'd keep an eye on him and Ari Bansal in 8th. Both parties, I think, will want to have a good finish from this one after a roughly difficult time last time at Portimao. That was a big lock-up from Van Langendonk. He went a bit earlier than I was anticipating there, but he is underway. He is trying to break the slipstream from Rocco Coronel as they run down to the first corner. Rocco is going to be too far back. Thomas Behrman, though, is very close to the rear of his teammate Alexander Ruta. Thinks better of moving to the inside for the first corner. Will he try and carry the speed for turn 2? He's got a good run out of the first turn. He's going to have the inside line for turn 2. Third place, exchanging hands, is it? Ruta trying to use the camber on the outside of the corner. Behrman pushes him wide. They're still side by side as they come through turn 3. Ruta now with the inside into turn 4. Good defensive driving there, keeping the car exactly where it needed to be for Alexander Ruta. But now Ruta and Behrman have held each other up. Langendonk and Coronel have disappeared.
Indeed so, and it brings Ludovico Busso onto their tail, and Pedro Lima and Alfie Slater and everyone else really, all in a long line. It is only the top 2 who have detached themselves from this big battle pack. It is Behrman perhaps under pressure now though as they head into turn 7. Look, he has to defend the middle ground, and to his outside goes Ludovico Busso for 4th position. It's a difficult move to pull off that though, around the outside through the long left-hander. Might instead try and nip up the inside here. Is there a gap? Yes, there is. Does he go for it? Yes, he does. And that was a really, really punchy move. There's contact. They're both off wide. Behrman through the gravel. Busso will rejoin. That may have damaged the suspension, though, of both of their cars. I sort of saw the move coming there from Ludovico Busso. I was rather hopeful it wouldn't end in contact, but that will cost them both.
Yes, it will. Both will be outside of the top 10. That is a huge shame for both parties. Let's see if either carry on or both visit the pits. I see Busso there looking quite racy to the apex of the final corner. He stays on the circuit. Behrman is well down the pack, though. We'll have to keep tabs on him. At the front of the field, it is Langendonk from Coronel, from Ruta, the top 3, and then behind is now Pedro Lima. So Lima assumes the position of the second VAR car, and I think Ruta will be hoping for no more squabbling with a teammate anytime soon. Bansel up to 5th position, so he's made good headway there off the restart. Ditto Alfie Slater there in 6th place. Leon Headfor's there trying to go side by side with one of the other Yenza machines. The leading Yenza out there on the circuit right now is outside of the top 10, unfortunately. The first of the Yenza cars is in 12th, and that is Theo Borenstein. Yenza will be hoping for some good solid points finishes from this weekend in these short and sharp 20-minute races. And just to confirm on Thomas Behrman, he did cross the line, but he crossed the line in 17th.
Indeed so. We'll monitor his progress to see whether the car sustained any damage or not. I think he's involved in that 3-wide battle at the back of shot, so there's certainly an indication there that he's still feeling quite racy. Around the right-hander we go. 32 is Ethan Lennon, the Rodin driver. 8th position at the moment is Ethan, with Ludovico Busso behind. So Busso still inside the top 10. Side-by-side action into the corner there. That's Repetto under threat from the recovering Thomas Behrman. So looks like Behrman's car is also relatively undamaged, but he's struggling to make his way through the pack. He's on the outside line. Look, goes right around the outside of the final corner, and that might just give him a good bit of momentum down the pit straight. If he can pick up a slipstream, then Thomas Behrman might be able to make that move work against Oscar Repetto. It would only get him into 16th place, but he's fighting for it as if it's for the lead, as are the cars directly ahead of them.
Incredible battle in between the 3. The 7 car taking that wide run. Kamyab, Headfor's and Batig here fighting it out. Chiara Batig wants to get up into the top 10. She showed top 10 potential in the practice sessions. Great side-by-side driving, as we always see from turn 2 through turn 4. And this time the inside line is not going to be enough. Kamyab sticks it out. Great driving from Roman Kamyab, who's yet to register a points finish this year. Quite a surprise that we've not seen him up there. Behrman getting pushed out a little bit there by Chiara Batig. Meanwhile, oh, that was Jensen Burnett snapping into Silkunas, and unfortunately we have the number 26 pointing the wrong way. Jensen Burnett trying to go through the field, of course. Unfortunately, that was an iota clumsy. Yeah,
they both made a move at the same time, didn't they? Silkunas was trying to get to the inside of another car as Burnett made a move on him, and they just sort of converged on the apex. There wasn't quite the space, and it is Marcus Silkunas who ends up losing out the most from that. Bit of a rough ride over the curve for Levi Arn there, who is, again, further down than I would expect him to be, really. Levi Arn in the Yenza Motorsport car. And making the point that Yenza aren't having a brilliant race so far, with the best of their cars, only 12th position, Theo Borenstein. Around the final corner they go. How is Alexander Savinkov getting on? Well, he was 19th at the end of the previous lap. Has he gained any ground? Yes, up to 18th ahead of Arjen Kraling. He's in this group, isn't he, heading towards turn 1?
Yeah, there he is on the back of the blue car of Repetto, the number 11, and Savinkov tries to cut there to the inside line, get a good run out of turn 1 for turn 2, and he is going to have the inside beckoning. He is close enough to make the move stick. Very nice stuff there. I think Repetto largely wanting to give him the berth there and not risk the car excessively outside of the points paying positions. So Savinkov on his way up the order. He's up to 17th, and he actually helped his teammate Arjen Kraling there as well, because Kraling also got past Repetto.
Indeed he did, back towards the sharp end of the field. Meanwhile, the lead gap going out. Dries van Langendonk 1.3 seconds clear of Rocco Coronel, who can't shake off Alexander Ruta. Ruta going really well in third, and then this is the battle for fourth position. Pedro Lima versus Ari Bansal. Bansal, remember, second in the championship. Started 8th, he's picked up a few positions from there. One, of course, as a result of the slow-starting Jensen Burnett, but he's fought his way through the field nicely and wants now to gain another position if possible. We heard a couple of the drivers earlier saying, though, that the dirty air is definitely a factor here. It's a track where you rely on the aerodynamics quite a bit through these sort of medium-speed corners, and that can make it difficult to follow very closely to the car ahead. Ari Bansal is about as close as he can be going onto the main straight, but I'm not convinced on this occasion, at least, the slipstream will be enough to yield a move at turn 1.
No, not quite close enough on this occasion, but Bansal seemingly has the race pace advantage over Lima there in that battle for 4th and 5th position. Savinkov, I think, made up some more places. In fact, no, he remains in 17th. In fact, his next target is Thomas Behrman, who we just saw there behind Chiara Batig. Batig, who's got the elbows out, still hasn't got Behrman past. It was, what, almost 3 laps ago that we saw Behrman try and go around the outside of Batig and get thoroughly squeezed out, and Chiara is not giving any quarters that she doesn't feel the need to pass by.
No, definitely not. Chiara Batig at the moment is leading in the female trophy as well, in 15th position overall, so Chiara quite comfortably ahead actually of Ginevra Panzeri, who is in 24th position for AS Motorsport, so a trophy perhaps heading the way of Chiara Batig in, well, not too much longer actually, 6 minutes plus a lap remain, and the overall race leader, Dries van Langendonk, just ticking off the laps once again. There's a sense of inevitability now, isn't there, about a Dries van Langendonk win. He looked a bit shaky for half a lap maybe, but that safety car, I think, allowed him to really settle down and get into the groove immediately and really build that lead. Incident involving cars 66, 40 and 93, who are our 3 retirees, Andre Rodriguez, Max Camelander and Zoe Florescu. That to be investigated after the race. So I speculated as to whether the 2 Cram cars were involved with Zoe Florescu. It would appear that the answer is yes.
Yeah, most unfortunate there for, well, particularly the Campos driver, of course. Florescu ended up in the gravel trap, but ditto, both Cram cars failing to continue after their pit stop. So yeah, that rather answers many questions, but we'll find out the outcomes, of course, after the race, as that bulletin alludes to. So the 92 and the 93 still running in tandem. Headfall's ahead of Batig, and still Thomas Behrman trying to find his way by, and he's going to be conscious of the fact that Savinkov is closing in on him, because of course if Savinkov continues to close in, that could pull him away from Batig a bit while he has to defend, and it could really hold up any potential future progress he can make in the last quarter of this race. Meanwhile, Van Langendonk has continued to build himself an advantage, while Rocco Coronel is looking increasingly under scrutiny here from Alexander Ruta. I wonder if perhaps there was a little bit of a mistake from Coronel somewhere off camera. While that's happening, Jensen Burnett has received a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. Of course, we saw that happen down at turn 6. Rather unsurprising that he received a penalty.
Yes, that's not the biggest shock we'll get today, I think. But yeah, no, Rocco Coronel, I think it's just been a gradual loss of performance, really. Alexander Ruta has gradually, over the last few laps, been closing in on him, and Rocco's been a couple to 0.3 of a second a lap slower than Dries van Langendonk ahead. So, yeah, Rocco Coronel struggling a touch, maybe. He's still doing all right in second position, and again, crucially getting out of that final corner well, keeping Alexander Ruta at bay as they head down into turn number 1. So, into the quick left-hander they go, and the next overtaking opportunity really, turn 2, but Ruta not quite close enough as we hit the brakes. Alexander Ruta looking for his first podium of the season here. He had a 5th place finish in race 3 last time at Portimao. That was a best result of the season so far, so already on course for that first podium, but can he now convert that from a 3rd place to the 2nd step of the podium?
Certainly that's what he'd like. Ruta came into this season, of course, having been with us all year in last year's Formula Winter Series and having collaborated extensively with Van Amersfoort Racing, so he felt like he could perform great things this year, and there have been numerous circumstances that have kind of worked against him in qualifying, particularly this season. So certainly after that first top 5 you alluded to, a podium would be a welcome uptick in form. And of course, going into the second half of the season, anyone who wants to try and win this championship really needs to start matching, nay surpassing, Dries van Langendonk. That's not currently looking to be in the cards for anybody, but certainly getting past Rocco Coronel would be a great start for Ruta.
Yeah, Rocco, of course, 2nd in the Rookie Championship. That is a little bit closer. He's on 86 points in the Rookie Championship. Dries is 112, but you can't really live with the pace of Dries van Langendonk in this race, can he? So it's looking good for the Rodin driver in both the overall and the rookie campaign so far. 2 minutes 5 plus a lap. That's 3 laps left then by my reckoning. So 3 more laps for Rocco Coronel to have to defend from Alexander Ruta. That being said, Rocco just did his personal best lap of the race and was 2 tenths quicker than the leader. I'm reasonably confident in saying that DVL is just sort of coasting this one home, but the closer Rocco gets, the more he might have to start picking the pace up so as to keep the Red Bull car at arm's length.
Yeah, interesting that, isn't it? You can see how much of a clattering the cars take coming off some of these curbs. So whenever someone slows, you do wonder, have you just backed off, or is it alignment? Is it something a bit more sinister than that that's starting to hold you up? But Van Langendonk certainly is ever so slightly falling towards Rocco Coronel, and through the first sector he was marginally slower than the Red Bull Junior Team driver in the Van Amersfoort entry. So 2 VAR cars in the podium at the moment, of course in wildly different racing liveries, but the Rodin machine at the top, and the only Rodin car in the top 5 is Dries van Langendonk in the McLaren liveried machine at the sharp end. We will begin the penultimate lap then this time by, with the +1 lap in effect, and we'll have to see whether DVL is going to be closer to the number 2, or whether he's built the gap back out. Another penalty, unfortunately, for Jensen Burnett, the 58 car, with a 5-second penalty this time for track limits abuse. The gap has come down at the front, and also out at the back of shot there, we saw Slater and Killian very close together for 6th and 7th place. They looked very menacing as they came down the main straight. This is Pedro Lima and Ari Bansal, so this is 4th and 5th position, but behind them Alfie Slater looked like he was under a lot of pressure from Noah Killian. Yeah,
I'm not sure whether Alfie was able to keep Noah Killian behind. I think he has just about caught a glimpse of that in the back of shot. Uncertain. Yes, there we go. There is the 77. It is still Slater ahead of Noah Killian, but not for the want of trying as far as the US Racing driver is concerned. Quite a queue forming actually behind Slater. Ethan Lennon is in this group as well, his Rodin teammate. Then another US Racing car in the shape of Ludovico Busso. We've got Samuel Ifried, Philip Rice, Theo Borenstein even clinging onto the back of this group too. So a big battle pack in and around the back end of the top 10. To the outside goes Ludovico Busso. Is that going to work? Right round the outside, gets squeezed over the exit curb slightly by Ethan Lennon, but this will give Ludovico the inside line into the next braking zone. This could be a very successful move, and indeed Ludovico Busso goes through. That, remember, is where he tangled with Thomas Behrman early in the race. That time executes the move very cleanly, and will now love what he's seeing in front of him, which is a continued battle between Slater and Killian that might yet invite him to the 6th place party.
Exactly right. Dries van Langendonk comes down the main straight and starts the final lap of the race. So just 1 lap to go. Slater under an immense amount of pressure, and at the sharp end of the field, the top 5 are about as close as they've been since the safety car restart as well. I'm not sure anyone is close enough to challenge Dries, but Pedro Lima taking, let's call it, an alternative line there out of turn 1. That could give Bansal another opportunity. Looking at the back of shot there to see if Slater is still in 6th place as well, and haven't quite been able to spot it, but he's holding on by a thread, if anything. In fact, no, one of the drivers has tumbled down the field outside of the top 10. I think there may have been a drama further back because someone went free falling there. I didn't see quite which number it was.
No, didn't spot that. Could be a timing issue, I suppose, but we'll try and pick that up maybe at the end of the next sector. Very defensive line taken by Samuel Efried there. Is Philippe Rice still there?
It's Killian dropped down, and there were a few other scrambles, I think, all at once on the timing screen. So Killian has fallen behind Ludovico Busso after trying to get past Slater, unfortunately. Van Langendonk within a second, certainly now, of Coronel, or vice versa, but I don't think Rocco's going to quite get close enough on this occasion. If he had 1 or 2 more laps, then maybe he'd have gotten there, but maybe Dries wouldn't have backed off as much. We're not quite sure of the intricacies of this one, but Dries Van Langendonk, by quite a narrow margin ultimately, is going to claim his 4th win of the season and further extend what was already a towering championship advantage. He crosses the line to win by ½ a second over Rocco Coronel. Ruta takes 3rd, Lima and Bansal round out the top 5, and Alfie Slater did hold on for 6th position ahead of Ludovico Busso. Killian 8th, Lennon in 9th position, and Philip Rice with a great top 10 finish for him, making his way up the order. The female trophy win goes the way of Chiara Battisti. She eventually did lose out to Thomas Behrman a couple of laps from home. And 2nd place in that class, Ginevra Panzeri. Across the line now comes Caitlin McDaniel. She was having a battle there towards the rear of the field with Marcus Silkunas towards the end of the race, but on 2 days' notice, doing a great job in the Formula Wind Series, her first time in this spec of car. Dries Van Langendonk, our race winner for the 4th time this season. The record is 5 wins in a season. And that was back when we had 4 races, or 4 events in the calendar. We're now up to 5 events, of course. We're only, though, on event 3. So he may well beat the record purely organically before we even get to the 5th and final round of the season. It may even come today. He would love to clean sweep this one. But certainly for now, a 4th win of the season really is placing the title quite close to him, within reach, I would say. Not quite got fingers on it yet, but he is doing a great job. We're only halfway through the year. A lot can happen, but it is going to take a big shift in the competitive order to beat the form of the Rodin driver, part of the McLaren driver development program. You can see why, in his case, in the case of someone like Rocco Coronel, our runner-up as well, why these F1 teams are snapping up these juniors so early in their careers in advance of their Formula 4 debuts. It's a familiar winning feeling for DVL. Alexander Ruta getting himself a podium as well, which I think he's pretty happy with. And so he should be. But once again, it's Van Langendonk on top. The Belgian racer. Of course, won his first ever F4 race at the tail end of last year in the British Championship and has carried that momentum into Formula Winter Series along with this Rodin team. Great scenes down there. Very measured young man is Dries Van Langendonk, but you can tell that there's satisfaction when those results come and they continue to land on his desk at the moment. So he won the rookie trophy, of course. Rocco Coronel runner-up in that. The 3rd member of the rookie trophy podium will be Alfie Slater, finishing in 6th overall. So a good outing for him, but he'll be disappointed to have missed out on the overall top 5. When I spoke to him at Estoril for the season opener, I asked him if the rookie goal or the standings, the rookie standings were his goal, and he said, no, overall championship. He'll need to get some more podiums on the board this weekend to try and make that a reality at the end of the season. Dries van Langendonk wins then from Rocco Coronel by only half a second at the end. Van Langendonk slowing up towards the end of the race. Coronel, Ruta, Lima and Bansal, your top 5 ahead of Alfie Slater, Ludovico Busso, Noah Killian, Ethan Lennon and Flip Rice rounding out the overall top 10. Samuel Ifrid for Cram in 11th place. I think he was running top 10 a little bit earlier, unfortunately dropped out of the points paying positions. Borenstein in 12th, Roman Kamyab in 13th position, Headforce in 14th, Behrman in 15th position. He'll certainly be disappointed to have not had that podium promise delivered upon. Batig in 16th, Savinkov only able to get to 17th position. He'll be frustrated with how qualifying has panned out. Oscar Repetto in 18th, Ian Kraling in 19th, and Levian rounding out the top 20. Jensen Burnett 21st, although I think his penalties have not been applied yet, so he may well fall outside the top 25. Abdullah Kamil in 22nd, Vittorio Orsini in 23rd, Panzeri, Zazov, Paulson, Caitlin McDaniel and Marcus Silkunas, the remainder of your finishing order. Rodriguez, Kamalanda and Zoe Florescu, unfortunately all failing to reach the flag after that first lap collision that brought out the safety car, the one safety car of the race. So a good, tidy effort there, I would say, from our drivers in the Formula Winter Series. They kept it fairly clean, and we got almost the full 20-minute quota of racing as a result. Let's go down to Izzy in the pits. She is with Dries van Langendonk.
Well, welcome down to a very, very windy pit lane here in Valencia, but I do have our winner from the Formula Winter Series alongside me, Dries van Langendonk. Another win in the Formula Winter Series. I mean, it wasn't quite the gap that you've had before. You did have a little bit more pressure there at the start, but a win is a win.
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, Rocco got an insane start. Immediately got to second. I don't know where he started, but yeah, safety car early on, and then yeah, after that, just managed it. Pulled a bit of a gap at the beginning, and then managed it at the end. So yeah, really happy. It was a good race.
And you're getting used to this now, aren't you? I mean, I said it to you on the grid, you're getting used to pole position, but you're delivering week on week. That championship lead is looking so comfortable.
Yeah, it's been a good season so far, and let's hope we keep building on this momentum.
And 2 more races left today. I mean, it's going to be a quick turnaround for you guys. What did you learn that you can take into the races later on?
Obviously the deg, we've learned about the deg in this track, so yeah, I mean it's good information for the next 2 races. Obviously we don't have big breaks between them, but yeah, valuable information for the next one.
Well, go and enjoy the podium. Congratulations once again, that championship lead looking very comfortable.
Interesting there that he references the deg. Maybe that's why he was falling back towards the end. What would have happened if it had been a full half-hour race? We'll have to speculate. So, highlights from race 1 of the weekend in the Formula Winter Series. A good start to the race for Dries van Langendonk. He gets a good start, but from the second row of the grid, unfortunately, Canadian racer Jensen Burnett not able to get off the line. Thankfully, though, everyone avoids him. Rocco Coronel on the charge from the start of the race on row number 2. He got himself past Alexander Ruta to move into second place early on. Thomas Behrman would scythe up to 4th position as the rest of the field came through the opening corners. Unfortunately, not all of them unscathed. Zoe Florescu collided with a couple of Cram drivers out there on the first lap. She ended up in the gravel. A couple of laps of safety car, and then we went back to racing, and Thomas Behrman moved for 3rd place. He looked like he'd done it. He'd got the inside line. He squeezed Ruta out, but Ruta held on by the skin of his teeth to retain the position. And then there was a collision between Busso and Behrman. Ludovico Busso trying to take advantage, and unfortunately both of them falling well outside the top 10 as a result of that impact. Yara Batig was on the move in perhaps the most frenetic part of the train of cars out there on the circuit. This was the Kamyab queue, if you will, the number 7 car holding up the remainder of the top 20, and frustrating, I think, Jensen Burnett. He was trying to climb through the order. Unfortunately, he spun Marcus Silkunas around and gained himself a penalty for his troubles. Burnett was climbing through the order, but he would also receive a track limits penalty, unfortunately. Not quite the start he'd have envisioned from the second row of the grid, and the race rather unfolded around him from there. At the front of the field, though, it was yet another stellar drive from Dries van Langendonk. What was over a 2-second gap shrunk towards the end of the race. He referenced tyre degradation. Maybe that was part of the reason why the pace fell away. Rocco Coronel couldn't quite get close enough, though, and took second place ahead of Alexander Ruta. Further back in the field, Chiara Batig winning the female trophy, and the rookie trophy honours going to the man who also won the race overall. That was Dries van Langendonk. Rocco Coronel in second position, Alexander Ruta in third place, Pedro Lima in fourth, Ari Bansel in fifth, Slater, Busso, Killian Lennon and Philip Rice in 10th position. 11th was Samuel Ifrid, Theo Borenstein in 12th place. Robin Kamyab held on, to be fair, at the sharp end of that big queue in 13th. Leon Headfors in 14th. The recovering Thomas Behrman in 15th, ahead of female trophy winner Chiara Batig. Savinkov, Repetto, Kraling, Levian, your top 20. And then riding back to the remaining positions, Jensen Burnett, Abdullah Kamil, Vittorio Orsini, Ginevra Panzeri, Georgi Zazov, Eric Paulson, Caitlin McDaniel and Marcus Silkunas. The finishing order, Rodriguez and Camelander not taking the flag after the contact with Zoe Florescu. So, Dries van Langendonk extending that championship lead once again. It was already significant coming into this race. He's got over 50 points in hand now. That is a huge advantage. Let's go down to Andy McEwen. He is on the podium.
Thank you, Adam. Well, the party is already starting down on the grid, but we're about to get the party starting on the podium as well. We introduce first our best female driver, Chiara Batig. Chiara makes her way out onto the top step of the podium, where she will, in a moment, receive her winner's trophy. The Swiss driver then winning in the female trophy. We've got Federico from Pirelli here to hand the trophy out to Chiara. And a strong overall finish for the Campos driver as well. A round of applause from the crowd down below, and Chiara Batig celebrates the victory in the best female trophy. We are a little bit pushed for time today because of the extra races we're cramming in, so no time for interviews, so Chiara can make her way backstage. Congratulations, Chiara. We move on next to the rookie category then, and for the fourth time this season we welcome onto the rookie podium our third place finisher, Alfie Slater. Well done, Alfie. Third step of the podium for the Rodin Motorsport driver. It is a third appearance on the rookie podium for our second place driver, Rocco Coronel. Second place in rookie, second overall for the Van Amersfoort driver, but it's another rookie win for Rodin Motorsport for the fourth time this year, Dries van Langendonk, who as always is well supported by his Rodin Motorsport team down below and heads to the top step of the podium. The trophies now can be taken out to the drivers. We've got Miguel here with Mark from GEDLICH and Federico from Pirelli with the winner's trophy going to Dries van Langendonk. He is racking up the trophy collection this season in Formula Winter Series. That is his fourth rookie class victory, and we'll see him receiving another trophy in a moment or two. So, celebrations from the team down below once again, and the drivers hold the trophies aloft. Dries van Langendonk, for the fourth time this season, is a rookie class winner. And I think all of the photos are being taken now as the GT teams start heading out onto the grid in preparation for their first of three races today. A busy day here at Valencia, just how we like it though, cramming lots of racing into the day. So we will go next to our third placed driver in the overall classification. A first podium of the season for Alexander Ruta. His first podium for Van Amersfoort Racing. Onto the third step of the podium he will go. It's a familiar top two though. We have our second place finisher once more, Rocco Rocco, once again, with his fist in the air, celebrates a second-place finish and looked really strong in the closing stages of that race. He couldn't quite catch, though, our winner. For the 4th time this year, the victory goes to DVL Dries van Langendonk. And Dries heads to the top step of the podium to be joined by his Rodin Motorsport team representative. Caitlin from Rodin is here, and she will head out on to the podium as well to join the celebrations. Congratulations to Rodin Motorsport. Very happy with another race win. Now then, it's time for the national anthem of the winning driver. Dries van Langendonk wins for the 4th time this year in the Formula Winter Series, and he will now once again be presented with a winner's trophy by Federico from Pirelli. And Rodin continuing their very, very strong performance in the 2026 Formula Winter Series campaign. Dries van Langendonk extends his championship lead in the overall title race and in the battle for the rookie championship as well. One more round of applause from the Rodin crew down below, and as the photos are taken here on the podium, it is time to turn our attention to GT racing for the first time today. The cars competing in the GT Winter Series, and there are plenty of them, are making their way to the grid.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
The GT Winter Series, the high-speed supercars are making their way onto the circuit, and for the fans in attendance, this is going to be one of the highlights, and there are plenty of fans here this weekend. We've got the Rue Car Culture Festival kind of with us as well there in the paddock, showcasing all sorts of supercars and modified cars and wonderful things, and that means that we are anticipating many thousands of spectators here this weekend. This is a really exciting little festival of motorsport that we've got going on here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, and the fans are here in their droves. You can see them all coming up the stairs at the moment. They've heard the V10s, the V8s, and they've gone, okay, what's going on? Let's have a look at the on track. But great to see. We've got, of course, the main grandstand here that is built on top of the garages here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. That's looking pretty full. That was down towards turn one, the previous shot. This is the main grandstand, and the paddock is a hive of activity. There are quite a few hundred bodies that I can see out of the window, just in the limited bit of the paddock that I can see from my position. And quite a lot of fans are also getting the opportunity to head out towards the grid, and guests of the teams, of course, as well, and even a couple of ducks, only in the Winter Series. The GT Winter Series cars, though, always the highlight from an auditory perspective, perhaps from a visual perspective as well. The GT3 cars will take centre stage in this race. 11 cars in the GT3s for this weekend. We were supposed to have 13, but a couple of teams only deciding to test on Thursday and Friday. And a really interesting front row of the grid. Now, I note that Attempto Racing have re-added Ariel Levy to the 86 lineup. At one time, it was supposed to be Carrie Schreiner solo, but Ariel Levy is set to start the car for this race. He debuted in GT3 last week at the 6 hours of Portimao, and having come from many years of competitive running in Porsche Carrera Cup competitions, he really did take to the GT3, so exciting to see him there on the front row of the grid. And with all due respect to Severin Mazur, I'm very surprised to see him on the front row in just his second appearance in a GT3 spec machine. Of course, he's been an outright race winner before in the GT Winter Series, but he is a hobby driver. This isn't his profession. This is his pursuit of leisure. But he's very, very quick. So then, 2 V10 cars in almost bare carbon fibre on the front row of the grid. It's all looking rather cool down there. Let's go to Izzy to look a bit closer.
Well, I have to say, this is one of the liveliest grids I have ever been on. I don't know if you can see, but there is a little band, and there were 2 inflatable ducks. Is that how we should describe it? I think so. But as for the GTs, it is time to get their first race of the day underway, and it is going to be Ariel Levy on pole position in the number 86. If you were with us for the 6 hours of Portimao last weekend, you will know that he was also competing in that. Well, you were with us for the 6 hours of Portimao, but welcome to the GT Winter Series. Pole position, pretty good way to start the day.
Yeah, for sure, it's probably the best way to start the day. To be honest, I believe qualifying we still have improvements to do, but I mean, I cannot complain when I'm starting from here.
And how are the conditions feeling around the track at the moment? Obviously, you know, a lot of wind. How will you fare in this race?
Well, to be honest, I'm not sure about the conditions at the moment. In the morning it was relatively cold. But now I guess I will just have to feel it and see what it is.
Okay, best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us. Right, we are going to continue back. We have had the 3-minute board, and all of a sudden it's gone rather quiet on the grid, which is very interesting because we were very loud just a minute ago. Starting behind Ariel will be the number 64 of Keanu Bloom. Now, if you remember, they were with us in Portimao for round 1, and they said that they were lacking a little bit of pace to fight for the win. I just wonder if they might be able to fight for the win this morning. Can I jump in and speak? I can. Oh, very kind. I am going to speak to Keanu. Well, Keanu, welcome back to the Winter Series grid. It's been a little while since we've seen you all the way back in round 1 in Portimao. You guys were lacking a little bit of pace there. Do you think you've got the pace to take the win today?
Yeah, I mean, we had some good test days on Wednesday and Thursday. Just a bit unlucky in quali with some cars losing water in front of me. So the last sector was not idle. But yeah, we are really confident, and let's see what we can do now in the race.
And in terms of this race, I mean, we've got a busy GT3 grid. How important is it to stay out of trouble at the start?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we are here to test, and I think for us it's the most important to just get some laps and bring the car home safe.
Best of luck. Have fun out there. Thanks for speaking to us. I'm just going to dive out the way as they are putting the car down. Thank you very much to the mechanics for telling me to get out the way. Otherwise, I would have got my feet trapped underneath. But we are going to go to the 67, and that is going to be Simon Orange. Of course, they are a full season entrant and currently sitting just 6 points back from championship leader. And the championship leader is just about right behind them. But I am going to dive in with Simon anyway. Well, Simon, it's the first time I've actually got a chance to chat to you all season long. Championship leader just behind you, and 6 points back is where you sit. What's the mindset for this race?
Well, I suppose our race is against him. Just try and stay in front, try and finish ahead of him, and perhaps try and get a car or two between if possible.
Do you play it safe then, or just try and bag some points?
No, not really playing it safe. No, I'll try and get up, but I think they're all pros around me, so I'll do the best I can.
Best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us, and we will get straight to the race.
So 20 minutes of racing. It is going to be a sprint in the GT Winter Series, and a mighty compelling one at that. The grid will be split into two halves. The GT3 cars on their own island, and then the Cup cars will follow. Ariel Levy on pole position then. He's alongside Severin Mazur, looking for a second ever overall win in the GT Winter Series. Keanu Bloom in the Mustang starting from third. He's alongside Ethan Brown in the Liqui Moly Team Exeter GT3. He's had very limited seat time before this weekend in a GT3 car. Alan Valente alongside Simon Orange, who was very cool there, firing up his engine. As he said, he'll give it his best shot. Kenneth Heyer is next. He's alongside teammate from the SR Motorsport by Schnitzlaum team, Mikael Sander, the 111 car back for its second appearance of the season. Przemysław Biankowski on row 5. He's alongside Norik Racing's own Norikazu Shibata. He's got a teammate we'll tell you a bit more about later on, a very interesting one at that, in the form of Taku Bamba. Alfredo Hernandez is at the back of the GT3 order, and then at the front of the Cup grid, now rolling down to the first turn, it is Alessio Ruffini, so he's pole sitter among those drivers. Bradley Yates and Joseph Dean will follow. Great to see Bradley there, along with Father Gilbert, a reigning champion, of course, in Ferrari Challenge UK. Petar Matic next with Nina Østergaard. Sean Ran in 17th with the GT2 car, the sole GT2 entry being driven by Alberto Di Martin. Igor Klyer is next, along with Anders Steiner. Some of the front-running representatives among the Cup 2 Porsche 992 Cup cars. Darren Howell is next with Alexei Kikareshko. 23rd place, Christoph Urnhausen in the mighty BMW Z4 GT3 car, running in the GTX class. And what about this? Jan Jürger for Equip Vitesse. Yes, Jan Jürger, who you may have seen on the GT Win Series website. He's part of the organisation. He's making his GT racing debut. He's alongside Alvaro Ramos. Row 14 of the grid, Benedict Seipt along with Mats Kimby. And then our last couple of cars on the grid will be Ulrich Forsberg and Leon Rienbeek in the Gas Competizione and Team Steiner cars respectively, and then Reparto Corsa's entry, the brotherly entry. I'm hoping that car is going to make it out there, because a great story there with the Bacco brothers, or Bacco brothers I should say, making their first ever proper formal racing start. Looks like we're going to have a fairly long hold between the two grids once again, as we did last time at Portimao, which, if we do go to green flag with this 20 minutes, might make the second half of the race a little bit intense for the GT3 entries. 2x2 formation then, and the pace car peels off at what was the last possible moment there. The ABS had something to say about that. Let's see what happens as we go racing, and it's a great start from Ariel Levy. He gets the run to the first corner nailed down, and the Mustangs are firing into life. Keanu Bloom moves up into second position. He demotes Severin Mazur to third. The other Mustang of Valente going well off track there for fourth position. He's got himself ahead of Ethan Brown. Simon Orange going side by side, I think, there with the championship rival Kenneth Heyer, and Heyer has gotten the better of Orange. That could be critical come the end of the season, with just 6 points between them coming into this race. But at the front of the field, in just his second weekend of GT3 racing, Ariel Levy is on the move. The Cup class cars now roll towards the early corners. Andy, I'll assign you to watch the GT3s out of the window while we watch this start unfold for the Cup class machines, and Alessio Ruffini it is who gets the best launch of anyone there. Jan Jürger a few rows back in the 991.1, the older Porsche car, theoretically the slowest car on the circuit. He'll be looking to keep that thing clean this weekend with Equip Vitesse. But at the front of the Cup order, it is Ruffini, the first of the Cup 1 cars. The Ferrari 296 Challenges is still Bradley Yates in just his second proper GT racing appearance after debuting in last year's Ferrari Challenge UK. So then, that is the Cup class lead sorted out, at least early on, among the various classes. In fact, who's the first of the Cup 2 cars? We see it is Igor Klyer in the white Porsche, but they have all got through the first few corners cleanly. At the end of the first lap, it is looking very close now for third place, because here comes Alan Valente. Inside was left ever so slightly open there by Severin Mazur. Mazur is not going to be close enough to, or far enough ahead to shut the door. It's going to be side by side, but if he can hold on, he'll have the inside for turn 4. In fact, sweeping around the outside in the mid-engine Lamborghini. He holds on to third place, and Valente will be frustrated because that means that Brown, Higher, Orange will all be right there with him. It feels a bit like Mazur's a roadblock at the moment, and it looked there like he struggled almost coming out of the corner. And here comes Brown now, cutting to the inside of both of them, seeing if he can maybe get a 2-for-1 offer. Mazur holds on by a thread.
Yes, with Kenneth Higher buying into this as well now. Fascinating battle going on here. You mentioned that Higher and Simon Orange were side by side at the beginning of that opening lap. They were side by side for much of the opening lap. Simon Orange did briefly get back ahead of Kenneth Higher, but then Kenneth retook him into turn 7. Simon then dipped a wheel into the gravel a couple of corners later, and that's why that orange and blue McLaren is a bit further back than he'd like to be. There is a course car of some description in a very inopportune location, and there is a yellow flag at turn 1 we're hearing. There should rather be one on the exit of that turn as well, I would argue. Anyway, they will deal with that as the GT3 field now descends upon the final corner, and Ariel Levy tries, and so far fails, to get away from Keanu Bloom. There's the reason for the yellow flag. It's the 112 Benedict Sight, who is off the road at turn 1, continues on his way. Fastest lap of the race, though, set by Keanu Bloom, who is absolutely on his toes, and that slower car rejoining right in front of the race leaders. They are absolutely nose to tail at turn 2. Keanu said to Izzy on the grid that he felt that they could have gone quicker in qualifying, and at the moment the HRT driver is delivering on that promise.
Oh, absolutely right. And we saw there Severin Mazur looking a bit unsettled there. That's going to be side by side for third position. But Valente would have to try and hold on. No, not quite. Again, the Mustang's apex speed maybe not quite there at the same level as the Lamborghini. I thought that was cut and dry in Valente's favour, but no. Severin Mazur holding on, but this is going to be the least comfortable drive he's ever had, with so many quick talents in the case of Valente in a very imposing car, all on his back bumper, 3rd through 7th, running in a queue.
Indeed they are, with Simon Orange trying to buy back into this. There are the top 2 cars in the championship at the back of this group, the green and black Mercedes, the orange and blue McLaren. Remember though that you score points within your class in GT Winter Series, so actually 3rd in the championship is Alexei Kikireshko in the PT Sports by Up to Race Porsche, which is 3rd in its class at the moment, that class being Cup 2. So we do have to do quite a bit of looking up and down the overall running order, and the class running order more to the point, to see exactly what the championship situation is. Here comes Alan Valente to the inside of Severin Mazur, and this time I think he will take the HRT Ford Mustang onto the podium. He does, and that was the straight line performance of the Ford which we saw at Portimao, once again coming to the fore.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the Mustang looking quite inevitable, really, in the mirrors of Severin Mazur. Finally, it's happened. Now he's got the slightly newer spec Lamborghini with him. That's Ethan Brown, who gets his nose firmly cut off there by the driver of the number 79. We were, of course, due to see a 63 car here as well, but that hasn't taken the start, unfortunately. So it looks like Finn Zulauf and Felix Hirsiger are not on the circuit, and that is a really big shame. Unfortunately, they were not listed on the grid, so that is only one car then from Liqui Team Engstler after all. Through the middle sector of the lap they go. Mazur still having to fight this. Of course, Simon Orange will be very keen there in the 67 Team JMH Orange Racing McLaren to get back past Kenneth Higher. Higher is the target, and it is Higher that he is directly behind at the moment. Looks like Van Oenhausen has fallen down the field. He's got a problem in his BMW Z4. The Z4 coming in to the pit lane, I suspect, and what kind of issue, what kind of malady does that car have? The GTX entry, always popular, sad to see it in the pits.
Yeah, that is a shame. It clearly wasn't running on song though, was it? And he has indeed bailed for the pit lane, so that is perhaps the last we'll see of that car in this race. We have an onboard camera in that car, so we can see exactly where it is, and it's being delivered back to the team about halfway down the pit lane. So they will go to work on trying to first diagnose the problem and then go about remedying it. Back to the battle on track then. Severin Mazur, 4th position. Look at the way that Alan Valente has got away from him, and Valente, fastest car on track by about half a second last time by. So the second of the Haupt Racing Team Ford Mustangs is gaining on the leading two. 3.5 seconds the margin right now, but that I suspect is going to keep on coming down over the next lap or so as Mazur once again does not get off the corner that well.
No, he's seemingly struggling a lot on corner exit, probably trying to battle with the traction control and things like that. It was all put together very last minute, this program. I think days before Estoril, they knew for sure they were coming to race with us at the Sendon Racing team, and his driver coach slash crew chief slash I think about 5 other roles, Kevin Marocca, will be coaching him through it to try and do what he can here to hold on to a top 5 result. He's 4th right now. He's got Brown right behind him. We're 8 minutes into this race already, of course, just 20-minute duration, so a much shortened race, and still it's going to feel like the longest 20 minutes of Severin Mazur's life by the end, I fancy. Keanu Bloom has caught well up to Ariel Levy. Bloom means business in this one in the big Mustang, and I think we're in for a bit of a dice.
Yeah, this is very impressive, isn't it, from the HRT driver. Chatted to Keanu yesterday, and he said he was looking forward to racing here at Valencia. Big dive up the inside from Severin Mazur then, who'd been overtaken by Ethan Brown briefly, but gets back ahead of the Liquimoli Lamborghini, and that brings Kenneth Hire and Simon Orange into play. So the two championship contenders, or two of the championship contenders, absolutely together at the back of this group. Speaking of title contenders, Alexei Kikareshko is up into 2nd place in Cup 2 now, and was only a 10th of a second behind Igor Klyer, the class leader, at the beginning of the lap. So whilst these two battle, they also have to be a little bit mindful of what their other title rival is up to. Into the gravel trap was a McLaren. That was the MS Racing car, wasn't it? The Fabian Seib that was in the gravel trap. Now that might be a dangerous enough position to require a safety car.
Possibly so. He's well beached there into the gravel trap. Another battle going on out there on the circuit is the Cup 1 lead. Bradley Yates and Joseph Dean going at it. Only 7/10 separating them for the Cup 1 lead in the pair of AF Corsa Ferrari 296 Challenge cars. We have gone to safety car at this stage, so the field will be neutralised here, and the safety car will try and pick up that Audi running down the straight. Ariel Levy, the overall race leader. They've just put a lap on Jan Jürger in the 147 car. You see there the white Porsche, the older spec 991.1 spec Porsche 911 Cup car, equipped Vitesse running it this weekend for Jan, who, to give the full story, since we are under safety car conditions, has done some racing and some driving in the RCN category, the Rundstrecke Challenge Nürburgring. But in terms of GT racing, this is his first time out. He's looking to gain himself some license points for the NLS season. I think he wants to do some running in the home championship, shall we say, of the Nürburgring. Let's get a look at, oh goodness me, a very, very uncomfortable spin there for the 128, and right in front of Jan, who we were just talking about. He will have got a wide-eyed view of proceedings there. Not only was he acutely aware that the leaders were coming up to him, the leaders who, of course, in his day job at GEDLICH Racing as sales and organisation, he talks to on a regular basis. So I say it half jokingly, but in all seriousness, of course, he desperately wants to avoid any kerfuffles in today's race because, well, they all have his email address.
Indeed so. It could lead to a few embarrassing and awkward conversations after the weekend, couldn't it? So hopefully he has his wits about him when we do go racing once more, because, of course, whilst the leading two cars have gone through, he's got the charged up Alan Valente, not far behind, the third place driver who was continuing to catch the leading two cars. And that is going to be an interesting situation on the restart. Christopher Owenhausen is back out in the Z4, so that car lost a lap. Question mark? Yes, 1 lap, I think, with its pit lane visit. But
well, it was going a lap down when it came into the pits.
Good point, actually. Yeah, so it wasn't there for long then. Hopefully that means it was a quick fix.
Yeah, I think it looked to me like a tyre was maybe going down on the left rear. There is Jan Jürger then at the wheel of the Equip Vitesse machine, and well, there you go. That's a sight he didn't think he'd be seeing. The top two up ahead of him. Of course, yes, he is a lap down, but this safety car restart is going to be quite the negotiation for him. Of course, it's difficult, especially for a new driver, I think, because your instinct, when you know you're in the safety car queue kind of out of position, is to just let everybody go. But you can't do that. They're not allowed to overtake until the safety car line, until they've got back onto the following lap of the race. So he's going to have to hustle it through the final couple of bends once the cars are back up to speed and keep his nose clean. But he's doing a great job, and great to see him out there on the circuit, running the number 147, which he carried over from motocross. I'm sure right now he's probably enjoying having a roof and a couple of extra wheels in amongst all of these incredible GT3 and Cup class machines. There we were briefly riding on board, I think, with one of the Cup 1 leading car, actually, I think that we were on board with briefly. That is the 101 of Bradley Yates. As I alluded to briefly, the son of the defending champion, two-time champion in Ferrari Challenge UK, Gilbert Yates, and Bradley ran last year's finale at Silverstone and was immediately pretty impressive, and we're seeing yet more of that potential here in this race. And I, for one, am very interested to see what Gilbert does once he gets behind the wheel, because quite frankly, he didn't win this year's Ferrari, or last year's Ferrari Challenge UK by a small margin. He is very quick at a Ferrari 296 Challenge car, so when he gets his turn a little bit later on in the day, I think that car will be flying around the track. Safety car is in this lap. Ariel Levy then will have to, I think, manage this one quite well, because it looks like that Mustang in the hands of Bloom is pretty potent on the main straight, and he's going to have to time this well to make sure he's got enough cushion to still be in a comfortable lead going through the first corner.
Yes, I suspect we'll see him go early, much in the same manner that Dries van Langendoorn did actually on that safety car restart in the Formula Winter Series race. I think going early and trying to maximise the Audi's potential advantage through the final corner could be his best way to keep Keanu Bloom out of striking range. But it's going to be a fascinating restart. We need about 6 pairs of eyes to follow all of the significant battles, because you touched upon it. The two Cup 1 leaders, Bradley Yates and Joseph Dean, they're nose to tail. Igor Klyer and Alexei Kikireshko are nose to tail, the two Cup 2 leaders, and there's not a lot of separation between the front ring Cup 4 Lamborghinis, Alessio Ruffini leading Cup 4 from Petar Matic, with only those two Cup 1 Ferrari leaders between them. So lots of battles set to play out over the final 5 minutes or so.
Exactly right. When does Ariel Levy pull the pin? As we've both alluded to, it doesn't feel like it'll be far away. When does the V10 fire into life? I can already hear, I thought I heard acceleration, but no, I think that was just outside. Some more of the V10s, there's plenty of them out on the circuit. Levy stalls and stalls. I think he wants to get it going before the corner. Is he going to? Yes, he's going to swing around the last turn, try and get himself a nice run out of the corner. He's got himself a car length plus. I don't know if that's going to be enough, though, with the Mustang in the slipstream. Bloom is closing quickly. He's not quite going to be close enough into the first corner, but look at how aggressive the Ford is. Not just the shape of the car, but the body language when piloted by Keanu Bloom. Bloom looks very, very determined to get through. There's his teammate Alan Valente moving up to third on the road, already of course running third overall. There is Orange as well, still behind Kenneth Heyer. That's really been the story of his race so far down there in 7th position. But for Keanu Bloom, of course, he has not really got that much more experience than Levy in a GT3 car, but both of them taking to it incredibly well.
Yes, they are, as Jan tries to stay out of the way of Severin Mazur. Severin didn't get off the corner particularly well that time either, though. And so Ethan Brown is in behind him in the Liquimoli Team Engsler Lamborghini. And then Kenneth High with Simon Orange applying the pressure to him as well. Into the final quarter then of this shortened 20-minute GT Winter Series race. A wide sweeping line by Mazur as he understandably tries to focus a bit more on corner exit, but something in the setup of the Sendon Racing team car is just not allowing him to get off the turns as he would like, and so Ethan Brown looking to try and maybe take advantage of that if an opportunity presents itself. Can overtake in the last corner, but not quite close enough to do so on this occasion.
Yeah, you really have to be most of the way alongside, don't you, to make that one work. Some sparks being thrown up there by the Brown car, not colour, the Ethan Brown car. The Sendon Racing machine, of course, being an Evo 1 spec Lamborghini Huracan. A lot of the time with an Evo spec, drivability is one of the main targets. So I just wonder, slightly older, slightly more rudimentary traction control system could be part of the reason that we've got that traction issue there going on for him. Meanwhile, a huge gaggle of Cup cars, Andy.
And in amongst this, I think, is the Cup 2 lead battle, isn't it?
Yes.
That was Igor Klei with Alexei Kikareshko. I spotted that out of the window. They were side by side, and Kikareshko from nowhere launches up the inside, and he is going to get the lead away. I'm not sure how he got the lead. I'm not sure how he got the car stopped, but he's got through, and that is really important for the championship. Remember, Alexei's been doing really well in his class standings. Remember, he was third in the class earlier on, and he now leads with a couple of minutes to go.
Yeah, that is a big move. I think from memory he was going to miss at least one of the last two events in March, but he may well come along for the full season if he continues on this form. Here comes Igor Klei, looking very potent to the inside line, looking very ambitious to the inside line. Frankly, I'm quite happy that one didn't stick, but he was really trying something there. Klei determined to try and fight back here for the PTT Racing team. The Polish driver, the Ukrainian driver up ahead of him, 19th and 20th positions for the Cup 2 lead. Just evidence that the battles are everywhere on the circuit right now.
There's a reason I had GT Winter Series at Valencia heavily circled and highlighted in my diary. This is the kind of racing we've been treated to in the past here at Valencia. It's a great little bull ring of a circuit, and across all of the classes, it provides drama and excitement. A very defensive line there for Kikareshko into the final turn. Thought that might give Igor Klei a chance to get the better exit. Didn't really pan out that way, though. And so Car 88 for now retains its Cup 2 lead. Joseph Dean is still leading the AF Corsa battle for the lead in Cup 1 by 0.8 of a second or so now over Bradley Yates. And at the very front of the field, sure where Igor Klei is going there at turn 1. Oh, he's going to go for the inside line, is he? That was from a long way back. Anything you can do, Alexei, I can attempt to do. As around goes the 81 car into the gravel, and that is the Norikazu Racing car. Yeah, Norikazu Shibata beached in the gravel trap.
Yeah, Shibata there was kind of getting swallowed up by some of the Cup cars. Of course, he was towards the rear of the GT3 order, and then with the safety car, he's been kind of brought back into the claws of the Cup class leaders. And that is a safety car. We do only have 30 seconds left, of course, with no +1 lap. So the leaders are starting their final lap this time by maybe they will cover this just with yellows. It looks to me like Ariel Levy has the control of the situation at the moment. Here comes the Mustang strong suit down the straight line, of course, but still only half a second between them. Only half a second between them, but in GT3 racing you really need to be a couple of tenths away or closer for a high percentage attempt at an overtake.
Yeah, Keano's just struggling, I think, to keep the front end of the car in line through turn 1. He's consistently running wide, which not only runs the risk of picking up a track limits penalty, but it allows Ariel Levy to be out of striking range then when they hit the brakes at turn 2. They go through the yellow flag zone at turn 4. That's just being covered by yellow flags for this final lap. And Keanu Bloom has perhaps one more opportunity to try and get within range and have a go at getting past the Attempto Racing Audi. It's going to be nip and tuck to the flag, but I think you're right. Ariel Levy has figured out the various strengths and weaknesses of these two cars, and so far has managed to play to the strengths of the Audi to keep hold of the race lead.
Very impressive few days in the Iberian Peninsula for Ariel Levy. Made his GT3 debut last time out at 6 hours of Portimao. Held himself to account very well as a part of the Attempto lineup there. Here he is in the GT Winter Series. More his bag, more what he knows. Sprint racing in GT cars, still getting to grips with the Audi. He said himself that he felt like there was a bit more to come from qualifying. He may also think the same of the race, but it doesn't matter because he will be the driver that takes the checkered flag. Attempto Racing win in the GT Winter Series. Keanu Bloom takes second place and Alan Valente makes it a double HRT podium. No kangaroos in Spain. Severin Mazur in fourth place, Ethan Brown in fifth, and Kenneth Heyer in P6. Simon Orange rounding out the battle there for third through seventh that was going on for so much of the race. Sander in eighth, Bienkowski in ninth. Now Fredo Hernandez rounding out the overall top 10. Joseph Dean in 11th position. As we see here, the Cup 2 lead may change hands again. Clier's almost in the car park, and he does not quite find his way around the outside of Alexei Kikareshko. But what a run to the flag that was in Cup 2. It will be a full haul of points for Alexei Kikareshko with that result. And to Andy's point during the race, that could be critical for the championship as well. Alessio Ruffini wins in Cup 4. He finished 13th overall. I think he may have been involved with Norikazu Shibata because he was ahead of the Cup 1 battle previously and fell behind after Shibata's incident. We see there the BMW limping across the line. Seems as if that Z4 has some issues to contend with here in the GT Win Series race. Doesn't look like there's any damage on it. Maybe there's some at the rear corner on the left side, not quite sure, but either way, hopefully that car is more on song a little bit later on. Sounded like it might have been stuck in gear actually as it came across the start-finish line. Cup 1 winner Joseph Dean in 11th overall ahead of Bradley Yates. In the Cup 4, as we said, Ruffini, and then in the Cup 2 class, Alexei Kikareshko for 18th overall. Jan Jürger in the Cup X class, of course, he's running on his own. He finished 24th overall, and I think he'll be pretty happy to have beaten a few of the newer 992 Cup cars to the line in the older, probably 2.5 seconds a lap slower 991.1, at least that's on paper, but Jan making the difference. He's a very, very potent sim racer, is Jan Jürger, and applying that to the real world as well. GT2 class winner was Alberto Di Martin in 17th overall. Of course, that's a class of 1, as is GTX, where the BMW Z4 GT3 of Christoph Urnhausen topped the standings. The 86 car rolls its way into pit lane. As a race winner, Ariel Levy will be pretty delighted with that result, I think. Keanu Bloom, who also graduates from the world of Porsche Carrera Cup racing this year. So 2 drivers in their early steps in GT3 having a really good outing. Cool as you like with the shades on. He will be a happy man. There's Carrie Schreider, his teammate for today, congratulating Levy. And we'll see how he does for, or how Carrie does, of course, for race number 2, which won't be far away. It's a short and sharp program of races today. We're not expecting a lunch break. We're going to go all through the day of racing action. And that was quite the action-packed race, I would wager. BMW Z4 sounds rather on song there as he makes his way around the course for the in-lap. What a sound that is. 4.4 litre V8 in that. Oh, might embarrass myself. P65 V8, I believe that's called. 5-second penalty for car number 11. That is Kenneth Heyer. So Heyer has dropped down the standings, has he? In fact, no, it's not been applied yet, but Heyer will drop from 6th in the finishing order to 7th, so he won't lose that much time, but a 5-second penalty for track limits. And that will be Simon Orange promoted to 6th place. So among the confirmed full season entrants, things are swaying in favour of Simon Orange. He will inherit 6th position, and that will be big for the championship. That will narrow it down to just 4 points in the championship fight. You see there the Sports Prototype Winter Series cars getting ready for the next race. They will be out there with the GT4s, and it will be the GT4s that lead the field, and then there'll be a second start for the Sports Prototype Winter Series cars. Now on paper the Radicals should be a little bit quicker, so that's going to be quite interesting to watch in the upcoming 20-minute race for the GT4 Winter Series and the Sports Prototypes. This will be a frenetic day of racing action, and it will be a frenetic day down in the pits as well, with all of the cars going in and out of the garage. Izzy is in amongst it with Ariel Levy, our race winner.
I certainly am. I have him alongside me now. I mean, wow. What a well-deserved win. You had a lot of pressure on you from Keanu the entire race, but you managed it perfectly.
Yeah, to be honest, it's my first sprint race and first dry race on this car. So I did not really know what to expect, both from the safety car procedure and the start, and also managing the tires on the race. But I think I did well. I played a lot with myself in the car, and I had a lot of fun. So I enjoyed the pressure and I want more of it.
Yeah, you certainly did a good job, and you knew exactly where to place the car to hold off Keanu.
Yeah, sure. I mean, to be honest, there was not really a lot of fighting, but I think I did position the car in the correct positions, and I guess I did the correct things to stay in front, so I'm happy.
And a great win for both you and the team celebrating with you down here. Carrie's going to hop in the car next. What can we expect from her?
Well, I'm sure she will do a good job. I'm really looking forward and happy for her.
Congratulations. Go and enjoy the podium. Our winner for the first time today in the GT Winter Series.
Great effort from Ariel Levy then as he builds up his resume in a GT3 racing. Let's take a look at a brilliant race in the GT Winter Series. Highlights of the first race of the weekend then for the GT Winter Series. Ariel Levy from pole position. Ariel Levy from pole position, getting a great start. Severin Mazur falling back to 3rd place, courtesy of the charging Mustang from Keanu Bloom at the early stages. The Cup class got underway shortly thereafter. Alessia Raffini leading Cup 4 for the Lamborghini Super Trofeos, ahead of Joseph Dean and Bradley Yates, who are fighting out for the Cup 1 class. Further back in the field, the Cup 2s, the GTXs, all in amongst it as well. Some contact there between Christoph Unhausen and one of the Team Steiner entries. I think that was Anders Steiner himself. Alan Valente, meanwhile, was making life very difficult for Severin Mazur. This battle went on for several laps, and Mazur, while he didn't look like he had the most traction out of the corners, he was able to stick up a fight and hold on up against the Mustang for quite a long time. Ethan Brown for Team Exler in the Evo 2 Lamborghini, he wanted a piece of the action as well. The 112 car, the MS Racing Porsche, having an issue out there on circuit. I think it required a Control-Alt-Delete, and they got the car back underway. It also looked like the BMW Z4 was struggling a little bit as well. It was on and off the pace at various points throughout the 20 minutes and had to make a visit to the pit lane. Finally, for 3rd place after several laps of trying, Alan Valente made his way through and left the Lamborghini duo of Mazur and Brown to fight it out. Kenneth Heyer there running wide on the exit of turn 1 as Mazur managed to fight back after losing out to Brown momentarily there. But all of those off-track moments for Heyer would come back to cost him. The 128, the other MS Racing car, in a loop. The McLaren and the Porsche both in the wars, unfortunately, in this race. A safety car was called to collect the McLaren, and that would give us a bit of a grandstand finish because Keanu Bloom was right on the back of Ariel Levy as they went into the final laps of the race. But Bloom was not quite able to find the pace. Just looked like the car wasn't quite underneath him in the final moments of the race. The 204 car of Joseph Dean getting past one of the GT3s there, and this was one of the most exciting battles in the late stages. As we see there, the cause of Shibata, it was Dean actually who knocked him off the track, but that Cup 2 battle that we briefly looked at between the two Porsche 992s was very exciting indeed. We saw that one unfold towards the end of the race. Ariel Levy winning overall ahead of the two Haupt Racing Mustangs. They'll be happy with a 2-3 finish. I think Severin Mazur will be happy with 4th as well. Igor Klyer was not happy to finish 2nd in Cup 2. He tried to find grip around the outside, but Alexei Kikareshko held on in the up 2 race car to win in that category. Levy on top for the first time in a GT3 car. That will mean a lot to him. He will be happy, I'm sure, with his performance. At least he should be. I know he can be critical of himself at times. Levy on top for Attempto. Keanu Bloom in 2nd position ahead of Alain Valente. Severin Mazur in 4th place. Ethan Brown 5th. Kenneth Heyer listed 6th, but he will be down to 7th when his 5-second penalty for track limits is applied, so that will promote Simon Orange. Mikael Sander in 8th place, Przemysław Biankowski in 9th, and Alfredo Hernandez rounding out the top 10. That's ahead of the Cup 1 winner, Joseph Dean. Bradley Yates, runner-up in that class. Alessi Raffini wins Cup 4 from 13th, ahead of teammate Petar Matic and Nina Østergaard. Sean Ran in 16th, Alberto Di Martin in 17th. Kikareshko winning a grandstand race in the Cup 2 class ahead of Igor Klyer. Darren Howell rounds out the top 20 in 21st position. Anders Steiner in the 43. Alvaro Ramos in 22nd. Leon Rinbick in 23rd, ahead of GEDLICH Racing's own Jan Jörger. Ulrich Forsberg in 25th. Benedikt Seid in 26th. Mats Kimby in 27th. Christoph Ernhausen in 28th in what looked like an A-Link BMW Z4 GT3. Shibata unfortunately ending his race in the gravel. Ditto Fabian Seid in the MS Racing 128 car. A really exciting race for the GT Winter Series. We've already had 2 short and sharp sprint races out around the circuit. The next one is already on its sighting lap. The Sports Prototype Winter Series and the GT4 Winter Series cars are currently heading out there around the track to head to the grid. Meanwhile, Andy is working with the GEDLICH Racing crew to get the GT Winter Series drivers up onto the podium. Of course, the more classes there are on the grid, the harder it is to shepherd all of the drivers up the stairs to where they need to go to celebrate their achievements. So hopefully we'll get the podiums in quickly, and the GT4 race will begin quite shortly thereafter, along with the sports prototypes. You see a mix of radicals and GT4s. It's been a while since I've seen that combination of cars on any circuit, and I'm curious to see how that race will pan out. So the cars of the GT Winter Series, of course, they have to clear the pit lane very quickly as well for the GT4 race. So that is one of many challenges with this condensed schedule. The local government forcing Saturday's racing to be put on hold, and the team here at GEDLICH Racing have done a great job of adapting and improvising to make sure that everyone gets their racing in here on Sunday at the Winter Series Spectacular here at Valencia, sharing the paddock, sharing the space with the Rue Car Culture Festival. That's why we've got quite so many people here today, not just the Winter Series, which has pulled in over 10,000 people here at Valencia previously, but with the Rue Car Culture Festival going on as well, there is a lot to see and do around the facility, and it really is a great atmosphere here this weekend. The GT4s circulating out there at the moment. Not seen anyone, or rather I haven't not spotted anyone. It looks like we've got the full grid out there on the course. We've got the usual compelling mix towards the mid to rear of the field as well, with the club class cars and the Cayman Trophy cars in amongst it. Franz Linden and Anna Hofmeister are back, and of course Hofmeister had a brilliant run at Estoril in the wet conditions, or rather, sorry, it's Franz Linden who had a brilliant run in the wet conditions at Estoril. He'd be looking for more of the same this time out, and Franz, who graduated from the world of GEDLICH Racing's endless summer track days. He will be very keen indeed to get more results on the board. And his friend and his, at times, I think, racing mentor in the form of Marcus GEDLICH, the founder of the company, is here this weekend and has certainly been cheering him on, among others. So again, this race will be 20 minutes in length. We've been forced into condensing the schedules. Incidentally, the GT and GT4 pit stop races will be down to 50 minutes, so there'll still be a mandatory pit window, minute 20 to minute 30 in the race for those races later on in the afternoon, but they will be a little bit more snappy than what we are used to here. Of course, the SR Motorsport team, you see them at the sharp end of the grid for this race, and we will see them on pole position, but let's now focus in on the GT4 Winter Series because that race is not far away. So the cars are down there on the grid as we were discussing previously, and it will be the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum car of Enrico Ferderer on pole position. Of course, Ferderer and Joao Mesh come into this season with a chip on their shoulder, being previous vice champions. They come in from the previous round at the at Estoril with 3 wins in the bank, and Izzy, with 3 wins coming out of that event and 3 wins here last year, I think SR Motorsport are going to be optimistic.
They absolutely can be, Adam, and exactly what I was going to say. You know, they put on a fantastic show here last year in Valencia, that car in the hands of Enrico Ferderer and J-Mo Hertling at that point. I think they are going to be very confident, as the music starts behind me, that they can do the same again. I do want to go and speak to Enrico if I can. Can I jump in and have a chat with Enrico? Well, it's all going on the grid behind us, or rather in front of us. Well, it's all going on the grid in front of us. Interesting characters joining the grid. For you, though, this must be a place that brings back good memories because you took all 3 wins with J-Mo here last year. So a place that you know well and know how to go well at.
Yeah, so last year with J-Mo was perfect. So I'm really looking forward to the race now and hope we can do the same like last year.
And you took all 3 wins as well in Estoril. You're obviously the championship leaders now. You must feel a huge amount of confidence that you're in such a good position in the championship now coming into Valencia.
Yeah, so it's really good to be the championship leader, but we're still working hard, and the whole team is doing a great job, and we're still working hard to build up the gap on the championship leader.
Best of luck, have fun out there, and thanks so much for always being willing to speak to us. Joel has just arrived to the grid as well to give Enrico a couple of words. Wow, I mean, it is quite the party. Let's just show you this, because we don't always get to have this, and it is quite the party going on down on the grid in Valencia, where we will continue showing you the cars, because alongside Enrico, it is going to be the number 31 of Frederick Zebis. Now, if you've been with us all winter series long, you will know that this car was actually a Pro-Am car, but this weekend Tim Horrell is not with us, sadly. He is elsewhere, so Nicolas Guillaume will be in this car instead, and then it has now been reclassified as a Pro car, so let's see what they can do this weekend. But I do want to come and briefly, if we have the chance, we're being displayed the 1 minute board, however, so I think we are going to have to go straight to this race.
So then, the GT4 Winter Series and the sports prototypes. I think we just heard camera off Emma there in the back of that shot briefly. It will be Enrico Federer, the number 11 on pole position. Mercedes have 13 wins in the GT Winter Series to this point in series history, tied at the top with McLaren for now. All 13 of those wins have come courtesy of the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum team. Will Enrico Federer make it number 14 in this race? Frederik Zebis starts on the front row alongside him in the reclassified Pro car, as Izzy alluded to. Tim Horrell with other obligations for Valencia. He tried to get out of them, honest. Row 2 of the grid will be the Araujo Competición car. Bruno Pereira alongside Mario Pignazzo. Keep an eye on Mario, the youngster, getting to grips still with GT4 Racing and his NM Racing team, Mercedes-Benz. Ravi Ramid, second of the Pro-Am cars behind Bruno Pereira. He starts from 5th overall. The first of the AMs is Joachim Bulting. He starts from 6th. Tom Pappenberg in 7th position, the youngster in the Pro class. Still boggles my mind, 15 years old, and there he is. Franz Linden, the first of the Cayman Trophy runners, he starts from 8th place. Manuel Bertolin, the AM car, the BMW GT Corsa entry, he's alongside Matthias Ferrizel in the Senkia Motorsport car. Willi Kühne is next in 11th place. He's alongside Alexander Bobrovs on row number 6. Renault Aruda is the first of the club class cars for the out of homologation machines, and Thilo Goss is alongside him. In 15th place is Helga Tam in the East Racing Motorsport Cayman Trophy entry, and Fernando Costa alongside on row 8. Row 9 is the Sunda Motorworks entry, which is the first of the Sports Prototype Winter Series cars. I believe that should be Morten Stromsted at the wheel of that. The number 22 car from Team Race Streaming is next. Yes, Franzen will line up at the back of the field. Behind front of him will be Diego Diambra in the Team Race Streaming machine. So slightly different program for the sports prototypes, of course, because previously they were doing 2 40-minute races last time out at Portimao. Today they've got a pair of 20-minute sprints and a 50-minute pit stop race, so they've got something a bit different, some head scratching to do, I would suggest, as they have a slightly altered program to handle. The Radicals will be starting in the second queue, if I'm not mistaken, although I don't see them out around the circuit at the moment, but Andy has a better view than I do, coming out of turn 6 at the moment. So they are out there on the circuit, and they will be starting behind the GT4s, which I think towards the end of the race is going to be interesting, because I expect that Morton will be on the move in the 24.
Yes, well, that car's fastest lap in qualifying, a 1:39.362, was quicker than Enrico Federer by about 0.3 of a second, who is the GT4 pole sitter. So that car should be able to make its way up through the GT4 field. They're leaving a reasonable gap between the two classes, which I suspect is wise, because this is the biggest grid of GT4s we've had this year. It's going to be a busy enough run through turn 1 and 2 as it is.
Exactly right. So of course, the little low-slung Radicals against the BMW M4s and such, they'll feel a little bit outgunned, outsized and outmanned at that exchange. 20 minutes of racing gets underway for the GT4 Winter Series, and it's a great start from Enrico Federer. He draws alongside into the early race lead. Zebis makes do with second place as they run through the first corner. Joachim Bolting has done Joachim Bolting things yet again, and somehow has moved his way up to third position ahead of Pignazzo. The opposite start from Pereira. He's falling back. He's under pressure now from Ravi Rami. Tom Pappenberg in amongst it as well for what is going to be 5th position, and Pereira just about squeezes Ramid onto the curbs there. That won't have been the most comfortable first lap of Ravi's career in that car. The sports prototypes fire into life underneath our commentary position, so their race gets underway, and no surprises that Stromsted takes an early lead there in the Sports Prototype Winter Series. They'll continue on their first lap while the GT4 scrum continue to go around the second sector now. Of course, we have there the two BMW M4 GT4 Evos, the latest spec cars, being chased by the old spec Aston Martin in the hands of Thilo Goss. One of the beauties of the GT4 Winter Series, and that's a move for third position. That's Pignazzo getting past Joachim Bolting. Bolting really gets the starts nailed, doesn't he?
He does, doesn't he? The Porsche we know is good in a straight line as well, so if his reaction times are strong, then there's a good chance that car will gain ground on the run to turn one, as it did just now. He has been, I think he made a bit of a mistake though through the previous corner look, because up the inside is coming everyone, quite frankly. They're three abreast at the apex. A bit of contact there for the BMW of Ravi Ramid, which already had some damage on the left rear corner, and now Tom Pappenberg has traded some Mercedes paint with what was left on the left rear corner of the BMW. They are side by side still as they head to turn one, as is the case ahead. The 007 of Pereira trying to get past Pignazzo for third, didn't do it on the way into turn one, but gets the much superior exit, sweeps to the inside at two, and he will go through. So Mario Pignazzo to third position, and behind Pappenberg did eventually get the better of Ravi Ramid.
Yeah, great stuff from Pappenberg. He's ascended through the field very nicely on the first lap of the race. I'm quite surprised to see Pereira ultimately in third position. It looked like he was really struggling for pace in the first few corners of the race. I think rather got caught out by the charging Joachim Bolting in the run towards the first corner. He's now got Pignazzo right behind him. I was lucky enough to chat to Mario a few moments ago, or rather a couple of days ago at this point, and he's actually a home driver. He's based here in Valencia, so the Mario Pignazzo fan club is in effect. It's not just his family as well. He's got some mates to bring to the show, and certainly he's putting on a show at the moment, looking for that third position. He'll know the Mercedes is good around here. He'll have looked at last year's races and seen what SR can do, so he'll be keen to show what NM can do in the identical car. He's just going to get past that big pesky white Aston.
Yeah, it was a good move made by Bruno Pereira to get that position away, and now he is standing his ground very much so. Remember, Pereira leads Pro-Am. The BMW there of Ramid is second in the Pro-Am category, and in the Pro-Am Championship battle, it is Ramid and Robertson with the advantage over Villicuna and Cedric Fuchs. So they're looking to try and continue to extend that margin. Villicuna in the 111 SR Motorsport Mercedes is third in the class, but all the way down in 13th position. So whilst Ramid got a little bit boxed out on that opening lap, got roughed up a couple of times, he's still in a good position within the class. Joachim Bolting leads AM, and Manuel Bertolin, the GT Corsa BMW driver, there on the outside line at turn number 2, is second in that class and trying to get past the Cayman Trophy leader, Franz Linden.
Yeah, interesting exchange here. Bertolin, great to see him in the GT4 Winter Series, has raced extensively in Iberia, and his father, I believe it was, Manuel Senior, who launched the first ever BMW dealership in Spain, the second oldest BMW dealership in the world, apparently. The Bertolin BMW dealers here in Valencia as well. So a few local comers on the grid this weekend. We ride on board with Frederick Zebis, who this weekend suddenly has become the experienced man at the wheel of this car. Of course, he debuted with us at Portimao, 1 month ago, and now he is the kind of the mentor of the lineup, given that the 32 car has been rotated as a pro entry, or 31 car has been rotated as a pro entry, with Nicolas Guillaume stepping up from karting for the first time this weekend.
Indeed, so impressed with Enrico Ferderer's pace, though. We ride on board with the SR driver, championship leading car this, remember, the car he shares with Joel Mesh, and well, he has gapped the field by some distance. That is 3 laps in the book. He's 2.7 seconds clear of Frederick Zebis, who is 4 seconds down the road from Bruno Pereira, so second to third place is a massive gap as well. It's really spread out at the front of the field, with much of the action happening a little bit further back. There, meanwhile, is your prototype, Sports Prototype Winter Series class leader, Morten Stromsted, in his Radical SR3, 7 seconds clear of Diego D'Ambra, who is 5.6 ahead of Jes Fransen. The question for me is how far up the overall order this car can get. It matters not as far as their result is concerned.
Oh!
But, there's drama further up the order. Off into the gravel trap goes Mario Pignazzo, and after that really impressive start to the race, he's tangled there, I think, with Tom Pappenberg,
correct,
wasn't it? And that Mercedes is going no further.
That's a huge shame for Pignazzo. He looked like he had a really good pace. He'd fallen back a bit from Pereira there in the first part of the lap. I just wonder if he maybe made a slight error that opened the doors, at least in the minds of Tom Pappenberg, and that's how that collision unfolded. Safety car is already out. Of course, that brings the Radicals to the back of the GT4 field, so that will be an interesting subplot as well, but that will also wipe away Enrico Ferdera's lead. It was 2.7 seconds at the line. I dare suggest it was already over 3 seconds by the time the safety car was called, and all for naught ultimately.
The other thing it does is closes up that AM battle. Manuel Bertolin got ahead of Franz Linden, the Cayman Trophy leader, earlier on, and in fact just before the safety car came out he was 2.3 seconds behind Joachim Bolting, but will now close in. So the BMW that just went out of shot, second of the AM cars, definitely a beneficiary from all of that. That BMW is the pro entry, Matthias Faresel in the Circuit Motorsport car. A little bit out of position, you would argue, for a pro car. We'll see whether he can maybe gain some ground upon the race restart. But yes, that AM class battle, I think, Adam, one to watch when we go racing again. Yeah, Bertolin is something of an unknown commodity, really, for the GT4 Win Series regulars. Got that out there eventually. Like Joachim Bolting, he's fairly solid in Spanish GT and competition like that, but of course it is a bit of a step up, the GT4 Win Series, and he's plying himself very well indeed. Yeah, oh dear, that was a heavy hit from Tom Pappenberg to Mario Pignazzo. I think Pignazzo was certainly focusing forward on Pereira, and I think Pappenberg really, his nose didn't belong where it ended up. I think that's what we refer to sometimes as a low percentage move, wasn't it, from Tom Pappenberg? Came from quite a long way back into quite a small opening, and unfortunately the collision ends up taking Mario Pignazzo out of the race after, as I said, a very good early showing. It does benefit, though, Ravi Ramid, who gets himself now right back onto the tail of the Pro-Am leader, Bruno Pereira, so some more valuable points could be up for grabs for Ravi if he can really be on his toes upon the race restart. So a few interesting battles then to shake out when we go racing once more. I'm intrigued to see whether Frederik Zebis has anything for Enrico Ferdera, but based on what we saw at the initial start of the race, that perhaps is unlikely. That gap was getting on for 4 seconds when the safety car was scrambled, and the number 11 SR Motorsport Mercedes, which has been very strong all season long, looks to continue that performance again. There's the sister car running a bit further back down the order. The second SR car in the hands of Vilikuna, 12th position overall, third of the Pro-Ams. And indeed running just ahead of, in fact, between the two club leaders. Thilo Goss ahead of him in the Aston Martin V8 Vantage, and behind Breno Arruda's McLaren 570S. So it'll be interesting to see whether Breno can get ahead of Vilikuna and maybe challenge Thilo Goss for the class lead. Is an onboard with Morten Stromstead. They're still pushing to get to the safety car, aren't they? Using all of the curb under safety car conditions, just behind Costa in the number 95 Zone Racing McLaren. In 8th place overall then, the Cayman Trophy leader, Franz Linden. He's well up there, just ahead of Farisal in the Senkia Motorsport BMW. Just his second race weekend, I think, in that car, the BMW driver for Senkia Motorsport. And Matthias raced, I think, in a one-off last year in the Czech Championship, the GT Cup Series, or the Central European GT Cup Series, and yeah, still very new to this game. His dad, incidentally, a regular client of Senkia Motorsport, owns 2 of 2 Jaguar F-Type SVR GT4s in the world. If you remember them from British GT many moons ago, in the Invictus Games colours, he owns both of the chassis that raced in period, so he has 100% of those cars that were ever built. Enrico Ferdera will, I think, doubtless be preparing for a safety car restart this time by. Traditionally, it is a 2-lap job for the marshals here at Valencia to handle a car off in the gravel, and exactly, the safety car has been declared in this lap. The efficiency and predictability of the Circuit Ricardo Tormo marshals is greatly appreciated, and of course we thank the marshals as always for their significant efforts at any given race weekend. But at a circuit with as much gravel as this, you need a set of marshals who have their wits about them, and certainly they do here. It's almost as if you've seen this routine play out before, Adam, once or twice. Safety cars at Valencia. It is one of those tracks, isn't it, that when you look at it on paper, it doesn't look all that challenging necessarily, but in reality, it is always a circuit that creates drama, and we tend to get bigger grids here than we maybe have in the Portuguese leg of the championship as well, and so that is a contributing factor. And yes, the marshals often do get called into action. Turn 4 always a trouble spot, turn 2 occasionally as well, and that middle sector where we saw some incidents earlier on in the day too. So it's an entertaining track. Let's see what it has in store for us over the final third of this GT4 Winter Series race.
Frederik Zebis will sense opportunity. He's going to want to predict this start from Federer well. Federer has gone extremely early. He's already up to speed. The safety car is still making its way around the final corner. He will be okay from that front. I think if it was one of the resident Toyotas rather than the GEDLICH BMW, he would have been in trouble, but the field is still very close together. Pappenberg looks like he's slowing. He's allowed Ramid past him. That's a weird situation.
Because he overtook Ramid into the final corner, drove straight up the inside of Ravi, outbraked him, and then realised, oh, hang on, I'm not allowed to do that, and allowed the BMW back through. Whether that gets him out of a penalty or not, we'll have to wait and see. Speaking of, Ravi needs to be a bit careful of track limits. That was very wide coming out of turn number 1, and Ravi Ramid then 4th position once again. Tom Pappenberg, perhaps now knocked out of his rhythm by all of that, is once again under threat from Joachim Bolting, the AM class leader, who of course wants to get away from Manuel Bertolin, his AM rival behind. Out in front though, it is situation normal for Enrico Federer. He's getting away. It is Pereira who looks the danger man.
He does, doesn't he? Zebis, as I said, he wanted to hold on to the back of Federer, but moreover, he wanted to build a gap to Pereira, and he's not really succeeded at doing so. Of course, that would be a Pro-Am battle any other weekend, but with Tim Horrell dealing with other commitments, Zebis is in the Pro class, so he doesn't have to worry about that aspect, although he would rather like to worry about the Mercedes that we see there through his windscreen. Pereira in 3rd place, leading Pro-Am incidentally, so of course he can't get too absorbed in this 2nd overall situation, because Ravi Ramid will be quite happy to dispatch him for the Pro-Am lead in 3rd overall if he starts to lose time.
Yes, and further back, our Cayman Trophy leader, Franz Linden, under threat here, loses out to Matthias Fereisel, and potentially Alexander Bobrovs was that, the 3rd place down driver. Yes, the green Mercedes coming through, and he now launches to the inside of the BMW. A good couple of corners this for Bobrovs, the Team BRT car then gaining 2 places in 2 turns. Very opportunistic driving, and Alexander's now only, in fact, no cars now between himself and his other AM competitors. But there is a bit of empty racetrack separating him from those 2 cars there, Joachim Bolting and Manuel Bertolin. Porsche ahead of BMW versus Mercedes meanwhile, as Fereisel tries to come back at Bobrovs.
Yeah, these class positions, these different colours on the timing screen, the driver's the last to care, aren't they? Especially once they're in the cockpit. Great battling between these two. Bobrovs is through. I think he has the pace advantage, but while Fereisel is in range, he is going to give it a go, and if Franz Linden sees half an opportunity, I'm sure he'll get back involved as well. Federer with 1.4 seconds of advantage at the line, so already re-establishing half of the gap the safety car cost him. Zebis wishes he could say the same with Pereira and Ramid right on his back, and of course the overall championship in the GT4 Winter Series is determined by overall position, unlike the GTs, so it is a bit of a different situation if you're fighting for the overall championship. For Ravi Ramid, for example, who along with Charlie Robertson feels like potentially the primary opposition this season to Federer and Joao Mesh, they need podiums. They need to be as close to the SR car as possible, if not ahead.
Well, I can tell you, Ravi, certainly that's not lost on him, because he bounced through the gravel trap then, through this corner a few moments ago. I spotted out of the window. He is closing in on the Arroyo Competição Aston Martin and Bruno Pereira, so 3rd position is about to become a bit more of a battle, I think. And as we've already discussed, that is a battle of some significance, although that mistake may be costing Ravi just a 10th or so. There you can see Ravi noticeably closer to the Aston Martin, then Tom Pappenberg, and then the AM battle where Joachim Bolting's been overtaken by Manuel Bertolin and wants to try and get that class lead back.
Yeah, Bertolin doing a great job here up against Joachim Bolting, who I think probably has more mileage per year. Bertolid's quite a busy man. I don't think he races as frequently as Joachim Bolting. Aruda there running it out wide further back, and then you see the first of the Radicals who are kind of in amongst it. They're not quite on the back of that pack, but they have side their way through some of the GT4 traffic. Quite an unusual sight this, to be riding on board with the Radical and see GT4s. The 95 car of Costa is off. That's on the inside of the turn 1 exit, and I think, was that all on his own? Well, he was actually near Jes Franzen on the circuit, so I wonder if the third place Radical is still there on the circuit, or whether he has come a cropper of that as well. Is he still there, Andy? Okay, so Franzen is still there, but he is further back than he was as well. So I just wonder if there was an exchange of some description there with the McLaren that's beach.
Yeah, they were only a 1/10 and a half or so apart at the line, weren't they? So we can draw our own conclusions perhaps, unless we have a replay that will shed some light on that. I did notice though that Morten Stromsted's not getting away from Diego D'Ambra this time, is he? And maybe being boxed in behind the GT4s is creating a bit more of a battle in the Sports Prototype Winter Series elements of the race. Getting confirmation in our ears, thank you for the information, that it was a solo spin in the end for Fernando Costa. No contact that we noticed, but that car certainly is beached in that gravel trap.
Yeah, penultimate lap of the race, and Joachim Bolting knows he's running out of time. Goes to the inside of Bertolid again for the AM-class lead, and it's not quite going to happen. Of course, there's yellow flags at turn 1, so he shouldn't be making the moves there. Goes to the inside at turn 2 instead, and not quite close enough. The big BMW, an imposing force around the first sector, albeit you'd expect the Porsche to be more nimble, but with the way the BOP pans out, the expectation of what a car should do on paper isn't always reality, and we've seen that Porsche towards the end of a straight, being quite a small surface area compared to the BMW, it's actually quicker in a straight line, so they have to neuter it in the corners a bit. Alex Bobrov's there, giving Andy palpitations and giving Ferizal 8th place on the road.
I glanced up from the timing screen. I caught a flash of colour in the corner of my eye, and it was Alexander Bobrov's arriving from the left of screen completely sideways. That was a great bit of car control. Probably didn't do his rear Pirellis any good, but caught my attention, that's for sure. It does ultimately cost him that position, as you said, to Ferizal, who gets the big BMW back ahead. We're going to begin the final lap this time. Enrico Ferderer is already heading towards the final corner in this dominant display by the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum driver. Frederik Zebis just can't quite live with his pace, but does at least appear to have kept Bruno Pereira and Ravi Ramid at bay up until this point. Up towards the final corner goes this ongoing battle, though. We're right on board with the 86 car once again. Briefly, anyway, as it drops down the hill into the final corner. Alexander Bobrov's then back behind the BMW. Can he find a way back through on the final lap?
Good decision from race control to cover the McLaren with local yellows, of course, being on the inside of turn 1. It is out of the immediate firing line, as we see there on that shot. Joachim Bolting running way wide. Andy, are you giggling at the fact that they're maybe not slowing much for the yellows? Is that what's going on there?
I'm not convinced that's at the forefront of their mind, no, but also the fairly liberal use of track limits, not only on the exits of corners, but the inside line through the turns. Both of these drivers, particularly Bolting, absolutely abusing the curbs and trying to take the shortest route through the corner possible. It's a fascinating battle, as is this for the Pro-Am lead, Adam, with half a lap to go.
Yeah, I was watching that out of the corner of my eye between Pereira and Ramid. Ravi Ramid, I think, will be ruined, kind of losing a bit of time with the whole Papenburg safety car restart situation. And Ravi Ramid closing in quickly here on Pereira. He's only got a few corners left to go. He's running out of time. Big wheel hop. He doesn't get the car slowed down, unfortunately, and he collides with the number 007 machine. The Araujo Competición Aston will be well down the field, and yeah, you could see the wheel hop there, and Ravi just didn't have the stopping power in the car. Unfortunate, certainly not intentional, but that may only go one way. Enrico Ferderer, only one way for him as well, and it's to the podium. 4 wins in a row this season now for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum. What a performance from them. It is their 14th win as a team in the GT4 Winter Series, as just Holding on to AM win is Bertolin. He just about gets there to take 5th overall in the AM class win. Pereira does cross the line in 7th place. Linden will win the Cayman Trophy in 9th overall, just ahead of the club class winning machine, Thilo Goss, who I must say this year, more competitive than we've seen him previously. Thilo coming on a big way, not just by winning club class, but of course also being ahead of so many in the overall standings as well. Noah Stromstead wins the Sports Prototype Winter Series element of the race from 13th overall as well. Sebastian Schue, I believe, will be in that car for the next race. Keep an eye, that's going to be very compelling. Enrico Ferderer with a race win. The 14th win for SR, as I alluded to, but also the 14th win for Mercedes-Benz, or Mercedes-AMG as I should call it, in the GT4 Winter Series. That puts them to the top of the all-time winners list for manufacturers in the GT4 Winter Series. So Mercedes-AMG will have a measure of celebration to contend with, and indeed they've got a couple more races today. That record may extend further before the end of the weekend. Frederick Zebis will be, I'm sure, having a bit of a debrief with the team as to how to improve the car, because it just felt like he was a step back. Of course, he's taken pole positions. He's won a race with Tim Horrell already this year back at Portimao, and he'll be thinking to himself, how do I get to the rear of that Merc? And that will be the question that he and the team will be looking to answer. And of course, that car will be driven in the next race by his teammate for this weekend in the form of Nicolas Guillaume, the Belgian racer, the karting graduate in his first weekend with a roof over his head. Compelling mix of radicals and GT4s make their way to the pit lane. Of course, these grids merging as a result of the weather situation on Saturday, where the racing was forced into being cancelled by the local government due to concern with quite heavy wind warnings. Understandable edict coming down, but that has forced a kind of a rejig of the programme. That has included a merging of 2 grids we otherwise would never have really foreseen sharing track space, but it has been quite an interesting combination, we must say. Top 3 drivers making their way to the podium, and or under the podium I should say at the very least. You can see there just above the headlight Leisel on the car, the number 11 SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau machine. They name all of their cars. I think we've seen Leisel out in previous GT4 Winter Series seasons as well. I've been meaning to try and keep tabs on which chassis has which name and when they use it, but it is a little bit difficult to keep tabs of these things. The Growing Asphalt car, the 007, has pulled up in 3rd in the podium area, and it's not supposed to be. I think that's a show of aggression a little bit there from Araujo, because that car finished 7th. It was 3rd, and then there was a collision with Ravi Ramid, and he dropped down to 7th place, but he's decided to pull up in P3 anyway. So I think there might be a discussion between Bruno and Ravi down there. Certainly, I don't think Ravi would have any issue contending that, yes, I missed my braking, or I got my braking wrong. You see Bruno there in the back of shots, scratching his head quite literally as he looks at the car and observes the damage. And L'espace Bienvenu and Ravi Ramid, I'm sure, will most likely hold their hands up, because at least from where we saw the incident, it certainly looked like Ravi, with the wheel hop on the rear axle, just didn't get the car stopped in time. But we'll see how that one comes out in the wash. Ultimately, there were some track limits penalties, I think, towards the end of that race. The number 124 car gained a 5-second track limits penalty, so that will affect the AM class win. Manuel Bertolin gained a 5-second penalty at the end of the race. That's not been applied yet on timing, so he is going to lose the AM win to Joachim Bolting. That is a huge shame after what was a thrilling battle between them. That penalty came in just a couple of laps from home, if not on the last lap, and unfortunately it will cost the race for the GT Corsa team in the BMW. They will ultimately be second in the AM class, and they'll drop down away from 5th overall as well. I think they will be 6th. Yes, they will still finish 6th, but that's a shame that the AM class win is going to be stricken from the record books. We had some final warnings out there for track limits as well. The 88 car of Joachim Bolting was one of them with a final warning. Joachim has changed his entry number, hasn't he? Because he wasn't the 88 any time previously. That's a late change. I don't think it was even on the initial entry list, but Joachim Bolting is now car number 88, interestingly, so he's had a change of heart for his entry number. Meanwhile, let's go down to the podium, because I understand Izzy is ready with our race winner.
I am indeed. Enrico, the winning streak continues. I mean, you were confident on the grid, and rightly so. What a race.
Yeah, so the race was perfect, thank you. The race was perfect, the car was perfect, we had a super race. We started P1 and ended P1, so it's amazing.
And the good memories around this track continue. I mean, you did a fantastic job here last year. What is it about this place that you seem to love?
Yeah, so the last year was perfect. This weekend the first race was perfect, so this place is just crazy. I love the track, and the team is doing an amazing job, so I hope we continue today.
Well, as are you, and I'm sure Joel will do the same job later. I mean, it's a real opportunity this weekend to extend that championship lead as much as possible, right?
Yeah, I think Joel is also he's starting on P1, so I think he can do the same, and we can gain more points for the championship.
Go and enjoy the podium. Congratulations. Our winner, once again, this is becoming quite the streak for the SR team, Enrico Federer.
Yeah, 4 in a row for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau in the last 4 races. Incredible driving from Enrico Federer. He built a gap twice, just as nice, and he claimed the checkered flag. Highlights from race 1 of the weekend then in the GT4 Winter Series, combining with the Sports Prototype Winter Series. A compelling mix of Radicals and GT4s taking separate starts. Side-by-side action, 3 wide action through the first corners of the lap, and Bruno Pereira didn't get the start he wanted. He fell down the order from the second row of the grid, while Joachim Bolting ascended to 3rd position overall. The Radicals, the SR3s of the Sports Prototype Winter Series had their own start. Morten Stromsted quickly established himself as the leading force in the SR3 category. It wouldn't be long before Joachim Bolting decided discretion was the better part of valour. The Pro-Ams and the Pro drivers were fighting each other rather too hard. He decided to keep the car clean. Mario Peñazzo and Bruno Pereira were side by side and contesting their fight for 3rd overall, which Peñazzo would come out on top of. Unfortunately, he wouldn't stay in the Pro podium for long. The Bertolin BMW, the AM class leading second place car at that point, was charging through the field, and of course would ultimately close in on Bolting as well. Peñazzo, having lost out there to Bruno Pereira, then he received a huge clonk from Tom Pappenberg. Pappenberg making what Andy McEwen called a low percentage move, and certainly that's one way to put it. Safety car was out to recover the Mercedes, and then after the safety car was released from its duties, Tom Pappenberg overtook Ravi Ramid off the, or before the safety car line, had to let him back through, cost Ravi a little bit of time as he was hunting down the Pro-Am lead and the overall podium. Some more exchanges further back among the AMs, the Pros, and indeed the Cayman Trophy drivers out there on the circuit. Lots of interesting exchanges among the categories as ever. Joachim Bolting was trying to find his way back past Manuel Bertolin, although Bertolin would ultimately, of course, receive a penalty. The Zone Racing McLaren from the club class had a problem, had a spin on the final lap, or penultimate lap of the race, but we covered that with local yellow flags, and Joachim Bolting didn't seem to get the memo. He was still trying to overtake. Alexander Bobrov's doing some Drift King shenanigans coming out of turn 5. He would lose out to Matthias Vereisel as a result of that one. And this was the dramatic moment at the end of the race Ramyed there with the wheel hop on the rear axle. Certainly from the rear view, it's even more clear that Ravi just didn't get the car stopped in time with the rear axle bottoming out and bouncing around. The car did not slow down in time, and he claimed third overall. He claimed the Pro-Am win. I do suspect that might be taken away from him. No taking away the Pro Class win, the overall win. 4 in a row for Federer and the SR team. They will be delighted with this one. 2.6 seconds clear of Frederick Zebis. Ultimately, Ramyed wins Pro-Am in questionable circumstances in third place for Les Bienvenue. Tom Pappenberg in fourth for the CV Motorsport JP Performance crew. CV Performance JP Motorsport crew. Joachim Bolting in fifth overall, ahead of Manuel Bertolin. Bertolin's penalty has been applied, so he's now behind Joachim Bolting in the final order. Bruno Pereira 7th, Matthias Fereisel in 8th place, Franz Linden in 9th, and Thilo Goss, your club class winner, in 10th overall. Alexander Bobrovs in 11th place, the AM class podium as well for him. Breno Aruda in 12th place, ahead of Morten Stromsted, the first of the Sports Prototype Winter Series drivers, home in 13th. Willy Kuna in 14th, Helga Tam in 15th, Diego Diambra and Jes Franzen round out the SPWS podium, while Fernando Costa and Mario Pinazzo both unfortunately failing to get to the flag after their respective visits to the gravel trap. Of course, due to the short and sharp nature of today's programme, already I think the Formula cars, yes, are heading out onto the grid, or heading out onto the circuit to make their way to the grid for their second race of the weekend. It's fast, it's frenetic, it's frankly very difficult to keep up with, but yes, we are already preparing for Formula Winter Series race number 2, and that will be another 20-minute encounter. All of their races will be 20 minutes plus 1 lap, as opposed to the regularly scheduled 30 plus 1 lap. And certainly Dries van Langendonk will be keen to get another win on the board. He's got 4 so far this season. He got 2, of course, last weekend at Portimao and 1 at Estoril. So then the formulas head out onto the circuit. Of course, Van Langendonk once again will come in as the favourite. He's talked about tyre degradation. Well, if he learnt the lessons for that problem, it did seem as though his pace was fading away towards the end of race number 1. Let's see if his tyres hold out better underneath him for that race in the formulas. There are the Formula cars making their way towards the grid. The GT4 and Sports Prototype drivers are making their way towards the podium. Hopefully we'll be able to join them in just a few moments' time. In fact, with the music stopped under me, I think we might be ready to head down to Andy in just a few seconds, but I'm waiting for confirmation of that. Of course, the podiums among the classes, as well as the sports prototypes, will mean quite a busy podium down there for the Sports Prototype Winter Series and GT4 Winter Series competitors. A lot of people in one place. Not good for claustrophobic likes of myself. But we are going to, I think, leave the podiums to the local announcers en Español for the fans here trackside, and focus it instead on the Formula Winter Series. So the FWS cars charging around the Circuit Ricardo Tormo at the moment as they get ready for their second race. It's come around quick for them. It's going to be a frenetic day for all of the Formula Winter Series competitors, and it will be Rodin Motorsport's number 15 driver on pole position again, Dries van Langendonk. Second fastest laps determining the grid for this race. Only one qualifying the session this morning as opposed to the normal 2. So this grid based on the second fastest laps from Quali 1. Race 3, as I understand it, will be fastest laps from this race. So this doubles up as race 2 of the weekend and a bit of a qualifying session as well. Now, interesting to see that a couple of the US Racing cars haven't actually left the pit lane yet. I think they've still got a little bit of time, but I'm going to emphasize little bit in that sentence because I do think they need to get a move on somewhat. Now, I can't quite see which two drivers that is, but it's certainly two US Racing machines. I think one of them may be Alexander Savinkov, which of course would be a big story. Potentially, of course, they could be electing to start a couple of drivers from further back in the grid from pit lane. Certainly Savinkov, who's starting 29th, maybe they have elected to start him from the pit lane, but that would be unusual in the Formula Winter Series. We haven't seen much of that kind of decision making historically in the paddock, but Savinkov may be starting from the pit. However, the second US Racing car, that's a different story. I'm not quite sure about that one. The next furthest down the grid after Savinkov in 29th is the 20th place starter, Ian Kraling, and that is the 62 car there as well. So the cars that are set to start 20th and 29th are still there in the paddock. I just want to check. Yes, that is Ian Kraling in the 62. So, yes, two cars have decided not to join. The pit exit has now closed. So it looks like US Racing are taking the intriguing step of starting two cars from the pits. I can see Savinkov from 29th, but from 20th, Ian Kraling, that feels a little bit more peculiar. Izzy Browning is at the opposite end of the grid. Let's talk a bit about what's going on up front.
Yes, welcome back down to the grid for the second Formula Winter Series race of the day. Just to give you the update, it is Ian Kraling and Alex Savinkov who are still in the pit lane. I did just go and speak to the team manager and ask what was going on, and she was a little bit hesitant, a little bit confused as to what was going on. She was more focusing on the car that she was in front of. So we will see if they come around to the grid, I suppose. But as you have covered, it is Dries van Langendonk once again on pole position, getting very used to this position. But I want to go and speak to some other drivers. I actually wanted to come and point out the number 53, and that is going to be Pedro Lima. Now, he came P4 in race 1. And was relatively new to racing in Europe at the beginning of this Formula, but a real chance for him to get a podium this afternoon. Yes, we are indeed in the afternoon. Gosh, the day is going quickly already. But yes, Pedro Lima, a real chance to get a podium here. They are just speaking to him, though. I did want to jump in, but that's okay. We will continue back. We'll go and speak to another driver, and we'll come and speak to the number 87 of Thomas Behrman. He had a tricky race one. Let's see what he can do. Well, Thomas, it was a bit of a tricky race one for you. What did you learn, and what can you do in this second race?
Yeah, well, was obviously fighting for a podium. It was definitely on at one point, and then a little bit of contact set me back. So, you know, this race, take no prisoners, show everyone the pace that we have, and hopefully we can move forward like we did, have a nice start, and again, fight for the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. It's important to get up front quickly as well, isn't it? Because, I mean, there are quite a few safety cars that you guys have to deal with, so it's important to be up front as quickly as you can, right?
I don't really know what you said, but something about safety cars. Yeah, get the restarts good, and hopefully we can make some overtakes on the restarts once again, and then fight far at the front.
All right, very best of luck. Thank you for speaking to us as always. We have had the 3-minute board, so we will continue back. As I said, a little bit of a chance to show you some other drivers. This driver alongside now the 58 was Jensen Burnett. Now, he definitely had a trickier race one this morning, but as he said to me on the grid this morning, he's only here for one weekend. It is kind of learn as much as you can and absolutely go for it. But one guy that did have a fantastic race, well, that's going to be the number 2 of Rocco Coronel. I think I've just got enough time to jump in with Rocco. Well, Rocco, you had an absolutely flying start this morning. Fantastic job. Are we going to see the same again?
Yeah, I went from P7 to P2 in the first corner, so let's see if I can go to P1 in the first corner instead of P2.
That would be fantastic. We're definitely going to be keeping our eyes on you. The start here is absolutely crucial with that long run down to turn 1, isn't it?
Yeah, really crucial. And on this circuit, it's very difficult to overtake in the race, as you saw in the live yeah, there are almost no overtakes in the race. Only the first and second laps count to overtake and to go into the front.
And how much do you have to manage your tyres here? Because Dries was telling me this morning that that was one of the main things that he learnt was the degradation round here.
Yeah, in the beginning I was like, that's why I got a big gap. I was just like really keeping my tyres for the end. And then I just went it for the end, so yeah.
Best of luck. Thank you so much for the insight. Right, great insight from Rocco Coronel. P7 to P2 this morning. Can he get to P1 now?
Formula Wind Series cars head out then for their second race of the weekend. It will be 20 minutes plus 1 lap of action for the FWS drivers, and it will be Dries van Langendonk on pole position, once again joined by Alexander Reuter at the sharp end of the field. Pedro Lima with what is his best start in the Formula Wind Series. He's alongside Ludovico Busso on row 2 of the grid. Thomas Behrman is next, along with Jensen Burnett. Burnett for Matilda Racing, of course. Rocco Coronel joined by his mate in the paddock, Philip Rice. They hang out together all the time. Let's hope that's still the case after the start. Roman Kamyab lines up in 9th. He's alongside Ari Bansal. Row 6 of the grid, Samuel Ifrid along with Oscar Repetto. Row 7, Noah Killian and Chiara Batig, 13th and 14th position. Theo Borenstein is next, alongside Ethan Lennon in 16th position. Alfie Slater in 17th. He's alongside Levi Arn on the 9th row of the grid. Leon Headforth in 19th. He's was to be joined by Ian Kraling, but Kraling is starting this one from the pits by the looks of it. Zoe Florescu, therefore, will be honorary 20th from 21st on the grid. Abdallah Kamil alongside Andre Rodriguez in 23rd. Max Kamalander in 24th position. Vittorio Orsini is next. He's alongside Georgi Zazov. In 27th position, Ginevra Panzeri. She's joined by Marcus Silkunas on row 14. Alexander Savinkov also starting this one from the pits in what's a tricky weekend for him. Eric Paulson is 30th position. And at the back of the field, it will be Caitlin McDaniel in her first appearance in these Formula 4 machines and her first time with Matilda Racing. Both Matilda drivers in their first F4 weekends and in their first times with the team. So a learning curve for that team, and particularly in the case of Jensen Burnett. He has been sensational all weekend long. Of course, he struggled to get off the line in the first race and meant he had to work from the back of the field, but in this one, start willing. I'm very interested to see where he fits in among the sharp end of this order.
Yeah, let's hope he's learned from whatever went wrong at the start of the previous race. He's got an opportunity again now because of the second fastest times dictating this grid to start from towards the front of the grid. Now, someone got a bit lost, I think, on the way to the grid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6th row back on the outside. So that is...
it's a Cram Racing car.
One of the Cram cars.
Oscar Repetto, it should be.
Yes, I think you're right. Yes, I think you're right. So, yeah, he got lost, has lined up not where he's supposed to be, but I think we will get a start regardless.
It's number 28, actually, so it's the teammate to him. It is Samuel Ifrid out of position, but we are going to go racing. Dries van Langendonk and Alexander Reuter lead them away. A bit of a wonky start in the midfield, courtesy of the considerations and the shuffling around, but Alexander Reuter has got a sensational start. So has Pedro Lima. The VAR cars squeeze out the road off-roading machine. Dries van Langendonk is down to 3rd place. It'll be Ruta in the lead, or will it? Because Lima will try and hold on here around the outside and send him up to the inside at turn 4. Coronel has been collected there. I think that was by Ari Bansal, potentially, in one of the US Racing cars. The top 3 have strewn away as a result of that, but it is Alexander Ruta in the lead. He looked like he really struggled to rotate the car there at turn 4. Oh, and again at turn 5. I'm not sure that car is handling right underneath him at all. There's lots of gravel being kicked up all through the field in what's been a dramatic start. Very little space. It's at a premium here on the first lap through the opening corners at the best of times, and that start was a bit messy. Dries van Langendonk will be disappointed to have lost 2 places off the line. He's got some work to do.
Yeah, now we've got a race on our hands then. The Van Amersfoort Racing drivers ganging up on Dries van Langendonk, knocking him down to 3rd. Rocco Coronel thought that was his opportunity to get through as well. He locked up at turn 1, was slow on the exit, and found himself in the middle of a 3-wide situation from which he did not emerge the other side at turn 2. So that's why Rocco found himself dropping down the order. Dries van Langendonk, though, with some real work to do. We've seen him lead races very effectively. Often when he's not been in the lead, it's been because of some strange weather, tyre-related drama. Now, though, he's got some genuine overtaking to do. Can he prove his racecraft is as strong as his single lap speed?
Well, of course, we saw him ascend through the order at Portimao from effectively the rear of the field back into the points positions. So we know he can do some overtaking, but of course, the further up the order you have to do it, the harder it will be. Roman Kamyab there losing out to one of his US Racing colleagues, the number 13 car in the form of Noah Killian. Killian gaining a position there. That's a huge scrum of cars. I look up from my timing screen and I wince a little bit at what I'm seeing. Chiara Batig in amongst it. The 2 Cram cars, Repetto and Ifrid around there as well. I think that's Leon Headfords. In fact, no, that's Zoe Florescu, I think, who's had a good start. No, it is Headfords. First thought, best thought. The 92 car just behind Campos Racing colleague Chiara Batig, and actually going for a move on Batig. That's very close. They've just about made that one work, and Headfords still trying to find his way through.
This is breathless stuff, isn't it? Look at this Batig defending just about that position, but that was very close to disaster, and then charging around the outside. Who was that? That was Levian, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The Enza car, almost getting past 2 of them in one move. Instead splits the pair of them and is not offered the inside line into the next right-hander, so has to go back to the outside again. It's a case of find a gap and lunge into it at the moment, isn't it? Drivers going for some big sends, but I do wonder whether that quite stiff breeze that we still have across the circuit is leading into some of these quite dramatic moments. If you're driving into a headwind, that slipstream's very powerful and it can yield an overtaking opportunity seemingly out of nowhere. Drama there for 83 is that in the
88,
gravel.
Vittorio Orsini.
It is Orsini in the gravel, and we know what that's likely to mean.
Yeah, certainly not in a great position. We're quite far away at turn 12, but we'll see way off the corner exit, but we'll keep an eye on that one. Yellow flags local out for now as Ruta continues to lead the race. 1.3 seconds clear, set the fastest lap of the race on our first proper lap of racing action. Lima, I think, doing him some favours at the moment with wide elbows up against Dries van Langendonk, and of course it could get worse for Van Langendonk because he's only got Thomas Behrman half a second behind him. 3 VAR cars in their traditional colours on the podium would be a great achievement for the team, and it would be, I think, a measure of delight for the team as well. Rocco Coronel back at Estoril claimed the team's first ever win in the Formula Winter Series. We could be on for the second instance of such here. Safety car though is out, so Ruta's progress is going to be nullified, and Dries van Langendonk is now going to have the opportunity to ascend up past Lima and Ruta potentially, but equally we could see him fall behind the likes of Behrman and even Ludovico Busso.
Yeah, it didn't look like he had the pace of the VAR cars around him, did he, in the early stages of that one, but sort of noticed that in race 1 on cold tyres maybe. Dries just not quite as confident. Once things settled down after the safety car, he was absolutely fine, but he might be quite grateful for an opportunity just to slow the pace down and get the tyres into the window that he wants them to be in. Massively impressed with Alexander Ruta, though. Got that first podium of the season earlier on today, and now wants to try and convert that into a race win in race 2. His first win of the season, that would be. But I think Pedro Lima might have something to say about that. And of course, Thomas Behrman, the other VAR car in that lead group, fired up after what was a disappointing first race. Thomas, on more than one occasion this season, seems to have been in the wrong place at the wrong time and hasn't really had the results that I think he will feel he deserves. And certainly based on what we've seen before, we'd expect to see him on the podium more often.
Alfie Slater is into the pit lane, and looks like they are doing a tyre change on that car. Now, I'm not hearing any reports of rain. It looked like slicks were staying on the car. It is quite overcast, but certainly not rainy out there on the circuit. So I'm guessing there was a puncture or some sort of issue for the 77 machine. And that's a big shame for Slater, who once again, I think, to your point about Thomas Behrman, has not had the results that we know he can achieve. He's finished runner-up a couple of times this season, but we think he should be up there in the podium places on raw ability and racecraft, yet has not quite fallen his way so far this year. Kamyab in 11th place. He will be desperate to make his way up the field. He's been 11th on 2 occasions this year, and really we felt like he would come in and be kind of up there as one of the top us racing drivers. Won the X30 mini class of IAMI's International Games and the Winter Cup back in 2021, and has also been quite competitive in the FIA European Karting Championship in OK Juniors previously. So he came in with the microscope on him a little bit as someone who's done good stuff in karting, and yeah, he'll be disappointed to have not got points on the board yet, but this could be the time. He currently runs in 11th place. His target is Ethan Lennon.
Yes, which won't be the easiest of overtakes. That would also be for 3rd place in the rookie class, which is odd to be saying when we're talking about a battle for 10th place overall. Usually the rookies have, well, more than once locked out the overall podium positions. We've only got 1 rookie in the top 3 and only 2 in the top 6, so slightly different look to this race as a result of the topsy-turvy opening lap that we had, and it is 2 non-rookies who head the field.
I don't think we covered the fact that Rocco Coronel never completed the first lap of the race after that collision at turn 2. Of course, we saw him get punted around, but he never did complete the first lap of the race, so Rocco was entirely eliminated, unfortunately, from that race. And another big shame for Rocco. We see the car there on the back of the flatbed, actually, and yeah, just desperately sad that he's not quite had the performance in this race. And of course, finished 9th at race 3 at Portimao with a car that looked like it actively wanted to loop at every opportunity. He'll feel aggrieved with just 1 race win and not being on the podium near constantly, because there are such high expectations coming out of Ginetta Juniors with the season he had. Of course, you witnessed, Andy.
Yes, indeed so. The results haven't quite been as we were expecting. Thomas Behrman, who we were just talking about, having a similar story this season, well, his mood won't have improved because he's been handed a 5-second penalty, has Thomas Behrman, for causing a collision. Was it Thomas maybe that got into Rocco? It was another VAR car, wasn't it? It would have been the 3rd of the VAR cars, so that has yielded a penalty in the end. And so, yeah, unfortunately, Thomas Behrman, this safety car not playing into his hands, because of course 5 seconds right now would drop him quite considerably down the order.
Yeah, exactly right. So 11 minutes of this race left on the clock, plus 1 lap. Ruta and Lima, VAR 1-2 at the moment. Will there be a little bit of friendly fire amongst the Van Amersfoort racing cars? Let's wait and see. Pedro Lima would love a taste of victory. Alexander Ruta as well. Neither of them have won a Formula 4 race before, to my record bookkeeping, so it's quite a big deal, this battle among the VAR cars. What about Thomas Behrman lurking there in 4th position as well? Can he find his way to the podium? Could he find his way past Dries van Langendonk? We go back to racing speed, and it is Alexander Ruta in the lead of the race, and he's got a perfect start from it as well. a good car length or two gained as he pulled the trigger there on the throttle. That was pretty much perfectly timed. Pedro Lima is under a lot more pressure from Van Langendonk than he can apply to Ruta, and he had a huge snap of oversteer there coming through the first corner. That's dropped him down. Van Langendonk therefore has the inside line. They collide. They managed to avoid damage as a result of that. It was tyre on tyre only, but that's allowed Thomas Behrmann now to challenge and make it past into second position. Van Langendonk still have the inside at turn 4, but by turn 5, Thomas Behrmann had gotten through into second place. Lima just caught a snap at the first corner. That was all it took to free fall down outside the podium.
Punchy, I think, is how I'd describe the collective mindset of our Formula drivers in this race. This has been a very lively race, and it continues to be so as we descend upon the left-hander at turn 7. Defensive line there for Pedro Lima, and he just about manages to hang on to the place for now, but Pedro Lima, who started the lap in second, is now in danger of falling out of the top 5. That is the US racing car of Ludovico Busso behind him. Busso was making some good moves into this turn earlier on, turn 11, but not able to do so on this occasion. Alexander Ruta loving seeing this in his mirrors. If he can even see them now, he's so far ahead. He was half a second clear at the start of the lap. That's gone up by, well, maybe 5 times as significant a margin as they approach the end of the next lap, as he escapes all of the action, the drama behind. That's Theo Borenstein on the outside line. Roman Kamyab trying to come through on the inside. They're battling for position just inside the top 10. Ruta then 1.9 seconds in front of Behrmann, second on the road, but with a 5-second penalty to be applied still. Dries Van Langendonk is third, Pedro Lima fourth, Ludovico Busso fifth, then it's Harry Banzel, Jensen Burnett seventh, so we were interested to see how he would factor into all of this. Top 10 pace and second in the rookie class at the moment, going reasonably well. Noah Killian, Theo Borenstein and Roman Kamyab completing the top 10 for now, and that's quite a significant caveat, I think, because it's likely to continue to change over the course of the next 8 minutes plus 1 lap, given just how tasty the opening half and a bit of this race has been. Defensive line there for Oscar Repetto. Samuel Ifrid was applying some pressure to him. Wherever you look at him, there is dust being kicked up, there's a move being attempted. It's very entertaining.
It is, and again, the liberal approach to the track limits for some, and there have already been penalties handed down, including to Thomas Behrmann for track limits. No, sorry, for the collision, of course. We've already covered that. I thought he may have got yet another penalty. So he's running second for now, but with an asterisk to his name. And that will, of course, help Alexander Ruta. And I wonder if the team will direct Behrmann to say, look, there's no point passing Alex. You're not going to get there. You're not going to get a 5-second buffer in the time that you've got left in the race. So just keep Dries at bay for us. And, you know, if you exchange enough to allow Pedro through, then all the merrier.
Yeah, they wouldn't complain about that, would they? Let's see if that becomes the plan, or whether Thomas Behrmann is purely in this for himself. Well, he's just set the fastest lap of the race, 3/10 quicker than the leader, so I think that might be your answer. He has no intention of playing roadblock. He wants to go after a race win, at least on the road. Side by side again here through the first corner. That was not for the first time in recent memory. The Cram teammates going wheel to wheel. Oscar Repetto defending from Samuel Ifrid and almost opening the door for Chiara Batigue, your female trophy leader once again, to buy into that battle too.
Roman Kamyab is past Ethan Lennon as well, so he is into the points positions. I don't know if you covered that one already, but that is a move up into the top 10, so that's good news for him. And Ruta at the front of the order. Will be interested to hear that Thomas Behrmann is setting fast laps, just set the fastest lap of the race a few moments ago, but I think, again, he will have received his marching orders to some extent to stay back, but we'll have to see.
Izzy Browning has made a good point, as often she does, to say that the fastest lap in this race will give you pole position for race 3. So yes, he really wants that quick lap. That makes sense. Although I still am not convinced he's planning on playing rear gunner anytime soon. I think he wants to try and prove a point here, but that is also beneficial for his third race a bit later on today. I just saw another penalty pop up at the top of the timing screen. We've got people abusing track limits left, right and centre and being warned about it. Don't think... Oh yes, there we go. Car 32, 5-second penalty. And that is Ethan Lennon. So Ethan Lennon's chance of a rookie podium perhaps slipping through his fingers as a result of a 5-second track limits penalty. Another fastest lap of the race for Thomas Behrman, just to underline that pace that he's got and sort of confirm his position at the front of the grid. He hopes for race 3. It was only fractionally quicker than the race leader, but it does mean he's now 1.6 seconds quicker of this almighty battle for the bottom step of the podium.
Yeah, almighty is certainly the word. Ethan Lennon now coming under scrutiny from Oscar Repetto. So Repetto on the move once again. Of course, he scored points at Estoril, wasn't with us at Portimao, so he's looking to re-establish his place up in the top dozen or so FWS drivers this weekend, and currently running in that 11th place. We'll see if he can move up to P10. Van Langendonk, again, interestingly, just not on the same level of pace as Lima and Behrman. Part of me wonders if he's backing off to have cleared track to try and get a fast lap and try to therefore get himself a good place on the grid for race 3, but then you see that lock-up and you think, actually, this looks more car balance.
And it's not the first lock-up I've seen either. Both the left front and the right front wheels have been locked at various points in this race. I wonder whether he's maybe flat-spotted at least one of them. He's also had a fair amount of wheel banging in this race, which possibly hasn't helped the suspension setup. It might not quite be aligned in the way that it was when it left the paddock earlier on. So who knows? His pace is, 35.4 is his best. That was a 35.5, whereas ahead of him, Thomas Behrman is regularly in the 34.9, so he does not have the speed of the cars around him, and this podium place is not guaranteed. His rookie win, though, is a bit more secure. He's got 3 cars between himself and the next best rookie, which is still Jensen Burnett in 7th position, whilst Roman Kamyab in 3rd in the rookies, 1.4 seconds clear of Ethan Lennon, who we know has a penalty. So rookie podium position's a bit more set, but Dries really would like this overall top 3 as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. Burnett, incidentally, wouldn't he love a rookie win this weekend? What a way to start his Formula 4, his car racing career, after winning, I think, Canadian championships every year of this decade in the 2020s. He's been sensational. There's Repetto going past Ethan Lennon. So Lennon, not only has he got that penalty, but he just seems to be really struggling as well. He'll now come under scrutiny from Samuel Ifrid as well. And Ifrid, or actually, was that Lennon firing back at Repetto? It was, and that might allow Ifrid to move back through, because that will have cost the driver from Rodin Motorsport a little bit of time. Big lock-ups, they're all locking up there. I wonder if it's a tailwind into turn 11 potentially.
Quite possibly. It seems to be changing direction quite a lot, the wind as well, though, so it's not just that it's a strong wind, but it's unpredictable. They don't really know what they're going to have from lap to lap, corner to corner, and that is adding to the challenge. Caught a glimpse there of Levy Arn coming through. There he is at the head of this little battle pack. Philip Rice is the 44 car behind him, and then 99 is his AKM Motorsport teammate Abdullah Kamil. They're battling for 15th position collectively, and I think those two teammates might now be going wheel to wheel down the main straight. They are, aren't they? Also, a move attempted a bit further up the order. That is the 28, Samuel Ifrid, and there for 3rd we have the change between Pedro Lima and Dries Van Langendonk. So Dries is off the podium now and might yet be under threat from more cars before the flag.
And of course, with Behrman's 5-second penalty, Behrman may yet salvage a podium. He's only he's 3 seconds up the road from Lima at the moment. That will have gone up slightly as they went side by side with Van Langendonk, and Dries, with the pace that he's, well, not showing, quite frankly, and goes well off the track there on the exit of turn 6, he may yet not even inherit a podium.
Yes, which would be a shock, wouldn't it, given his performances so far. But yeah, he is still scoring solid points. He's ahead of most of the drivers who were closest to him in the championship coming into this weekend. Even bigger lock-up there for Langendonk into the right-hander at turn 11. So he really is struggling to get the car stopped, and that's because I think he has flat-spotted at least now that right front tyre, and potentially the left front on its way too. We'll see what the gaps are then this time by. They're going to have 2 laps remaining at the end of this one. Alexander Ruta looking good for the win. The question mark is where does Thomas Behrman slot in after the penalty, and we might start to get some answers soon. There goes Ruta across the line. Behrman 1.3 seconds behind him. How far ahead of the next car is he? 3.5 seconds back to Lima, but has been lapping quicker than his teammate thus far.
And 2 laps to go. That's going to be narrow margins. I think Lima may be a step too far. I think Behrman will fall back behind him, but I'm not sure that Van Langendonk is going to inherit a podium with lockups again there at turn 2. The 29 car of Ludovico Busso all over him as well. That is looking very, very treacherous under him.
It is indeed. And yeah, we'll see what the sector times are doing as well. Thomas Behrman continuing to be actually the fastest man on track, as he has been through much of the second half of the race. If that doesn't just sum up Thomas Behrman's season so far, I don't know what will. He has been quick, just never seems to quite get the results that he deserves. An attempted move there from Ludovico Busso. Of course, if you're a smart driver and you've seen Dries Van Langendonk really struggling in the braking zones with that locking up and potential flat spot, you would try and use that to your advantage. And I think that's what Ludovico was doing there. He was just trying to sort of spook Dries Van Langendonk into maybe just hitting that brake a little bit later and a little bit harder, possibly skating straight on at the corner. It did not happen then, but he's certainly asking all the right questions of our championship leader at this point. Got down into the final corner. Lead line taken by Ari Bansel there in the 46 car, ahead of second placed in the rookies Jensen Burnett. The final lap begins though, and for the race leader Alexander Ruta, he just needs to avoid any dramas on this final tour of the circuit, and he will be able to claim a first victory of the year.
Exactly 4 seconds still between Behrman and Lima, so I think Lima will inherit that place, but it is 4.9 and a half between Behrman and Langendonk, so I think Langendonk is going to lose out on inheriting a podium from Behrman, and well, he's got to worry about Busso ever lively in the mirrors as well. And there is Lima. Lima's not quite been able to dispatch Langendonk, I'm sure, in the way that he would have liked, but an inaugural podium is an inaugural podium, and it will, of course, eventually translate to second place. Noah Killian gains a 5-second penalty for track limits, so that will drop him out of the top 10.
Yes, there is DVL with Federico Busso behind. Round the left-hand, there always an action spot here, this middle sector, which is so technically demanding. More time penalties coming in, 89 now being handed one, as Dries Van Langendonk again sort of lunges towards the apex. That's Chiara Batigue with a penalty, the female trophy leader, and I don't think she is 5 seconds clear of Zoe Florescu, so I think there's a chance that could change on the last lap as well as a result of that time penalty. Alexander Ruta, though, Adam, heading for the flag to claim a first victory of the season.
Absolutely right. Ruta having a great day in the sun at Valencia. It will be a win for Alexander Ruta for the first time in the Formula One Series, the first time in Formula 4 competition point blank. He will be elated. Behrman crosses the line for second place. He will be demoted to third with his penalty, and Dries Van Langendonk will remain fourth. Behrman has done enough to retain third position. Busso will finish, therefore, behind Van Langendonk in 5th place. Bansel 6th. Burnett taking second in rookies behind Van Langendonk. Borenstein 8th. Roman Kamyab moves up to 9th position ultimately and does score his first points in the Formula Winter Series. And Oscar Repetto rounding out the top 10 ahead of Samuel Ifrid. Lennon Camel Batigue, the female trophy winner, all the way up in 14th place. So the cars make their way down around the circuit on the sighting lap, and Alexander Ruta, sometimes fairly measured, but I think there's going to be a big smile on his face in this one. The 87 and the 3 running in tandem. Of course, it will be the 3 and then the 53 in the top 2 once all things are said and done. For Van Amersfoort, though, this is going to be a very pretty picture. 3 cars in their colours pulling up underneath the podium here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. They will be celebrating this one only momentarily because they've got a third race to come, of course, a bit later on. The 3 and the 87 are there, and Behrman does pull up to the second place spot, but of course we know that ultimately he will be finishing off the podium. Pedro Lima, or rather he'll be third on the podium. Pedro Lima inherits second place ultimately, but lines up third for now. Alexander Ruta, already greeted by his mechanics, climbs out of the car. An F4 race winner for the first time. They celebrate. Team at VAR have worked very hard to step up again this year. They joined the Formula Winter Series in 2025, although they'd previously been supporting Mon Lao competition in the series. And I think that's the first podium sweep they've ever had in the series. In fact, I know it is the first podium sweep they've ever had in the series. Not many times in the series history that we've seen the top three taken up by the same drivers. I think Us Racing, or by the same team, I think Us Racing did it a few times in the early stages of the category's existence, but that was against a much reduced field compared to what we have now in terms of grid size. So this is one of the most successful races from a team that we've ever seen in the Winter Series. And yeah, that was quite a performance from the three Van Amersfoort drivers at the front. Unfortunately, of course, we lost the fourth car from VAR, Rocco Coronel, with a collision on the first lap of the race with Thomas Behrman. So that was an intra-team knock, and that's probably the only knock on the race performance for VAR. For Alexander Ruta, I'm sure he will have the biggest smile under the podium. Although Pedro Lima, the youngster, of course, moving into European racing for the first time, he's going to be pretty pleased as well with third place. The Brazilian competitor did F4 Brazil last year, but taking that step to Europe, which of course is always a little bit daunting for a youngster to make that move across the continent and race far away from home. Looks like the front row of the grid will be Thomas Behrman and Alexander Ruta, based on the fastest laps for this race. Is the fastest laps for this one that determine the grid for race number 3. And it looks to me like third on the grid will be Alexander Savinkov. So Savinkov, who didn't actually finish the race, came back into the pit lane, I think, early at the end of the race. I think he might have been treating that as a qualifying session, and a 1:34.958 should put him third. In fact, no, I do Ian Kraling a disservice. He did a 1:34.614. Kraling, I think, will be on pole position alongside Thomas Behrman. Incredible stuff from the young German. We'll talk about race 3 later on. Let's catch our race 2 winner, Alexander Ruta.
I do indeed, and the scenes down here under the podium with the whole VAR team coming to congratulate the guy alongside me. Huge congratulations, a first win in F4, that must feel good.
Yeah, thank you so much. We dominated the podium, race 2, so yeah, I'm happy for the team.
Yeah, you did a fantastic job. Talk to me about the start, because that looked a little close. I mean, 3 wide. You did a fantastic job to come out in the lead and with your teammate as well.
Yeah, I thought I didn't have a great start, but then I got alongside Dries, and yeah, I just went from there. I was on the inside, so the corner was mine, and then yeah, job done.
And then same with the safety car restart as well. You managed that well, and then it was drive to the end of the race, wasn't it?
Yeah, great restart and then just pure pace, and yeah, we managed to get the win.
How good does it feel to finally have that race win under your belt?
Quite okay, but we have race 3 coming up, so yeah.
Typical racing driver, always thinking about the next race, aren't you?
Yeah, we have some things to improve as well, so yeah.
Well, congratulations, great job. We'll let you go up to the podium and enjoy this first win in Formula 4.
Yeah, what an effort from Alexander Ruta. What a race from Alexander Ruta. A big day for the Polish racer. And he will be celebrating with the team briefly, but he has things to do before race 3, as he said. Let's take a look then at the highlights of that race. It was not an optimal start to the second Formula Winter Series race of the day. Dries van Langendonk getting some wheel spin as the car launched into life, and the 2 VAR machines, Alexander Ruta, Pedro Lima, swallowed the McLaren liveried Rodin car hole. Meanwhile, in 4th position, Rocco Coronel, but not for long, unfortunately. Thomas Behrmann locking up and was ultimately tagging his teammate from the Van Amersfoort Racing team into a spin. That was a penalty ultimately for Thomas Behrmann. He'd received a 5-second penalty, but he'd still finished 3rd once all was said and done in the race. Lots of locking up at turn 10, turn 11, which maybe points towards some tailwinds that they were having to cope with during the race. We saw Noah Killian getting his way past Roman Kamiab. Kamiab, who was eager to stay in the top 10. He was fighting with the likes of Ethan Lennon, dropping back out of the points, but he would ultimately ascend back through to score his first ever points of the Formula Winter Series. The mid-pack is always hectic in FWS races, and today was certainly no exception. Lots going on out there on the track. Unfortunately, Vittorio Orsini ended up in a gravel trap, which caused a safety car. Alfie Slater's team pitted him, and that was to get some fresh tyres onto the car to set a fast lap. The intention to, I think, get himself a good slot in qualifying. That was Jensen Burnett trying to move through, as Dries van Langendonk continued to try and fight the VAR cars, but was losing out every which way. The Cram cars were going at it, the 11 and the 28 machines side by side. Repetto and Ifrid. Repetto would lead them up the order into the point standings, at least in his case, as Ethan Lennon looked to be struggling for speed in the Rodin car. And at the front of the field, it was unfortunately, I am no longer... there we go. We have some pictures again, but Chiara Batigue in amongst it with some of the AKM cars. At the front of the field, it was the number 3 of Alexander Ruta. Thomas Behrmann taking 2nd place, and rounding out the top 3, Pedro Lima, but on corrected times with a penalty applied to Thomas Behrmann. Lima will inherit 2nd place. Van Langendonk off the podium. He will be a little bit disappointed with that one. Of course, still has a sizable lead in the championship, but it looked like he was struggling with the car. He mentioned tyre degradation previously. He was off the podium, but Ruta was a race winner in the Formula Winter Series, and that is his first ever win in Formula 4 competition. A great day for Van Amersfoort with the top 3 up there. A unilateral sweep of the top 3. Alexander Ruta, Pedro Lima, Thomas Behrmann, your top 3. Dries van Langendonk 4th, Ludovico Busso in 5th place, Ari Bansel 6th, Jensen Burnett in 7th, Theo Borenstein 8th, Kamiab 9th, and a rookie podium for him. Oscar Repetto in 10th place. Of course, Van Langendonk winning in the rookie standings. Further back in 11th position, it will be Samuel Ifrid. Then Abdullah Kamil in 12th place, Levi Arn in 13th, Leon Headfors in 14th, Philip Rice in 15th position, 16th for Andre Rodriguez, Zoe Florescu in 17th position, 18th place for Max Kammerlander, Ginevra Panzeri in 19th, rounding up the top 20 was Eric Paulsen. In 21st, Chiara Batigue, she wins the female trophy. No, sorry, Zoe Florescu, of course, wins female trophy ahead of Batigue. Ethan Lennon in 22nd, Sil Kunas in 23rd, Killian in 24th, Alfie Slater only 25th. I don't think those fresh tyres quite panned out for him. Zazov in 26th, Caitlin McDaniel in 27th place, Alexander Savinkov and Ian Kraling both started from the pits, both finished a lap down, but critically both will be up the order for race number 3, with the fastest laps determining the grid for that race from this one. Vittorio Orsini not finishing, unfortunately, from 30th place. Ditto Rocco Coronel. With that first lap collision, his car could go no further. So then, the Formula Winter Series with 2 races in the books. Their third is not far away, so they'll have a few moments on the podium to celebrate their wins. Well, the results, of course, are still up for debate. It is still a provisional result, but we'll see how it all pans out ultimately. And so the GT Winter Series, with their second race of the weekend, will be next up. Of course, those cars will always turn heads. I'm sure the grandstands will fill in very short order. But the FWS podium will hopefully precede that. And we'll be able to at least see some of the celebrations for the FWS drivers. Usually, they're pretty sharp at getting up there on the podium. But where there is a time deficit at play, and indeed provisional results that are causing some discussions, there is a little bit of question mark at play. So Andy McEwen, I think, has got all but one driver up there on the podium. So we are, in fact, he's made it up the stairs, our final driver. So let's go to the podium now.
So an entertaining second Formula Winter Series race of the weekend. We're going to get our podium presentation underway with our top female driver, the winner of the female trophy, Zoe Florescu. After a late change in the result, it is Zoe who ends up on the top step of the podium. Track limits penalties, a big talking point in that one, and it led to quite a few changes to the result, as we have seen with the timing screen chopping and changing so much in the immediate aftermath of the race. But Zoe Florescu benefits from that, and Campos Racing celebrate a win in the female trophy, and Zoe poses for the pictures up on the top step of the podium with her trophy in hand. Congratulations, Zoe. Moving on then next to the rookie category. Third position in the rookie class, Roman Kamya. Out comes Roman. The US Racing driver celebrates the third position finish in that second race. Second place, a first podium in the category for Jensen Burnett. Well done, Jensen. The Canadian heads to the second step of the podium. But for the 5th time this season, it is the top step of the podium that beckons for Dries van Langendonk. Another rookie win, his second of the day. Maybe not the overall result he was hoping for, but still satisfied with the rookie victory. We have Mark from GEDLICH along with Miguel and Federico from Pirelli on hand once again to hand over our Formula Winter Series trophies in the rookie category to Roman Kamya, Jensen Burnett and the rookie winner Dries van Langendonk. Who was at the centre of much of the discussion towards the end of that race as to whether he was going to hang on to his overall podium result, and it turns out that is the case. So we'll be welcoming him back out in a moment or two for third position. trophies then handed out, photos taken, and I think we can now let our rookie drivers head back out backstage, but we'll be getting at least one of them out again in a moment or two. And in fact, it will be a very short visit backstage for our third place driver overall. He did manage to keep the podium in the end, Dries van Langendonk, who is third on the podium. Third place. Third place for Dries, who I don't think had been told this yet, but gets another big cheer from the Rodin team down below. In second position, a third podium of the season for Thomas Behrman. Well done, Thomas. Second step he will head to, and completing the lockout for VAR. It is a maiden victory after his first podium this morning for Alexander Ruta, who gets cheered on by the team down below. They will not be drowned out by the GT cars heading to the circuit. We also welcome Kevin, the Van Amersfoort Racing team representative, to join the drivers on the podium. And now time once more for the national anthem of the winning driver. Alexander Ruta wins for the first time in Formula Winter Series, and he will now receive his winner's trophy. And what a moment this is for Alexander, who dominated that race, made some bold moves on the opening lap, and was able to get to the front of the pack, where he stayed until the very end of the race. And again, as always with Formula Winter Series, it's not quite as straightforward perhaps as that might make it sound, but he had to work extremely hard for the win. And what a great day he's having. Where will he go from here, I wonder, in race 3 coming later on today. So as the drivers celebrate once again, Van Amersfoort Racing absolutely delighted with that result. Let's head on to our next race. It is the second showing of the day for the GT Winter Series.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
So then the GT cars back out, the fans back in the grandstands. If any of them were missing, they'll certainly be drawn in by the sounds of the rumbling V8s, the sonorous V10s et al. In the GT Winter Series. A doff of the cap to the flat sixes in the Porsche Cup cars as well, I suppose. Some great cars around the course, and a really interesting grid once again in this race. In prospect, of course, with two driver lineups in these races, you often get a slightly different grid from race to race, and that does appear to be what we've got this time around as well. Race 2 of the day, and it will once again be a Mustang towards the front of the field, but it will be this time the Haupt Racing entry, Massimiliano Cuccaresi, with the pole position for this one. I think it may have actually been a time from Valente that caused the pole position, because I think he was in the car for most, if not all, of quali, but since it was just one session and it's second fastest times for this one, I do think it might have been a Valente time that's given Cuccaresi pole. Carrie Schreiner is alongside on the front row of the grid, so that's a really compelling front row. Callas and Clutton on row 2. I think up there at the sharp end of the field, Izzy, there's certainly some points of interest.
Well, there certainly are, and we had an incredible race earlier today, and I'm sure that these cars will put on quite the show for us in this second race. Right, we are going to try and jump in with Max, though, because I haven't actually had a chance to speak to him or either of the drivers in this car. Can I jump in? All good? Got the nod. Well, Max, we haven't had the chance to speak to you just yet this season, so I should probably say welcome to the Winter Series. I mean, a pole position, great place to start. Alan had quite the battle earlier. You've got a clear view to turn 1, though, so hoping to convert?
Yeah, really have to say thanks to Alan to this great race. We'll try to have a clean start, and then let's see.
Yeah, it's being a shortened race. I mean, it is important, really, to get out in front at the start, because it's over as quick as it started, almost.
Yeah, it's really important to stay in front for then just let's see.
Have fun out there. Thanks for speaking to us. Right, we are going to continue back. I will let the team deal with the door. Alongside it will be Carrie Schreiner in the number 86. Of course, Ariel Levy won the race this morning, earlier today, and we'll see what Carrie can do. Carrie also entered the GT Winter Series last year here in Valencia, so great to see her back. She was also in that lineup for the 6 hours of Portimao, so a little bit of experience in our paddock. I'm also intrigued to see what the second row can do. We've got the number 64, Nicholas Callas, alongside Marcus Clutton, and this is going to be a really, really intriguing fight, because for Marcus and for the Orange Racing team, I said it to Simon this morning, do they need to play it a little bit safe, not get too involved in any of these battles and protect their championship? Let's see what happens.
Cars will roll imminently then for the next race in the GT Winter Series. And Massimilio Cuccaresi will be our pole sitter for this one. The Haupt Racing Team Mustang will lead the field away. Carrie Schreiner will be alongside in the Attempto Racing Audi R8. Keanu Bloom is next, joined on the second row of the grid by Marcus Clutton. In fact, it'll be Nicholas Callas in the Mustang. That's a bit of a misprint. Tim Hutter is set to line up 5th on the grid for Liqmolic Team Exler, joined by Jamo Hertling in the Mercedes. Severin Mazur is next. Moritz Viskirchen alongside him. A really quick top 8 there across all of those cars. Przemysław Bienkowski lines up 9th position alongside the Group Prom Racing Team entry of Alfredo Hernandez, and then at the back of the GT3 order it is Norikatsu Shibata. Of course, then the grid is split in twain to Gilbert Yates, who starts first of the Cup cars. The Cup 1 entry will be one to watch. Joseph Dean behind him, followed by Alessio Raffini. Following that is Petar Matic and Nina Østergaard for DC Motorsport. Sean Ran ahead of the first of the Cup 2 Porsches. That is Igor Klaya. In row 10 of the grid, Alberto Di Martino and Alexei Kikareshko, who'll be looking to once again ascend to the lead if he can in Cup 2. Darren Howell alongside Anders Steiner. Next up, Christoph Urnhausen back in amongst the Cup cars in the GTX BMW, which is out there on the track after their issues earlier on. That's good to see. However, we don't appear to have Leon Rinbig in the Gabs Competizione car. Caius Sixnelis will be next for MS Racing Team, joined by Alvaro Ramos. And then further back will be Jan Jurger for Equip Vitesse, 27th on the grid for this one, in what will be his final appearance of the day. He's not doing the endurance race later on, so Jan Jurger looking to get his boxes ticked so he can go racing in the NLS later in the year. Ulrich Forsberg is next, followed by Werner Panhauser and Mats Kimby, 2 more Cup 2 Porsches, and at the back of the field will be hopefully the 83 and the 63, but actually I don't expect either car to be out in the race, so it should be 30 cars on the grid. Ultimately, a great field across all of the classes here. The GT3s are already almost at the end of their formation lap. Cucurese versus Schreiner, Mustang versus Audi. One would expect the Mustang to have the advantage out of the gates here on the approach to the first corner, but can Kari Schreiner do anything special from the outside of the front row of the grid? What of Nicholas Callas, of course, in the other of the Haupt Racing Team Mustangs? He's a bit of a unknown in this situation as well, although he did score 2 podiums in this car in GT Masters last year. We're underway, we're racing into the first corner already, and Callas with the inside line on Schreiner can't get it done. Jamo Hertling is taking a very liberal use of the track limits there. Oh, and Kari Schreiner into Cucurese. That was a heavy hit. I would be surprised if the Audi isn't damaged. It is clearly damaged. And the Ford Mustang spinning around and almost taking out the other Haupt Racing Team Ford Mustang as well. Looked like she was also kind of getting into it with one of the SR cars. Jamo Hertling took a supremely ambitious run around the final corner, I'd call it. Around the first corner, actually, I should say. So track limits may be a consideration there. The Cup class cars now starting their race. They may be going headlong into a debris field, to be quite honest, but it will be Gilbert Yates leading into the first corner. It is Yates that leads it. Petar Matic getting a bit confident there on the brakes. He gets past Joseph Dean immediately, and Joseph Dean falls through the field. It looked like Petar Matic has issues because he's dropped way back, and Østergaard tapped into a spin by another of the Ferraris. There's damage on the GT2 Mercedes. There is all sorts of drama. The Mustang is just stranded on the track. That is a very dramatic start to the race for the Cup class cars. We need to scramble the safety car with the Haupt Racing Team Mustang stranded on the grid. It's now been called. Marcus Clutton has got himself to the race lead in amongst everything else that's going on, but the safety car's called too late and will not pick up the race leader.
That was a bit uneventful, wasn't it, that first lap? Not a lot to talk about there. That was typical Valencia shenanigans, wasn't it, there? With just a real pinch point into turn 2, and Kari Schreiner unfortunately getting a little bit wrong, and what a shame that is for Massimiliano Cucurese, because that was a brilliant opportunity for that HRT Ford Mustang to have its moment in the spotlight. As it is the Orange Racing by JMH McLaren which leads. Now this is significant for the championship, remember, in the race earlier on today when it was Simon Orange in that car. He finished, I think, only 1 position behind his championship rival Kenneth Heyer, so lost minimal points to the championship rival Mercedes. Now, of course, they're ahead of it by a few positions. Marcus Clutton has a really important job on his hands to try and seal the deal and get what I believe would be that team's first race victory of the season. Of course, to do so, they'll have to fend off the second Haupt Racing Team Mustang, Nicholas Callas, who we know is in a car capable of doing well around here, and HRT would love to get 1 step higher on the podium now than they did this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Messy situation here. Hopefully we pick up the leader once this safety car is contended with. It looked like we quite significantly delayed the Cup class start because a lot of them are already near a lap down on lap 2 of the race. So that hopefully has minimised some of the issues that we could have had at turn 2 with that debris field, and the safety car scrambled nicely there to catch Marcus Clutton. Clutton will assume the front of the safety car queue. There's Alberto Di Martins, Mercedes-AMG GT2, looking very worse for wear. I suspect if that doesn't fall off imminently, it will be asked politely to head into the pit lane and remove that debris from the car before it is removed on the track. And look at that, there is a lot of car strewn around the circuit, unfortunately, and chief among them, of course, the pole-sitting Mustang. It really looked like a good opportunity for Massimiliano Cuccaresi, as you said, and ultimately came to naught, but doors have opened for other people. Clutton, Callas, Viskirchen all the way up in 3rd position. He's had a great start, and Jamo Hertling there in 4th place, although there's a little bit of me that wonders quite how long he'll keep that place, whether or not there's a penalty coming, because he did take quite a generous line around the first turn.
It was interesting, though, that Jamo was ahead of his teammate, wasn't he? And then there was a big move made by Moritz Viskirchen to get through. So Moritz not playing the team game there. Remember, it's the number 11 car that is better placed in the championship by quite some way at the moment, battling for the championship lead, indeed. So actually 3 cars now between the Orange Racing McLaren and the number 11 SR Mercedes. So that's going to be interesting to see whether that maybe comes into play a little bit later on, as the HRT Mustang is pulled out of the way rather slowly. Of course, that's as quick as the recovery vehicle can go, but that was an eye-catching moment. A couple of cars heading for the pit lane, and some still trying to find out exactly where the back of the safety car queue is.
Exactly right. The 101 Ferrari 296 Challenge car of Gilbert Yates. Rather fetching livery on that car, I must say. That's a bit of an upgrade from previous years where he's, I think, been in red and yellow. I wonder if that's actually going to be his Challenge UK livery or not, though. We'll keep an eye on that one, I suspect, as the summer goes on. Clutton in the race lead in that 67 car from Team Orange by JMH. They were involved with a collision in qualifying. I think it may have been with the 63 Lamborghini. I know it was a Lamborghini, but they were involved in a collision. They had to rip some bits off the donor car in order to get back out for the races today, and Marcus Clutton proving that the car is in fine fettle all the same. The fans are watching on as the Winter Series action continues. Of course, a lot of people here looking to take in the Rue Car Culture Festival as well as the Winter Series. It is a big day here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, and great to have so many spectators watching along with us. I believe that might be from Alberto Di Martin. He had a loose, well, rear everything a lap or so ago, and yet more debris for the marshals to scramble to pick up. It's not going to be the work of one more lap, I think.
No, this might not be one of those 2-lap Valencian safety cars, might it? This might last a little longer because the debris field stretches most of the way around the circuit, it would seem. And in these short 20-minute races, that does eat into the race time not inconsiderably.
If we can hold this on board, I think we should shut up for a moment and hear the BMW.
Good idea.
Well, that car's still running around at quite a lot of pace, and that will be, you see he's got a light out as well. I think that car's been in the walls a bit more. Started among the GT3s last time out at Portimao for these guys. I just wonder if they maybe wish they were back with them again this time around. So, the GTX machine, the Z4, that's, like I said, still running around at pace. That's because they haven't caught up to the safety car queue yet. I think the Cup race got started more than half a lap after the GT3s, so we're still not quite in a pack around the circuit yet, but it is getting there at this juncture, and it will be Clutton that leads them around. I think we have one more lap behind safety car, maybe 2. We'll have to wait and see. We're certainly not going green again this time by in the number 67 McLaren. Clutton will be eager to get to business. They're yet to claim a win this season, so they will be eager to break that duck. They've been on the podium 3 times. It's been 3rd place on 3 occasions for Clutton and Simon Orange as a collective, and a first win of the season, especially if Hertling is off the podium. Of course, that's big for their title aspirations.
Of course, and we were also talking a lot about Alexei Kikareshko being a part of this overall championship battle. Well, he is second in Cup 2 with only one car between himself and Igor Klyer, who he was able to catch and pass in race 1. That car between them is the Cup 4 leader, Alessio Ruffini, and so that's a significant battle. You can just see in the middle of the pack the white and red Porsche, and then behind the sort of silver dark grey Porsche, they are your two Cup 2 contenders. And for Kikareshko, he really needs to try and match the result being put in by Marcus Clutton, because there are opportunities here for him to score some decent points. It does depend a little bit how many cars are entered into your class as to how many points you will score, so one suspects that a win for Marcus Clutton in this race might be more valuable than a win in Cup 2 for Kikareshko, where there are 6 cars as opposed to 11 entries in the GT3 category, but still, all the more reason for him to find a way past Klyer as soon as possible.
Yeah, exactly right. Safety car will come in this lap, so in that Cup 2 battle, of course, there are a couple of cars between them, or one car between them. It's Alessio Ruffini in the Cup 4 leading Lamborghini, so that car is quicker in a straight line. So if anything, I think for Kikareshko, it's going to be hoping maybe that Ruffini makes life a bit hard at turn 1 for Igor Klyer, and that potentially he can move through into the Cup 2 lead as a consequence, as a circumstance. I'm also interested to see what Gilbert Yates can do here from 10th overall in the Cup 1 leading Ferrari 296 Challenge car. Gilbert has won championships in the UK previously in GT Cup UK before moving into Ferrari Challenge, where he's now a 2-time champion in the British Championship there. And I just get the feeling that he's going to dispatch a couple of GT3 cars from 10th overall in the Car 101.
Yes, that's not a bad shout, actually, and he's got Sean Rand behind him, who also is rather rapid, so those two could be ones to watch for, fighting for Cup 1 honours as they are. That was easier said, easy for me to say. I talk for a living. It is concerning sometimes when that occurs to me. Anyway, hoping we're going to get a restart soon. Yes, we are lights out on the safety car. Marcus Clutton's been in this position before. He knows what to do, but can he keep the big Mustang at bay down that main straight?
At least I have an excuse. I had 4 years of speech therapy, so, you know, I had something wrong from the jump. Marcus Clutton will lead them away, and I don't think he's going to waste any time. I think, if anything, yes, he's already gone. Callas, Vizkirchen and Hertling will follow then as they come out of the final corner. The 2 SR Motorsport cars in tandem there in 3rd and 4th place. Severin Mazur 5th. Bienkovsky up in 6th place, so he's gained a lot from the circumstances on the first lap of the race. Let's see what happens as we go back to green flag action. Yates has already flown past Alfredo Hernandez. I'm worried that he may have actually made that move before the safety car line. Sorry to dab you in a bit there, Gilbert, but I think the nose was already ahead as they came across the line. In fact, no, just 100th or so okay, looking at the timing screen. So Gilbert won't receive the wrath of the stewards, but he is already climbing his way through the GT3 cars as anticipated. Now, what can Clutton do against Callas? Certainly Clutton has the experience advantage, but Callas has already driven a season in the Mustang, so he's got some experience of the car. He's also got podium finishes in the ADAC GT Masters, so he comes in fairly highly rated by the Haupt team, but Clutton is not going to be an easy adversary by any stretch of the imagination. We've already touched on how underrated we feel he is over this weekend, but then you've also got to consider Vizkirchen and Hertling closing in. That top 4, nay, that top 5 with Mazur on the back of the pack too, really interesting.
Yeah, Mazur's not a million miles back. This has got all the makings of a pretty entertaining race. I would say that Callas is maybe closer to Clutton now than he was on the safety car restart, so we know he'll be looking for a way through at the first possible opportunity. Does that opportunity come at the end of the main straight? What is the gap going to be across the line? 0.4 of a second, fastest lap for Callas. He was a couple of tenths quicker. The Z4, I'm afraid, has pulled over at the side of the road. That's Christoph Ernhausen going no further, and that is a yellow flag at turn 8 where that car has stopped. Clutton hangs on then for now, but he can't seemingly shake Niklas Callas, and that means he's going to be mirror driving, I suspect, from now until the checkered flag, assuming, of course, he can keep that Mustang behind him until then.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think, a long 6 minutes and 45 seconds for Marcus Clutton, because that Mustang is looking incredibly racy. the orange racing by JMH team, I think wouldn't mind me saying that they're probably a smaller outfit overall than Haupt. I mean, Haupt has been around for less time. It's a fairly new operation that spawned from a previous iteration of a team, but they're a powerhouse. There's a reason that Ford has kind of put the European operations at their door in GT3 racing, and JMH are a very strong team. They're a team with a lot of success, but the resource level and perhaps the manpower level is certainly not quite as high, and so anytime they're ahead of a team like Haupt, that is a big check mark for JMH.
Yeah, absolutely so. Giant killing performance is not something new for that team, it has to be said, and they're now starting to demonstrate that on an international stage as well. Marcus Clutton getting to prove himself against some very quick drivers as well, and doing so really well at the moment then. Leading the way across the line. Was by 4/10, it's still by 4/10, but Moritz Viskirchen now steals the fastest lap away, 1:32.595, a few hundredths quicker than the leaders. Cars wriggling around as they arrive at turn 1. It's such a full commitment corner, that, and both of them were absolutely on the limit of what their machines would allow them to do, and they're not the only ones seemingly getting stuck in.
Yeah, that's Gilbert Yates getting past Tim Hutter for 7th place. He's got a little bit of damage on his car. I think he's in the wall, had a little bit of an exchange with somebody, but he's right on the back of Bienkowski and Hutter. He could get himself up to 6th overall with his current rate of progression. That would be a really great showing from Gilbert Yates, who turns in and is doing a great job. Gilbert Yates, incidentally, coached by Tom Fleming, who's come along to the GT Win Series before and made his mark in a 488 challenge, as it was at the time. And those two know each other very well. I'm sure Tom is watching on with Gilbert as his main priority. And yes, Gilbert Yates has learnt a lot from Tom Fleming, and he's one of those bronze drivers who really can, I think, in time exceed some of the silvers around him, and right now exceeding some of the GT3s around him in the Cup 1 Ferrari. Viskirchen last time by, Andy, with the fastest lap of the race. I don't think that he is out of consideration for a potential battle for the race win either.
No, he's not. Meanwhile, we're about to see a new leader, I believe, in Cup 1, maybe. No, they did change hands going into the corner. Igor Klei was overtaken by Alexei Kikareshko, but then got him back again on corner exit. Igor Klei lost 3 positions into that previous braking zone. He was trying to stay well out of the way of some of the other cars in different classes, and inadvertently handed the lead away to his big rival. Got it straight back though, and now nips up the inside of the 85 Ferrari. That was Sean Grant's second place Cup 1 car on the way into the next braking zone. I was oohing and ahhing at that out of the window as that was kicking off just now. Speaking of kicking off, I can't wait for the GT3 cars to perhaps start encountering some traffic. Wide goes Kikareshko. Oh, wide go a few cars actually down at turn number 1. Kikareshko suddenly has dropped quite noticeably back from Igor Klei and now loses even more track position at turn 2.
He's being bullied by all of the Cup 1 Ferraris. I think he's now got 4 296 challenge cars between himself and his Cup 2 rival. Interestingly, look, the BMW Z4 is back out there, so Christopher Ernhausen has managed to fire the car back into life again, but the question is, why is the car having these issues? It seems to be an electrical issue of some description that the car continues to burst in and out of life. Meanwhile, the car 321 is gaining a penalty. That's one of the Cup 4 Lamborghinis, the DC Motorsport entry of Østergaard, who of course we saw tagging another car at the early stages of the Cup race. Meanwhile, the top 3 come across the line. They're split by 1.1 seconds. The top 4 are split by 1.6 because Jamo Hertling just set the fastest lap of the race. I don't know that anyone's going to be able to quite get close enough to make a move with these fairly high downforce GT cars, but they're all so level pegging.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? They're all so evenly matched. That was the fastest lap of the race by about 1/10 of a second, in fact, over 1/10 quicker than anything that anyone else has done, but that isn't really a big enough performance differential to make it an easy overtake. Certainly, you're going to have to get your elbows out, and since Jamo's first target is his teammate, Moritz Viskirchen, I'm sure the SR team are hoping that he doesn't get his elbows out too aggressively and plans his move carefully. The slightest misstep, though, from any of these drivers will almost certainly lead to a change of position. Clutton never has been able to break away from Callis behind. The gap, I think, at its largest was 6.5 tenths or so, and even through this middle sector where the McLaren maybe you'd expect to have an edge, it just can't get away.
No, it's a really interesting little scrap with each sector yielding different results from each car. The Mustang with Viskirchen on his back bumper. Can Moritz find a way to set up for a move for second place? Or, well, by the time we get to the first corner, will Clutton be under pressure? There's a yellow flag down at turn 8. What are we seeing, Andy?
It's Ernhausen. He's pulled off into the escape road, and in fact, as we say that, fires the car back up and gets back underway again.
Yeah, just trying to reach the flag. Of course, he's trying to get signatures on his license, much like Jan Jürger in that Equipped for Test Porsche. So those two are both thinking finishes, results to get themselves their licenses for the summer programs. The top 4 on the final lap of the race, covered by 1.3 seconds out there on the circuit. We ride on board with Marcus Clutton. If only we could see a mirror, it would be filled with Mustang, with Merc on this final lap of the race. But it is the McLaren driver at the head of the field. He has, of course, won in the GT Winter Series before at Motorland Aragon last year, along with Simon Orange. And this would be yet another win for JMH in the series. It would also, I think, potentially put them into the points lead after the result earlier on in the day as well. They've just got to hold on. Marcus Clutton just has to hold on.
Can he hold on, though? Because Nicholas Callas is asking all the right questions, firing the Mustang into the corners aggressively, but ultimately actually losing out as a result. Moritz Viskirchen is now more of a threat to him than he is to Marcus Clutton, who I think is now just one corner away from that first victory of the year, and a crucial one in the context of the championship.
Crucial indeed. It will be a second win for the McLaren mark in the GT Winter Series. Both have come courtesy of Team Orange by JMH. And Marcus Clutton, for the first time in 2026, is a race winner in the GT Winter Series. Callas takes second, Viskirchen third, and Hertling in fourth place. That will ascend Clutton to the championship lead along with Simon Orange. In fifth place is Mazur, and it's going to be a drag race to the line for P6. Gilbert Yates with the power advantage. Does he get it done? Yes, by half a tenth. Gilbert Yates takes not just the Cup 1 win, but 6th overall. Bienkowski 7th, Huta in 8th, Hernandez and Shibata rounding out the overall top 10 ahead of Alessio Raffini, who wins in the Cup 4 class. Shout out to Caius Sixnellis as well. He managed to finish 12th overall in the Artura Trophy Evo. A great showing there. And look at that Cup 1 battle coming across the line. That was, I think, for third in class. And Alvaro Ramos just about held on at the expense of Sean Rand. Joseph Dean took second in that category. 15th overall, and winning Cup 2 was Igor Klaya. So Kikareshko ultimately finishing second in class. Couldn't dispatch all of those Ferraris that had got between him and his adversary in class. Jan Jürger has crossed the line to finish 24th in this race. That will wrap up his day in the Cup X entered Porsche 991.1 GT3 Cup. He will not be taking part in the endurance race. I maybe tried to convince Marcus Giedlich that the car covered in Giedlich Racing related logos should maybe have him at the wheel for the pit stop race, but I don't think he brought his helmet. So the top 3 making their way back to the pit lane, and Marcus Clutton and Team JMH are a team that know how to celebrate at the best of times, and this is the best of times for them. I reckon Simon Orange will be among the first, if not the first, to be there to greet his coach, his pro driver. A win for Marcus is certainly a win for Simon in his eyes as well. And this team looking to win the overall championship in the GT Winter Series, of course. And they've taken a critical step by winning a race here. Top three make their way. Clutton pulls up as P1. The McLaren 720S GT3 Evo for a second time wins a race in the GT Win Series in the hands of Marcus Clutton. There's Simon, first to greet him. A happy, happy pair of drivers. Of course, they've got the pit stop race to share the car still to come. The rest of the team now piles in to pass their well wishes on to the man of the hour. You see Simon Orange there as well, just walking through shot, headphones in. May well be on a conference call in the midst of this celebration, knowing him. But certainly Marcus Clutton's business in that race was on track, and he certainly did the business in that one. 3 manufacturers and 3 different teams, of course, on the top 3 of the podium. Great race from the GT Winter Series competitors. A shame that we lost Massimiliano Cuccaresi and Carrie Schreiner with that collision at turn 2. How could their races have unfolded had they stayed out there? On race pace, I wasn't convinced that they would be the top 2, but of course they would have had the opportunity to defend and try and get that result that their front row starting positions pointed towards. Unfortunately, though, that collision at the second corner costing both parties, and I think Carrie just caught out a little bit on maybe cold tyres, because it looked like she was a little bit too ambitious into the second corner. But she'll have the opportunity to make amends later on, sharing the car with Ariel Levy in the 3rd and final race of the weekend here in the GT Winter Series. Of course, we've still got the GT4s and the sports prototypes coming up next to race their 2nd race of the day. And then we'll very quickly be into the 3rd and final Formula race. Let's go down to the pits. I think she's managed to catch up with Marcus Clutton.
I certainly have, and just as you suspected, Adam, Simon was the first to come and congratulate him. Marcus, a first win of the season, and that was not an easy win to take.
No, it was really difficult. That we haven't really got as much pace as we need, I don't think, and just got lucky at the beginning, a bit of battling and a bit of door banging, which I quite enjoy. Paid in my favour, and yeah, it's a shame about the safety car, because my first lap was really strong and I thought, oh, I'm away here. And then after the safety car, I just had car after car just following me around, and we just didn't have the pace. I don't know why. We're going to work hard for the last race, but it was definitely all about just getting a good exit out of that last corner. The Mustang is super strong at the second half of this straight, so yeah, it worked out. It's a win, and it's good points on the board, and yeah, very happy.
Certainly is. I mean, as you say, there was a whole gaggle of cars behind you after that safety car. You held off the Mustang, but you also had the Mercedes in your rear view as well. You didn't really have a moment to breathe. No,
it was, you know, the Mustang was super strong on corner entry, and where we was lacking, and I was just trying to ensure that I always got a good exit. You could see the Mercedes. I didn't know which car it was, and I don't even know how many cars were behind. All I could see was a massive white Mustang in the mirror, but yeah, we did our best, and we got a decent prize for it.
Yeah, well, a win is a win, and it's also a crucial win because you now take the championship lead.
Oh, well, there you go. Good day's work.
Indeed, and one more race later today. We'll let you go and enjoy the celebrations. Congratulations. A first win of the season for Marcus Clutton.
A great effort from Marcus Clutton to win the race in the GT Winter Series. Let's take a look at the highlights of race 2 in the GT Winter Series. The race got underway with Carrie Schreiner in the Audi. Massimiliano Cuccaresi on the front row of the grid. It was Cucurese into an early lead. The other Haupt Mustang of Nicolas Callas trying to get to the inside. Collision, though, between Schreiner and Cucurese would take both cars out of the race. The Cup class start would take place in spite of that debris field and indeed a stricken Ford Mustang at turn 2. Gilbert Yates would move himself up into an early Cup 1 lead, a lead that he would not let slip anytime soon. The Cup class gaggle of cars was unfortunately in a bit of a collision. The 3-2-1 of Østergaard got tagged into a spin that she was later judged to be at fault for, I believe. She got a penalty. The 15 car of Alberto Di Martine running around with damage as well. The Cup cars were all rather worse for wear before the safety car came out, owing to the debris and the cars stricken around the circuit. The BMW Z4 was unfortunately running a bit sick. It seemingly has an electrical or an alternator issue or something like that. The car grinding to a halt on a couple of occasions in the race, but Christoph Unhausen determined to get the car to the checkered flag. Meanwhile, the Cup class intermingling, continuing on around the circuit. The Cup 3 McLaren, the Cup 1 Ferrari, the GT2 Mercedes, and indeed the Cup 2 leaders there, Igor Klyer and Alexei Kikareshko going at it. Kikareshko, unfortunately, though, would lose a lot of ground to all of the Cup 1 Ferraris, effectively, who were hounding him and eventually putting a gap between himself and the other Cup 2 competitor at the front, although you would have to lean on Anders Steiner to even retain second place. While all that was going on, Marcus Clutton was at the head of a missile in the top 4. Those 4 drivers would finish in the order that they started behind the safety car, but it was a very compelling run to the flag. Gilbert Yates finishing 6th overall, defeating some of the GT3s in his Cup 1 Ferrari 296 Challenge. But new championship leaders, Simon Orange and Marcus Clutton, courtesy of Clutton's sprint race win. That will be celebrated in brief down there at the podium. I'm sure the celebrations will kick off properly this evening somewhere in Valencia. But for now, of course, they need to focus forward on race number 3. Marcus Clutton seems to think they can find a bit more in the car. Nicolas Callas takes second place then in that race. Moritz Viskirchen in 3rd, ahead of Jamo Hertling in 4th position. Severin Mazur in 5th place. Gilbert Yates in P6. Przemysław Bienkowski in 7th, and Tim Hutter in 8th place. Alfredo Hernandez in P9. Norikazu Shibata rounding out the overall top 10. Alessio Raffini winning Cup 4 in his Lamborghini. Kaya Sixnelis in 12th position ahead of Alberto Di Martine. Joseph Dean runner-up in Cup 1 ahead of Igor Klyer, who won the Cup 2 class. Alvaro Ramos in 16th. Sean Rand 17th. Alexei Kikareshko in 18th. Anders Steiner in 19th. And Leon Riembeck in 20th place. Petar Matic, Werner Panhauser, Ulrich Forsberg, Jan Jürger in 24th position. Jan, who will not take the 3rd race, he has had a very good day at the wheel. Nina Østergaard next, ahead of Mats Kimby. Darren Howell finished a lap down. I think he may have had an issue out there on track at some point. Christoph Unhausen in 28th. Carrie Schreiner ultimately finishing 10 laps down, not really finishing the race, of course. She was in that collision with Cucurese, and she'll be looking to bounce back in race 3 of the weekend. So then, the results are in for the GT Winter Series race. The GT4s and the sports prototypes will be out on circuit next up. And given the nature of the races so far this weekend, I dare suggest we may not get to the podium in this race, but they will give every effort to get everyone up there. Let's hope they get everyone up there so we can get Andy and the teams up there on the podium to celebrate. Of course, the more classes on track, the more people need to be on the podium and the harder it is to coordinate. But the GT Winter Series drivers will hopefully be able to celebrate their second race, with, if not with Andy, then with the local PA before they prepare for race number 3 of the weekend. And the drivers having these really quick turnarounds today, the complications of folding 2 days worth of racing into one as best we can. It means shortened races, much shorter amounts of downtime for everybody, and it is quite something for the drivers on this day. I think a bit in and out, and I'm quite glad that no one's double dipping today. If there was a driver in GT4 and GTs, which we've seen a few times before, I think they'd be a wee bit spent by the end of the day. Of course, driving around a racetrack for 20 minutes in itself is not that arduous, but doing so in a battle is that bit harder. Then the podium is ready. Andy McEwen, over to you.
Well, another all-action edition of the GT Winter Series is complete. The second race at Valencia, we've got most of our drivers gathered behind the podium. So let's get started with our GTX category. And the win goes once more to Christoph Ernhausen. Well done, top step of the podium, another result, another finish, although a couple of mechanical dramas seemingly befalling the always popular BMW Z4 in the closing stages of the race. So Christoph Ernhausen picks up another trophy and gets himself the win in the GTX category for the second time today. Photos taken, trophy handed over by Oleg from Pirelli, and off to try and diagnose the issues with the car goes Christoph Ernhausen. Moving on now then to Cup X, and it is a second strong finish of the day for Jan Jürger. There is Jan, busy chatting with the GEDLICH team, probably onto the top step of the podium he goes. And Jan, who, as we said, it's very much an exercise in gaining signatures this weekend. He'll be delighted to see that Robin from GEDLICH, his colleague in the GEDLICH team, is there to give him his winner's trophy. And the Keep Vitesse Porsche ran seemingly trouble-free and allowed Jan to pick up those all-important signatures and take a trophy back home with him at the end of the weekend. Well done, Jan. On to Cup 4 next then, the class for the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo cars. Third position in Cup 4, Nina Østergaard. Well done, Nina. DC Motorsport driver gets a lot of cheers from down below. Second place, Petar Matic is already on his way. The Autosport racing driver, and it is his teammate for the 5th time this year who wins in Cup 4, Alessio Ruffini. On to the top step he goes, a 5th class win of the year. Really strong performance in the Cup 4 championship for Alessio, and we saw him mixing it with some of the front runners in Cup 2 as well in that race, and actually had quite an important role to play in the Cup 2 battle as we moved into the closing stages of the race. Trophies handed out once again, and Nina, Petar and Alessio Ruffini will receive those podiums. We've had Robin from GEDLICH, Oleg from Pirelli, and Nicolas Calado from the Valencia circuit here as well to hand out the trophies to our Cup 4 podium finishers, who celebrate them with the teams. And Alessio Ruffini delighted, I'm sure, with a 5th class win of the year. So congratulations to our Cup 4 runners then. On now to Cup 3, the class for the McLaren Artura Trophy cars, and the win goes to Caius Silknelis. Congratulations then, Caius, onto the top step of the podium he will go. The wind here still picking up, making it a bit of a challenge to read the sheet in front of me, but we'll crash on. Caius with the Cup 3 victory and gets a round of applause once again from the teams down below. Heard a loud crash and thought for a moment he'd dropped the trophy, but I think he was just jumping onto the top step of the podium. Congratulations to Caius. Cup 2 is next, and again it was a very entertaining battle for the Cup 2 victory. In third place in Cup 2, Anders Steiner. And the Team Steiner racing driver heads onto the podium to be joined by the man who won the class in the first race earlier on. It is the second step in a moment for Alexei Kikereshko, who is not here, so we will move on instead to our race winner, the first win of the season in Cup 2, Igor Klaya. Alexei Kikereshko hasn't made the journey up to the podium, unfortunately, but Igor Klaya has a first win of the year, and again a battle that he had with Alexei in the early stages, which eventually he was able to get away from. He really built up a margin in the closing stages of the race, and he was able in the end to take a pretty uncontested win, and the PTT Racing team very happy to see their man lifting their race winners trophy on the top step of the Valencia podium. So congratulations to the Cup 2 runners. Cup 1 is up next. We've only got 3 more podiums to get through. Cup 1, third position in Cup 1, Alvaro Ramos. Congratulations, Alvaro. The Portuguese driver heads to the third step of the podium. It's an AF Corsa 1-2, but the other way round to what it was in race 1. Second position, Joseph Dean. The race winner from earlier on today heads to second place in race 2. It is, though, the race win for Gilbert Yates. Gilbert heads onto the podium then. The AF Corsa team down below cheer him on. And another really strong result, as we've come to expect for AF Corsa in the Cup 1 class. The Ferrari specialists have once again taken the spoils in GT Winter Series Cup 1 competition at least. And a big cheer for the team down below as our Cup 1 drivers are going to celebrate. So 2 more podiums to do. We just need to finish our photos for our Cup 1s. 4 more drivers. We're nearly there, everyone. GT4's coming up next. GT2 class winner then. We welcome to the podium Alberto De Martin. The GT2 winner. Off onto the top step of the podium he will go. We sadly, I think, might have run out of time here on the podium. So we're going to actually hand down to Izzy on the grid, and we will do a in a moment. Izzy, over to you.
Well, welcome down to the grid. The podium continuing for the GT Winter Series, but the GT4s and the Sports Prototype Winter Series is just about to get going. So we are going to try ever so quickly and jump in with our first driver, and that is going to be Joel Mesh. It's been 4 wins in a row for them. Can they make it a 5th? Well, Joel, first time you out today. Enrico did a fantastic job earlier. You guys have got a very comfortable championship lead. 4 wins in a row. Can you make it a 5th?
I guess I can. I mean, we'll see what happens, but I have no doubt in my skills now.
Yeah, Enrico was very confident this morning in the car and in his ability around Valencia. You have the same confidence, I imagine. There is a strong guy alongside you, but you're just driving your own race, aren't you?
I mean, I hope I do, but this is also thanks because of my mechanics.
All right, best of luck, have fun out there, and we will go to the race.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
So the GT4 Winter Series is up next. Never mind that, it's up now. Joel Mesh starting this one from pole position in front of a GT Racing debutant. Nicolas Guillaume in his first appearance in a GT4 car, his first appearance outside of karting. He starts from row 1. Federico Peters next up alongside Raul Zunzaren in the NM Racing team machine. I think he was quite a late addition to the grid. Yes, he was. Charlie Robertson from P5. He's alongside Tom Pappenberg, Joachim Bulting and Manuel Bertolin, the AM drivers on row 4 of the grid. Row 5, Matthias Farsel and Franz Linden on row 5. Alexander Bobrovs and Matis Pushkel on row 6 of the grid. towards row 7, it is Tiago Luero and Helge Tam, so that's a club class car and a Cayman Trophy car. Cedric Fuchs in 15th position. He will be keen to fight through the order. In fact, Cedric Fuchs from 15th position will fight through the order, so that's going to be fun. Antonio Duarte starting from the rear. Then it is the Sport Prototype Winter Series. Stephen Burton, the first of those drivers. He is going to be pretty rapid out there on the circuit, actually, so I wouldn't mind betting he picks off some GT4s. The Sunda Motorworks team boss, who also works as a driver coach, he's alongside Diego Diambra. And then in the back of the class for them, it will be Jes Franzen. So, Jes Franzen driving solo. So no Sebastian Shaw actually this weekend. That's my bad. We did allude to him earlier on, but it will, of course, be Stephen Burns in that 24 Radical this time around. But still, that's a driver one would expect to be quicker than some, if not all, of those GT4s in a Radical SR3. So, especially if there's a safety car, but even if there's not, the Radicals may soon intermingle over the course of this 20-minute race. So then, it is going to be Mesh from the front of the field. Sounded very confident indeed talking to Izzy Browning down there a moment ago. And the GT4 Winter Series and the Sports Prototype Winter Series with their second sprint race of the day. Who will come out on top of this one? For Nicolas Guillaume, there's a golden opportunity here as a karting graduate to really make an impression on his first day in the bewheeled office. Let's see if he does so. Of course, just getting the car home comfortably in one piece and up at the front of the field would be great, but if he can win the race, wouldn't that be that much sweeter? Let's see if he can make it happen here as the GT4 Winter Series race kicks into life. We are racing once again for the second 20-minute sprint race in the GT4 Winter Series, and it is Joel Mesh into the race lead. Nicolas Guillaume being a little bit tentative there. That's giving Federico Peters the opportunity to go alongside him. They've all spread out and meleeed around the runoff area, as is custom down there at the first corner, and that's a very, very wide approach from the NM Racing Team 16 driver, Raul Zurazarinen, is having a very interesting first lap of the race. Not really on the track very often.
No, not really, but getting stuck in is Raul, who I'm sure is a name I remember from Genetic Juniors in the last couple of years. Raul Zanzara, the Spaniard. So anyway, Sport Prototype race underway, and that's a much more orderly affair, isn't it? When you have cars with a lot of downforce, I suppose that helps. There are fewer of them too. A much calmer run through the first couple of corners. Back to the craziness now, and there's a bit of braille passing being attempted here for second position. We're riding on board with the third placed car. That is Raul Zanzaren. Like I said, Ginetta Juniors. Not really a huge surprise that he's getting very close to the car in front of him. And that car in front of him is the Nicolas Guillaume WNS Motorsport Porsche, which is, I never like using the term rolling roadblock, but not as quick quite clearly as the cars immediately around him, and Raul Zanzaren, I think, is very aware of that.
Yeah, in his racing debut in cars at least, he's been thrown right in on the deep end. I think it would have been a lap time from that one qualifying session from the other driver, from Frederick Zavis, that put him there, and he's rather out of his depth, and that was a bit extreme there for the AM class lead. That was Bertolin firing past Joachim Bolting by any means necessary. Papenburg got past Bolting in the final few moments of the lap as well, so there's a lot of exchanges going on there in the latter of the top 10, and actually Bolting has got him back past Bertolin then after the corner.
Indeed so. Meanwhile, not for the first time today, these two cars make contact. This is Charlie Robertson now, who's almost assaulted by the Aston Martin, which goes very wide and then seems to slow down quite dramatically right from puncture from that tiny bit of side-to-side contact on the approach to the corner. Remember, those two cars with different drivers in them made contact on the final lap in race one, and that was a matter of some contention, I can tell you, in the immediate aftermath of the race. Different drivers plugged in this time, but once again, they got a little bit too close for comfort, and once again, it's the Aston Martin that comes out of that worse.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Federico Peters. He will be immensely frustrated. See if he can get the car all the way back to the pits, of course. For the record, about 24 seconds off. The rest of the class is Oh, as we see there, Cedric Fuchs making his way through the field and leaning a little bit on some of his competitors, and some contact there for second place. I was going to say the Radicals are about 20 seconds behind the back of the GT4s right now, but let's keep an eye on this, because the Guillaume car is certainly a moving target right now. It's running second place. Guillaume, to his credit, is doing a great job placing the car, staying there in second position. But Zanzaren, Robertson, Pappenberg, even Bolting and Mattis Plushgale are all there looking to find their way through. It's like we're at Daytona already. Guys, that's this evening. Calm down. Great racing. 3 wide now into the first corner. Pappenberg doesn't quite get to the inside. However, Zanzaren is there on the inside of Charlie Robertson. These two probably know each other from the Ginetta paddock. And here comes Zanzaren going past. Through he goes into third position, or does he? Because Robertson holds on around turn 3, has the inside line for 4, and there we go. Bob's your uncle. Back goes Charlie Robertson, and Tom Pappenberg almost making a bold lunge to his fellow Mercedes driver. And of course, we've already seen that happen once this weekend.
Well, much like the final 15 minutes or so of the Daytona 500, I do feel disaster is lurking around the corner. This is very, very close quarters racing, and no holds barred whatsoever. Charlie Robertson, though, does break through into third position. This is great news for Nicolas Guillaume, though, because it's giving him now half a lap or so where he's not being assaulted, quite literally, by the cars around him, to just settle into a rhythm. That is still a pro-class car, so he is expected to be able to keep pace eventually with these drivers. I think he just didn't really get an opportunity to catch his breath for the first lap or so. Now, things calming down slightly.
Interesting on those rear-facing shots. The AMG GT4 of the NM Racing team, Zanzaren's car, its rear wing is at a much higher angle. It's more raked than the back of the Tom Pappenberg car. So some setup differences certainly there. It's quite an extreme difference in the pair of rear wings.
Yeah, well spotted. I hadn't noticed that, but that will be to generate a lot more rear downforce, and there's a lack of rear downforce, I think, for the 96 car, which has gone around at the last corner. That is Thiago Loureiro. The car was smoking slightly. I think that was tyre smoke rather than engine, but he is stranded in the middle of the track, coming out of the final turn. The prototypes I'm seeing out of the window having a few close calls. He finally gets going, and we can focus back in on the track action further ahead. Cedric Fuchs here trying to take 8th position away from Manuel Bertolini.
Exactly right, and I think there we were going to see Fuchs take that 8th position. He may have got to the inside at turn 4. Meanwhile, Guillaume continues to hold second place like a $1 million check that's already ripping a little bit. He's just trying to keep it together in that second position. What about Mattis Plushgale again? We seem to say every weekend at the moment, but watching him drive that first generation Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT4, which now is effectively a decade out of date. The last year for that car, I believe, was 2017. It's incredible to watch and proves just how talented young Mattis is.
Yeah, absolutely. Staying right with this group of cars and getting stuck in. That car is not just here to do parade laps. He wants to race in it, as does Charlie Robertson. He almost executed the switchback perfectly, but Raul Zanzaren, I think, will benefit from this. Wriggles up the inside of the BMW, but where does the Porsche ahead of them go in the braking zone? It goes to the inside. That will delay Zanzaren, who again gives an assist to Guillaume and goes through. This is fantastic race. What a great addition to the grid Raul Zanzaren is. He's back into a podium place. Charlie Robertson thinking, how? I was nearly in second, and now I'm off the podium.
Meanwhile, 7 seconds up the road is Joel Mesh just disappearing off over the horizon, all on his own, setting lap times well over a second quicker than what anyone else is doing, because they're all fighting each other to the nth degree. And Zanzaren then third in the pro class, third overall. Of course, Robertson currently leads the Pro-Am class, but I guarantee you, if he knows it, he doesn't care, and if he does know, he cares even less.
I think you're absolutely correct in that one, and I also don't think this battle is even close to being done. I have to say, Nicolas Guillaume might not have the outright pace, but his positioning of the car, as you said, his defensive driving is very effective, and it's only increasing the levels of frustration for the two drivers behind him. I think Raul Zanzaren we ride on board with. The Porsche we know gets down the straights well, so it gets away from the Mercedes before the next braking zone, and that means that Nicolas isn't really having to overly defend into the corners. He's just slowing the car down in the apex, parking on the apex, and preventing either the Mercedes or the BMW from being able to wriggle through. Can he continue doing this, though, for nearly another 12 minutes or so? You do get the feeling that if one of them goes through, possibly a few of them will, and so for Nicolas Guillaume, it's all the more important that he doesn't put a foot wrong.
Yeah, exactly. But it's amazing. We're almost halfway through the race. With all respect to Nicolas, he clearly doesn't have the ultimate pace that those behind him have, but he is placing the car to perfection. And yes, kart racing builds racecraft like nothing else, but doing it and applying it to a car that's a ton heavier, has a roof, etc, 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 that's incredible. He's doing a really impressive job right now, the young Belgian. He's got Zanzaren and Robertson behind him, both of whom have a lot more experience, of course, and then Tom Pappenberg rounding out that top five, who isn't much more experienced, I grant you, but has had at least a bit more seat time and quite an extensive testing program before coming into the GT4 Winter Series for his racing debut. I don't know quite where that situation is for Guillaume in terms of how much seat time he's had before, but I'd wager not quite as much. I haven't seen much evidence of him doing an awful lot of testing prior, but there he is. He's 8 seconds off the lead, yes, but he's got the elbows out. He's in second place, and frankly, he's delivering us a show.
Absolutely. This is one of the most entertaining battles we've had so far this season in GT4 Winter Series. There was Joel Mesh. Blink and you miss him. He's that much quicker than everyone else. 8 seconds up the road. And this is why we've not seen a lot of him, because our eyes, quite understandably, are trained on this battle for second place. Well, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth places, really. Joachim Bolting is thinking, hang on a minute, this looks like fun. I might join in as well if you all keep holding each other up. Watch for the switchback here for Zanzaren. This is what Robertson tried to do a few laps ago, and it didn't work. Will Raul Zanzaren have more success? Robertson is buying into this as well. How late on the brakes can the Mercedes driver be? Later than the Porsche, yes. Can he go right round the outside? He will try, but Robertson is to the inside. 3 abreast on corner exit. The Porsche, though, we know, will have the edge in the speed traps. I'm not convinced this is going to lead to a change in position. Indeed, it doesn't. Guillaume is still in front. Fantastic racing.
Fabulous racing. Unfortunately, Charlie Robertson's gained himself a track limits penalty to the tune of 5 seconds already, so he needs to be a little bit more careful from here on out. Tom Pappenberg will see that as an opportunity. Here comes Zanzaren.
Oh.
Big dive. Oh, and Pappenberg follows suit. Tom Pappenberg follows suit, sees the door open and says, I'll have a bit of that. But he was frankly too far back and way too fast at the apex. That Porsche, if it was tracking straight and true before, it surely isn't now. But Zanzaren has been released. He will be hoping that Guillaume can continue to stave off everyone else behind so he can drive off into P2.
That is the plan, definitely, but how quickly can Robertson find a way by? Well, probably not that quickly based on what we've seen so far. He had a few goes at getting past Nicolas Guillaume and hasn't been able to do it so far. Raul Zanzaren did, though. That was a beautifully executed lunge up the inside. Got to the apex first, delayed the Porsche driver, and unfortunately that then led to the downfall, rather, of Tom Pappenberg, who came out of that the worst. Now, is there any damage to the Porsche as it heads towards us? It's hard to tell if it's tracking straight or not because he's weaving over the road to try and keep Robertson at bay. Charlie keeps trying that move, but it just doesn't seem to work. It didn't even work for Raul Zanzaren. It was a lunge at turn 2 where the Mercedes got through. Can Robertson perhaps learn from that?
And Robertson wants to get through as quickly as possible, of course, to try and retain this Pro-Am lead. It's now going to be a drag race down the main straight. Again, the smaller Porsche should be making a smaller hole in the air as they run towards turn 1, but the BMW has the inside line. It looks like they're about level pegging. Joachim Bolting wants to get involved in this as well. Robertson to the inside line. Surely he's got the move done. He makes sure that there's no track to work with for Guillaume on the outside. Guillaume relinquishes that position and is now side by side with Joachim Bolting, the AM class winner, running 5th overall at the moment, wants P4, but the reason Robertson's move is critical is because, of course, these battling Porsches now hold up Cedric Fuchs, and Robertson has a 5-second penalty. Fuchs gets past Bolting. Plushkel's getting involved in this as well, in what is a historic car by all means. He's going around the outside line now. Will it be Plushkel or Bolting who comes back in 6th position? We're not sure, but it will be Joel Mesh in the race lead. He's coming up on some traffic himself, not the usual shape of traffic that one has come to know in the GT4 Wind Series, with the sports prototypes out there as well. Bolting is still ahead of Plushkel, but that battle has, I think, slightly disintegrated now. But what a fight it has been. Guillaume now has a new task in terms of keeping people behind him. It's Cedric Fuchs.
It's just another car. He doesn't really care who it is behind him. He will defend as much as he possibly can. Cedric Fuchs definitely will want to get through, as you said, but I'm not sure that's going to be the work of a moment. He's not quite close enough to do anything into the final corner, that's for sure. And so Nicolas Guillaume is able to hang on. Joachim Bolting a bit wide behind, then Plushkel, then Bertolini, who's dropped down the order slightly from where he was earlier on. There, meanwhile, is the Cayman Trophy leader, yes, Franz Linden, and being negotiated by the leading sports prototype, that of Stephen Bernsen, who runs now in 13th or so overall. So, well, I say that actually. Back round the outside goes Helge Tam, sorry, got the wrong Cayman Trophy driver, and not quite able to get back ahead of the higher downforce prototype. So Stephen Bernsen leads in the sports prototypes, 13th position overall, and enjoying battling away with the GT4s.
Yeah, he has lost time to the overall race leader, Joel Mesh, so I don't think he's going to climb as far through the GT4s as we perhaps thought. But Bernsen being the team boss at Sunde, I wonder if there's a level of calculation to not trying to intermingle with cars, I think some 800 kilos heavier than the Radical, if not 700. Mesh in the race lead, setting fastest laps all the live long day. Meanwhile, we ride on board here. I think this is with Guillaume in the 31, and you can see Robertson up the road. He can also see Cedric Fuchs increasingly in his rear view mirrors, and again Charlie Robertson will suddenly be the biggest fan of Nicolas Guillaume there's ever been as he continues to hold up Cedric Fuchs. And of course Joachim Bolting could yet get back involved in this as well. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th all in one shot there. The car 10th on the road is a lap down. That, of course, is Federico Peters in his Aston Martin that was wounded a little bit earlier on with that puncture. Robertson's coming up on some Radical traffic, and the next cars to come up on the Radical traffic will be this battle. I wager that's going to get interesting. There is Franz Linden in the Cayman Trophy leading car. He's in a battle for 11th place with Alexander Bobrovs. However, while that's going on, I'm very curious as to what's going on with the battle we were just looking at. Bobrovs is trying to make a move for 11th overall. Meanwhile, for 4th overall, Guillaume has the inside line. He's got a Radical ever closer in the windscreen, and he just squeezes Cedric Fuchs out to make sure that he doesn't have the inside line for turn 4. This is going to get a bit hectic now, though, Andy.
Extremely hectic, because look, they've caught the Radical not in an ideal spot. Was that Plushkel having a go behind? It was Plushkel having a go at Joachim Bolting. Didn't get through, but did definitely have a look to the inside line. Yes, this is the sensible thing to do. Get as far away from that lot as you possibly can. Let them all go. Get your head down and settle back into the rhythm. Sensible stuff there from, yes, Franson this is, isn't it, that we're on board with in the 3rd place sports prototype Radical. And he now has a grandstand view for a few corners at least of this 5-way battle ahead. Joachim Bolting, has tangled with Plushkel. Bolting and Plushkel are both off the road. That was a truly bizarre moment, though, as they went into or out of the long left-hander. There must have been a tangling of wheels. And Joachim Bolting, yes, damage to the left front. I think he's tangled with Plushkel, who possibly was coming through on the inside, and both cars, I fear, are going no further.
One would suggest that you are correct. That's suspension damage on Bolting for sure. That was a fairly hefty knock, and the safety car is out. The safety car has been called out onto the circuit. It'll pick up Joel Mesh, I think, just in the nick of time if I have his position on the circuit correct. And while that was going on, Fuchs has gotten past Guillaume as well. And of course, with the safety car, they'll probably finish under safety car at this point, and Robertson is going to lose the Pro-Am lead to that penalty.
Yep, good point. Forgot about that. So yes, Charlie Robertson then, who was 6 seconds clear of Cedric Fuchs, but now the safety car will bunch them together. That disappears. That's doubly frustrating. He had the gap that he needed, and now through something that was absolutely nothing to do with him, that gap will be eradicated. So not ideal for Charlie Robertson and his L'Espace Bienvenue teammate Ravi Ramid, who have title aspirations, both overall and in Pro-Am. They extended their Pro-Am championship lead earlier on this morning. This will not be the end of the world necessarily, but they would have much rather come out with another victory in the category. 2 races, 2 penalties for that team. This one a slightly different issue, with track limits being the problem, but been a troubled day for L'Espace Bienvenue, and a day of missed opportunities somewhat. A bit of a shame that we're not going to get a restart here, because I did notice consistently before the safety car came out, Raul Zanzaro was quicker than Joel Mesh, which is particularly impressive given how little experience he's had in the car. There is Matis Plushkal's car. That made quite significant contact with the barrier. He is out and okay, but that is a shame. We were talking about that car's vintage and the fact that it is by far the oldest car on the grid, rarest car on the grid, quite possibly, at least in competition these days, and unfortunately it has a bit of repair work to be done.
Yeah, no, it's by serial number, that generation Aston was probably one of the most built GT4s ever, but to your point, yes, very few of them out there racing. Of course, they do have a second Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT4, the orange one from last year's GT4 Winter Series, also in the box, so should they want to, they could wheel out the spare car for race 3, but given that was an impact with the driver's side, actually no, it would be a right-hand drive car, I think. All of the GT4s would have been right-hand drive, so it wouldn't be driver side, but all the same, Matis Plushkel with a heavy impact there to the side of the car, that's never great to see, and we're relieved to see him out of the car. We'll be hoping against hope that car, or at least that team, is still with us for the next couple of rounds. Of course, they've got that spare car out there. I know that Matis Plushkel is not meant to race with us next time out. He is going to be replaced by Stefan Mucker of Mucker Motorsport, so that will be a very interesting few races. The clock has hit 0. The race will end under safety car. That has been declared, so Joel Mesh is now touring the circuit for one final lap. If the safety car driver had backed up, they wouldn't have had to do that one lap, but you know, that bulletin I think came through a little bit late. They were maybe just stalling just in case, but the cars are circulating for one last tour. Joel Mesh, as long as he gets the flag, will be our race winner. But I think for Raul Zanzaren, that's a bit of a showcase effort from him, isn't it? He's certainly put the spotlight on himself.
Yes, most definitely. Very impressive performance. He wasn't here to make friends, was he? Although he was making friends with the rear bumper of the WNS Motorsport Porsche for much of the early part of that race. There's quite a bit of paint that was once on the Mercedes, now adorning the rear end of the Porsche after their couple of love taps earlier on. Here, meanwhile, is a replay of what happened up at the top end of the circuit. So Bolting runs wide. Bolting got sideways. Bolting ran wide, got on the dirty side of the road, and bang, there goes Plushkel into the tyre barriers. But look, Jürgen Bolting ahead of us, runs wide, gets on the dirty side of the road, loses the rear of the car, and Matis Plushkel just couldn't quite get through. Oh, that was a nasty and really unfortunate incident. No one to blame as such. Jürgen Bolting lost control, yes, but could never have known that would be the end result. And Matis Plushkel, very little he could do there.
No, agreed. That was a difficult situation for both parties. I'm sure Bolting will have been very concerned and keen to see Plushkel out of the car, and was happy that it came to pass. But Joel Mesh leading them around the circuit to claim what will of course be their 5th consecutive win in the number 11 SR Motorsport camp, and that will be a big check mark in their book. Of course, it was 3 wins in 3 races here last year at Valencia in the GT4 Win Series for Federer along with Jamo Hertling as it was at the time. So they're well on their way to replicating that with 2 wins from 2. Also, I like the unilateral nature, or rather the equal nature of the stat sheet right now. This will be the 15th win for Mercedes in GT4 Win Series, which means average 5 wins per season. I like that kind of thing.
Nice, I like a good stat, and I'm glad you have the time to research them because...
you know how late I went to sleep.
Fair point. Yes, great stuff, and great stuff for SR Motorsport. I mean, certainly as far as GT4 Win Series is concerned, they are having things largely their own way, aren't they? And another result which will see them extend their overall championship lead, but also get further ahead in the Pro Championship battle as well.
Yeah, exactly right. So, Joao Mesh will take the checkered flag to win a 2nd consecutive race of the day in the GT4 Winter Series. Ralston Zaren gives us a lot to talk about for 2nd place. Charlie Robertson wins Pro-Am on the road, but with a 5-second penalty attributed to him, it will be Cedric Fuchs that inherits the win in Pro-Am ultimately, and an overall podium. Considering how far down the order he was at the start of the race, he was down well outside the top 10 on the grid. That is a very good performance. Guillaume taking 5th overall in a fighting race from the young Belgian. Bertolin taking 6th, as well as the AM win, of course inherited courtesy of that bolting Plushkel incident that caused the safety car. Fiersel in the 7th position. Pappenberg in 8th place. Club class win, of course, will go the way of the Zome Racing McLaren outfit ultimately. It'll be Thiago Luero who takes that win after Plushkel's incident towards the end of the race. Franz Linden also claiming himself a win in Cayman Trophy ahead of Helge Tam. Franz Linden, a product of the one-to-one training offered by GEDLICH Racing, endless summer track day events, and he continues to ply himself as a very quick racing driver as well. Just seeing out of the window, Mattis Plushkel on a scooter headed back to the paddock. He looks to be A-OK, but certainly a dramatic end to the green flag action in the GT4 Winter Series, and hopefully not the end of the campaign for Thilo Goss and Mattis Plushkel, since they have a spare car to contend with. Riding on board there with Joao Mesh on his in-lap. He was very confident speaking to Izzy earlier on. Of course, whenever there's a safety car, especially in the latter part of the race, a driver will sometimes maybe not panic, but certainly put his arms up and go, why? But on that occasion, it came late enough that his win was secure all the same. So he can cruise back to the podium and to the P1 slot. Of course, in the Sports Prototype Winter Series, the car that finished 9th overall, Stephen Berntsen, he picked his way up through quite a way of the GT4 grid in his Radical SR3, ultimately finishing 9th overall to win the class of the Sports Prototype Winter Series. Diego Diambra finishing 2nd in class, and Jes Franzen taking the 3rd spot in that class of the Sports Prototype Winter Series. Of course, the Sports Prototype Winter Series season concludes here, and it will be a championship for Morten Stromsted in the Sports Prototype Winter Series. So that will be a celebration for the Danish driver for sure. Thanks to his co-drivers Sebastian Shaw and Stephen Berntsen, I'm sure. He will have won the championship, but there will be one more race to come for them, because they are in the endurance race later on as well with the GT4 Winter Series. So one more race to do. I'm going to need the soft toy explained. Izzy, if you could ask them what's going on with the soft toy. I'm very curious. Have Joao Mesh and Enrico Federer gained a mascot? Because it certainly looks like they have. Oh dear, these two are characters. They haven't always been teammates, but they have always been mates in the SR Motorsport garage. Yeah, we're going to need the scoop on the monkey. Oh dear. Joel Mesh and Enrico Federer. Part of what is a very laid-back team sometimes at SR Motorsport, but boy oh boy, do they get the job done. And they're getting the job done at more and more high levels. I understand there's some new programs in amongst the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum itinerary for 2026 that will add yet more excitement to their season and yet more busyness and capacity to their season. And we look forward to seeing them do so over the summer. Hopefully they come and join us as well, of course, in the GT Summer Series, which is starting in April at Hockenheim. You already know that a couple of our regulars from this grid, the GT4 Winter Series, will be present and correct. We'll have WNS Motorsport in the series. We'll have Muka Motorsport joining us with Thilo Goss and potentially a couple of other cars from the stable as well, if all goes to plan. So that will be a compelling watch as well. A lot of the crews that migrate down to Iberia for the Winter Series looking to join us in the summertime. But the sun certainly shining on Joel Mesh in that race. Ralston Zaren, though, from second place, certainly had me and Andy smiling in the commentary box during that one, as, of course, did Nicolas Guillaume, who was defending magnificently throughout the early phase of that race. It was very interesting stuff to watch. Drivers are organising themselves down there at the moment. Of course, they'll be pretty rapidly ushered to the podium once they've had a chat with Izzy down there. And we will go down to Izzy now. In fact, she has Joel Mesh.
I do indeed have Joel alongside me, and to be honest, I'm running out of things to say to you and Enrico, because all weekend you've just been absolutely phenomenal. A great job out there.
Thank you very much, but maybe we can switch the topic sometimes to you. It's all about us all the time, so maybe we can do it about you.
Oh, thank you. Right, I do need to ask though, what is the deal with the monkey that's around your neck?
It's the flying monkey, you know, it's his support, he's giving us good luck, and yeah, he's got a good companion, you know?
Yeah, you certainly gained a mascot this weekend, and it seems to have helped you out. A little bit of extra good luck, but you guys have been great. I mean, so many wins. I think now 5 wins in a row. You've got another race later today. Same again?
I hope so, I hope so. I mean, Enrico's standing right here. I think we do think about the same.
Congratulations, boys. Go and enjoy the podium, and I think we'll see the same again.
There's a story behind that monkey that they won't tell us on air. I don't know where they got it from, but I'm sure it was an adventure. Joel Mesh and Enrico Federer winning the second, or winning a sprint race apiece. Let's see if they can do the same in the endurance later on. Let's have a look at the race 2 highlights. Race 2 for the GT4 Winter Series, combined once again with the sports prototypes, of course, on a separate start. It was a perfect launch from Joel Mesh, and a good start as well from Nicolas Guillaume from the front row of the grid. A bit more tentative in his first ever car race than some of those around him, but he held second and proved to be a big thorn in the side of everyone else. Stephen Berntsen streaked off into an early lead in the sports prototype race ahead of Diego Diambra and yes, Franzen. And this was the story of much of the early stages of the race. Nicolas Guillaume holding off the advances of Raul and the others in this battle. Charlie Robertson trying to hold off Federico Peters as well for the Pro-Am lead. There was a little bit of contact between them there, and unfortunately that was enough to cut the tyre on the 007 Aston Martin. It did not turn at the second corner. It would ultimately lose a lap for the tyre change. And what driving all race long from Ralston Zaren. He was on the offensive against Charlie Robertson. They were side by side. And look at this, squeezing just to make sure that Robertson couldn't get to the inside at 4, but he did so anyway, despite the efforts of the Mercedes driver. Some other fighting further back among the club and the AM class drivers, but 2nd through 7th place continue to run in a line. Well, unfortunately, that McLaren had a spin in the back of shot. This, though, was the key moment. Zanzaren getting himself past Robertson, and then in short order, going on the offensive against Nicolas Guillaume as well. Cedric Fuchs was on his way up the field as well from a lowly starting position. He was putting in a mighty shift in the 111 Mercedes-AMG GT4, 3 wide coming out of the final corner, and Zanzaren would finally find his inside for 2nd place to get past Nicolas Guillaume, and then unfortunately Tom Pappenberg gave a little bit of a pap to the side of the Porsche, only looping himself ultimately. Guillaume would soon have to yield to Charlie Robertson as well, and Joachim Bolting, the AM class leader, was getting in on all of that as well. He was fighting up for the top 5 at one point in that race. Side-by-side action as Franz Linden got into it with AM class runner Alexander Bobrovs as well. Linden leading the Cayman Trophy category further back in the field. This, though, was the critical moment. Joachim Bolting sideways, and unfortunately, he would make contact with Mattis Plushkel, who took a heavy impact there to the barriers, and it was driver side because it is a left-hand drive car after all. Yeah, not a nice impact to the side of the car. Little lower speed than I thought at first, but still, I'm sure for Mattis Plushkel that was not what he wanted for his day in the track. Joel Mesh winning the race, 2 from 2 for SR here today at Valencia. A perfect race from Mesh. Mesh and Monkey head up to the podium along with Enrico Federer after that sprint race. SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum have 2 from 2 on the board then. They've been joined by a new face to the GT4 Winter Series there. Mercedes top 2, Raul Zanzaren taking 2nd place. Charlie Robertson in 3rd position. Cedric Fuchs in 4th place, although they should be switching because there was a 5-second penalty attributed to Charlie Robertson, so he'll drop down. Cedric Fuchs will therefore win in Pro-Am. Nicolas Guillaume finishing 5th on the road ahead of Manuel Bertolin, who wins the AM class. Matthias Ferezel in 7th position. Next, with Thomas Pappenberg in 8th. Stephen Berntsen, the Sport Prototype Winter Series race winner, in 9th. Alexander Bobrovs next, 10th in the order. Franz Linden in 11th position. Helga Tam in 12th place. Thiago Luero in 13th. Diego Diambra in 14th. Duarte, the second of the Zone Racing McLarens, a 1-2 for them in the club class after the Muka car had an issue. Federico Peters finishing a lap down ahead of Jes Franzen, and then of course Joachim Bolting and Mattis Plushkel failing to take the flag after their collision there at the end of the race. A dramatic encounter then for the GT4 Winter Series. A lot of fighting going on behind Joel Mesh. You should probably watch that one back on the stream and see what was going on behind him, just to explain why maybe he wasn't on the stream that much. But the second race for those guys in the books. Of course, the sports prototypes are effectively getting 3 races for the price of 2 this weekend. They'll also be out there on the track in the Enduro later on, the 50-minute Enduro, which has been slightly shortened again owing to the time limitations, trying to fit 2 days of racing into one here at Valencia. If you're just joining us and you're wondering why some of the race lengths are a little bit different, it's because Saturday was curtailed owing to severe weather warnings, owing to wind rather than any rain or anything like that. That was issued by, of course, the national government. The local government banned all running of outdoor events yesterday. Therefore, we could not go racing on Saturday, but the team at GEDLICH Racing have put in a mighty effort to give us a full day, a very full day of racing action. And for the fans here at the circuit, that is also backed up by the Rue Car Culture Festival, where there's all sorts of incredible modified cars knocking around in the display area. Regrettably, I haven't had a chance to really take it in, but what little I did see looked very impressive indeed. And there's also live music and great food options as well that, again, regrettably, with no lunch break, I'm not getting the chance to try, but the fans around the circuit are, and I'm sure a number of fans here, a significant number of fans here. We had 10,000 fans with us in 2024 for the GT Winter Series. Last year the capacities were somewhat capped because of flood damage to the site that only meant so many people could actually attend, but all the same, the Winter Series is always a popular stop for the Valencian faithful of motorsport, and they always come out in their droves for what really is the first event of any description down here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Andy McEwen is ready with the podium, so let's go to him now.
One of the races of the season has just completed here at Valencia, the GT4 Winter Series, putting on a show for us. We'll get our podium presentation underway with the club category. Second place in the club class, Antonio Duarte. Well done. Second step of the podium for the Zone Racing driver, to be joined on the podium by the car that finished second earlier on today. This time it is a winner in the hands of Thiago Laniero. Well done. Zone Racing celebrate a 1-2 finish. Matis Plushkel, of course, should have been on the podium, but not able to get to the checkered flag as a result of that sizable accident in the closing stages of that race. So just the two Zone Racing teammates then to welcome onto the podium. Trophies handed out and photos taken at the end of the second of 3 races for the GT4 Winter Series drivers here this afternoon. So congratulations to our club class podium finishers, Antonio Duarte and Thiago Laniero, and they celebrate with the Zone Racing team. We move on next to the Cayman Trophy, just the one driver to get onto the podium in the end. The Cayman Trophy victory goes to Speedworks' Franz Linden. Franz Linden, the only surviving Cayman Trophy driver who went onto the top step of the podium once again. Speedworks celebrating the win. Oleg from Pirelli here to hand the trophy for the win over. And Franz Linden, who was in the thick of a lot of the midfield battles in race 1, had a quieter time of it that time, but will be satisfied, I'm sure, to have picked up the winner's trophy. Congratulations to Franz. AM category up next then. 2 drivers to welcome onto this podium. Second place in the AM class, Alexander Bobrovs. Congratulations, Alexander. Second step of the podium for the Team VRT driver, but it's GT Corsa celebrating the win. The race win goes then to Manuel Berstein. Manuel heads out onto... Oh, Bertoli, excuse me. Is it? Yes, Bertolini, there we go. I can't read the writing on the page in front of me. It's been a long day. Onto the top step of the podium he goes. Manuel Bertolini, who in the BMW has been, again, a big factor in those midfield battles and picks up a second AM class victory of the day. And Bertolini will be very happy with his day's work so far here at Valencia. Congratulations to Manuel and Alexander's then after that second race of the day, and they will head backstage to be replaced on the podium by our Pro-Am top 3. And we start then with our third place Pro-Am driver of the Arroyo Aston Martin, Federico Peters. Federico heads out then onto the third step of the podium, and the Aston Martin driver happy with that. We do have our second place driver, the L'Espace Bienvenue driver, Charlie Robertson. Second step of the podium, well done Charlie. Another bruising encounter that for the L'Espace Bienvenue team, but solid points scored. The win though in Pro-Am goes to SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau. It is a second win for Cedric Fuchs. Second win of the season then, and Cedric Fuchs absolutely delighted with that. Punches the air, gets a big cheer from his teammates down below. Trophies brought out once again, and our Pro-Am top 3 finishers, Cedric Fuchs, Charlie Robertson and Federico Peters. Federico, of course, a lap down after that pit stop for the podium early on, but able still to get onto the podium. Charlie Robertson, whose BMW has been in the wars a little bit today, of course, had that little side-to-side contact with Federico Peters early on, which led to the puncture for the Aston. Robertson able to come through to second, and Cedric Fuchs just continued on uninterrupted as the winner of the Pro-Am category. Last podium then, the Pro top 3. Third position in Pro, Nicolas Guillaume. Third step of the podium for the WNS Motorsport driver, who defended as if his life depended on it in that race. Second place, though, a first GT4 Winter Series podium for Raul Zanzaren. The Spaniard heads to the podium for NM Racing. A very exciting showing from the former Ginetta star, but it was a dominant 5th win in a row for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau. Victory this time goes to Joel Mesh, who brings the team mascot out onto the podium to celebrate. Oh, and it gets passed down to the team down below. Joel Mesh and SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau celebrate the win, their 5th win in a row. And as Adam mentioned earlier on, they did the hat-trick here at Valencia last year in GT4 Winter Series. Can they do so again today? One more race, the pit stop race, still to come later on this afternoon. Be sure to tune in then to see what happens. So SR Motorsport celebrate another win in GT4 Winter Series. It's time now, though, for our last instalment of the day of the single-seaters, Formula Winter Series, up next.
Well, welcome back down to the grid. I have to say the wind has a little bit picked up, but we are about to get the final Formula Winter Series race of the weekend underway. I've spotted someone, though, who I want to come and have a chat with ever so quickly, Marcus Gedlich, of course, head of GEDLICH Racing. I mean, this has been such an incredible event. We've got so many fans here. The atmosphere is amazing, isn't it?
Absolutely. Imagine how many it would have been if we haven't had the break yesterday, but still, it's a fantastic event with a lot of stuff going on in the paddock. It's amazing.
And the racing's been equally as exciting as well.
Absolutely, even though we had to stuff everything down and squeeze everything a bit in a bit closer time schedule, but still it's fantastic racing, a bit more fast-paced with the interruption intervals, but fantastic. I have seen so many overtakings and I enjoyed it a lot until now.
Yeah, well, we'll let you go and enjoy this race. Thank you for speaking to us. Marcus has to, of course, leave the grid because we have already had at the 3-minute border, but I just wanted to grab a quick chat with him, and then we are going to continue and walk down the grid. We have a new pole sitter, and that is going to be the number 62 of Arjen Kreiling. Let's just have a quick look. I think I do have time to jump in with Arjen. Well, pole position, what a way to end the weekend. What have you learned so far from the first 2 races today?
I learned a lot how to overtake also on a tiny track, because there are not a lot of overtaking plays, and also a bit more on driving wise with braking later. It's really good track.
Well, given that you haven't been able to do, well, given that overtaking is difficult, you must feel pretty confident that you can convert this pole position to a win.
Yeah, I can block also more than the others, and then it's hard for them to overtake, and we just try to pull away.
Absolutely, best of luck. Thank you for speaking to us. Yeah, it's always nice to chat to a new face and a new pole sitter in Arjen Kreiling, and as he rightly says, it is very difficult to overtake at this track. We have seen that the weekend so far. We have had some fantastic racing, but that overtaking being difficult could play into his favour this afternoon for this final race of the weekend. And well, it was the number 3 alongside that was a winner earlier for the first time in Formula 4. That was, of course, Alexander Reuter. We are going to continue back. I can see the marshals getting the board ready, so we will have to leave the grid very, very shortly. But just a final look at some of these cars. We do have then the number 17 of Alexander Savinkov, and it's been a more tricky weekend for him, but certainly a chance to end on a high. And then it is another us racing car, the number 46 of Ari Bansel, a winner last time out in Portimao. Can he take a win in this final race of the weekend?
So then the Formula Winter Series cars are already revving into life for the third and final race of their weekend, and a new pole sitter emerges. It's Ian Kraling. He is alongside Thomas Behrman. Ian Kraling, I should say, my apologies. He's alongside Thomas Behrman. Alexander Ruta third on the grid. Alexander Savinkov in fourth position. He used quali, or raced to as a quali, as did Kraling. They're both very far up the order as a result. Ari Bansal fifth, Alfie Slater in sixth position. Seventh place, Samuel Ifrid, a very good starting position for him. Ludovico Busso in eighth place. In ninth position was Pedro Lima. Oscar Repetto lining up at the last point of the top 10. Jensen Burnett is next alongside Dries van Langendonk, who really was struggling in race 2. Only 12th fastest based on the fastest laps from that race. Noah Killian and Theo Borenstein are next. On row 7 of the grid, Marcus Silkunas and Roman Kamyab in 15th and 16th respectively. Philip Rice is next alongside Georgi Zazov, 17th and 18th position. Abdullah Kamil in 19th alongside Levi Arn, who hasn't really been up there in the way we've seen him previously. Zoe Florescu in 21st, Andre Rodriguez in 22nd. Then it's Leon Headforth in 23rd, Ethan Lennon in 24th position. 25th for Ginevra Panzeri, Eric Paulson in 26th place. In 27th is Max Kamalander. He is joined by Chiara Batig on the 14th row of the grid. Caitlin McDaniel in 29th alongside Vittorio Orsini. And at the back of the field, Rocco Coronel, who didn't register a lap in the second race. The second race's fastest laps determine this grid. Rocco did not get to the end of a lap, so he's got a lot of work to do. But I think a cool strategy. We were commenting, of course, at the top of race 2 about Savinkov and Kraling starting from the pit lane. They went out there quite a long way after the rest of the field, and their qualifying strategy in race 2 has paid off.
Yeah, well, you said to me as I arrived back in the commentary box words to the effect of this grid is all kinds of messed up, and I'm now starting to see exactly what you meant. This has got all the ingredients for a bit of a classic, hasn't it? We've got Dries van Langendonk out of position. We've got Rocco Coronel from the back of the grid. We've got drivers at the front who are desperate to try and turn their weekend around. And we've got sunshine. I'm scared to say that too loud because I think it's the first time I've said it since the middle of January, but we do have sunshine. The temperature is climbing, the wind is dying down. They're near perfect conditions for racing, and we've got the near perfect set of conditions for a fantastic race here, I'd say. Strap yourselves in, this should be a good one.
I believe it will be. Ian Kraling then lining up on pole position. His best finish came at race 1 of the season at Estoril. It was a 6th place finish. That was the race, of course, that was largely contested under safety car in hugely treacherous conditions. The sun is shining. He has an opportunity at his first ever top 5 finish in the Formula Winter Series. And what if it also turns out to be a first win? He's on pole position. He's joined by Thomas Behrman on the front row of the grid. We're underway and racing, and it looks like a decent start there from Kraling from the front of the grid. I think Behrman struggled. Ruta got a brilliant start. He's to the outside of the race leader from the second row of the grid. Will he sweep around the outside? I think Kraling will have the high ground as they run through the first corner. It's Ruta second behind Kraling, then Behrman, then Savinkov going to the outside of his teammate Ari Bansal for 4th position. Dries van Langendonk in unfamiliar territory there on the fringes of the top 10 in the McLaren liveried Rodin Motorsport entry. He is having a lot of work to do in the first few moments of this race. He's going to want to score points in this one. Of course, if you're Ari Bansal, if you're Alexander Savinkov up there towards the front of the standings, this is a golden opportunity. Savinkov has gotten past Bansal for 4th position, and one of the Cram cars is up in 6th place, maybe 7th place, because the US Racing machine of Ludovico Busso has just moved up to 6th. But yes, the 28 of Ifrid is running P7. Of course, he was up there at the start of the race on the grid, but he's retained those places.
Oh, someone in the gravel further back pointing the wrong way. That's not a huge surprise necessarily with such a congested field. Who it is, I can't tell from here, if I'm honest, with the sun starting to glint off the cars. It's the 40 of Andre Rodriguez, the Cram car, pointing the wrong way. Driver about to climb out, and that is Andre's day done, unfortunately. But part 1 of the plan executed pretty well for Arjen Krailing. He's about to be greeted by a safety car. That perhaps wasn't in the plan, but he has managed to fend off the Van Amersfoort Racing teammates behind. Alexander Ruter absolutely nailed the start. I was watching that from directly above him out of the window. Minimal wheel spin, lightning fast reactions, cruised past Behrman into the first corner, and as we saw, nearly got the lead away from Krailing, but it is the US Racing driver who leads at the end of lap 1.
One into the pit lane at the back of shot as well. Making contact with the 25 car of Georgi Zazov, who was off at turn 8, but I'm not sure who that was. It was Rocco Coronel. Rocco Coronel, who was trying to make his way through the order. He's got damage. Is it damage that is fixable, I wonder? That's going to be the big question down at Van Amersfoort Racing. I don't think he's got a front wing on that car. Yes, so they're going to replace the front nose cone and send him back out there. It's been a bit of a weekend to forget this for Rocco Coronel. Let's see if he can salvage something by joining the back of the safety car queue.
It's that snowball effect, isn't it? If qualifying doesn't go to plan, you end up in the midfield. That's where things can go wrong, and then you don't get lap times in, you know, with the format this weekend where you needed that strong lap time in race 2 to get the grid position for race 3, and he just wasn't able to do so. And then starting at the back of the grid for this one was always going to be fraught with danger, and Rocco Coronel, unfortunately, falling foul of that. Hopefully he can get back out potentially before the safety car comes back around. He might be able to stay on the lead lap as trudging away is Andre Rodriguez through the gravel trap. I think Coronel has continued. Yes, he is back out on track, so a very rapid change of front wing. Georgi Zazov is still in the pit lane. The Enz Motorsport team taking a bit longer to sort his car out, but Rocco Coronel should at least be able to pick up where he left off in the back of the lead lap group.
Yeah, I mean, Coronel, of course, he finished second in the first race earlier this morning, but then didn't get beyond corner 2 in the second race today, and that was qualifying for this race number 3. So to your point, being mired down the order, especially if you have the pace and evidently you want to use it, it's often a bit of a slippery slope. But for Arjen Krailing, what a golden opportunity this is. He scored a podium in the GB4 Championship in a one-off last year and competed in the last 3 rounds of the British F4 season. But the lead is thus far in F4 pretty much uncharted territory for him. He could be on the verge of matching Alexander Ruter for taking a first win in F4 this weekend. He's got a long way to go, and he's got some big names right there behind him in the forms of Ruter, who we always felt would be a front runner this year, Behrman, Savinkov, Bansal, and then Ludovico Busso, who's kind of made himself a revelation over the last few weeks. 4 US racing cars as well in the top half dozen, which they'll be very happy with.
They will indeed, and of course they're leading the way with Arjen Krailing, so plenty to smile about for now. But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? This is, well, let's get a replay first of the 25 car with damage. Yes. This is the Enza car of Georgi Zazov. This car's still in the pit lane, and I'm now beginning to see why. Not only a front wing required, but damage to the right front corner in general, suspension-wise, I suspect has taken him out of the race altogether. But yeah, odd that this has been in some ways the most normal weekend of the year so far for the formulas. I know it hasn't been anything like a normal weekend, but as far as weather conditions, once we've gone racing, it's been a standard weekend. No wet, dry, slick, wet tyre debates to be had, no changeable conditions, no races run entirely under the safety car, and yet we've had a completely not random, but a completely unpredictable set of results with new winners, new people on the podium. And it goes to show the strength in depth we've got, that even actually when we don't have the weather interfering, it still seems almost potluck which drivers from race to race are going to show up at the front.
Safety car is in this lap, so Arjen Krailing will see the BMW M3 Touring disappear off into the distance, and the number 62 machine will take over the control of the field. Alexander Ruter will be keeping his beady eyes on the back of that Tatus up ahead of him. as we see the number 40 car continuing to be hoisted. That's behind the barriers, just to be completely sure. When will Kraling launch the field away? He does so now, and he gains himself a car length just on the acceleration phase there. I think he's handled that restart brilliantly, and Ruta, trying to go with Kraling, has gone wide there. That's brought him up towards his teammate Thomas Behrman. Behrman may be close enough for a look into turn 2 if he gets turn 1 nailed. And look at this, side by side for 4th place. Savinkov, who of course is fighting Ari Bansel in the points table, and given today's pretty poor first pair of races for Savinkov, he is behind Bansel by some margin in the championship now. They are fighting each other for 4th and 5th place.
Samuel Leifried there on the outside line as well, battling away into the right-hander at turn 4. That was the 53 of Pedro Lima trying to get past him, and I think perhaps getting past him in all of that. That was for 7th position. There, Dries van Langendonk, the orange highlighted car, comes through. One eye to the back of the pack to see what a recovering Rocco Coronel is capable of. Wide for Thomas Behrman there as he comes out of the left-hander, and so the gaps start to grow again slightly at the front of the field. Very late on the brakes for Alexander Savinkov as he tries to go after Behrman in front, but a brilliant restart that from Martin Kraling. Going early does seem to be the order of the day, doesn't it? We've seen a few drivers do that to good effect.
Yeah, just watching Coronel dispatch 2 drivers so far on this lap already. Of course, with the field spread, it's much harder to dig his way through the order, but we'll see how far he can go. Meanwhile, Chiara Batig there, side by side. Is that with Florescu or Headforce? I think it was with Headforce. Yes, it was. So not for the female trophy lead on that occasion, but she'll be aiming Chiara Batig for Zoe Florescu. I think in a way Batig will be disappointed not to have had the same pace on Sunday that she had Thursday, Friday here at Valencia. Meanwhile, we've got Lima and Busso exchanging positions at the moment, and the 53 car has the inside line. I'm sure he's going to give, yes, no room at all to Ludovico Busso, who has to make his own line. He's got the outside for turn 2. If Lima's not careful, of course, that then becomes the inside for 4, but manages to get the apex speed nailed and retains the position for now. But Busso looking particularly racy. Ifrid fancies a bit of this as well, as does his Cram teammate, Oscar Repetto. Alfie Slater down in 10th place as well. He's lost places from where he started. And in fact, all 3 cars, or well, 2 of the cars are out of the points at Rodin. Of course, Van Langendonk 11th, Lennon 16th, and Slater falling back to 10th. Just feels like maybe it's gone slightly the wrong way from a setup perspective, maybe as an overall under the umbrella at Rodin.
Possibly, and I just don't think they got the... they were all in a big battle, weren't they, in that race earlier on? I just don't think any of them got a good lap in, and now they're finding just how difficult it is to make progress when everyone's as evenly matched as this. So, yeah, maybe the car not underneath the drivers quite as they wanted, but circumstances, I think, really just conspiring against them slightly. But we'll see as the race wears on in now much warmer conditions than before, whether perhaps there's a bit of time management to come into this, whether maybe some teams do have a setup that works better in the slightly warmer weather. That will all become a little bit more obvious over the next 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Fastest lap of the race, Thomas Behrman, 3rd position at 1:35.6, but the top 3 all lap then within a tenth or so of each other. The battles are going on behind, aren't they? This is Noah Killian battling with the impressive newcomer Jensen Burnett, who is up the inside but could not quite get through.
I'm very impressed that they both still have cars in one piece going through the first corner there. I thought Burnett was about to lose a front wing. Borenstein going around the outside of him now as they run through the kink at turn 3. Is he going to be far enough alongside for the move at 4? Yes, Borenstein therefore moves up a position into 13th, and Noah Killian watches that go on in the mirrors.
Indeed he does. Teo Borenstein here defends then into the left-hander, and this is all getting rather busy now in the midfield scrap as they head through the kink on the back straight and into the next potential overtaking opportunity. So Borenstein defends. Oh, and that's a little bit tight, isn't it, for Burnett? And Teo Borenstein very much going defensive, has opened the door nicely for Ethan Lennon, the Rodin driver, to go right round the outside, and that a couple of corners later, as often is the case here at Valencia, then becomes the inside line, and that was good opportunistic driving there from Ethan.
Yes, it was. So Lennon up another position. Let's see what happens with the outside the top 10 positions. That's what we're looking at the moment. Van Langendonk looking very racy, incidentally, for 10th position on the back of his teammate Alfie Slater, so that's compelling. Gap at the front between Kraling and Ruta, 0.8 of a second. Incident involving cars 40, 25 and 2 at turn 8 will be investigated after the race. So that's Coronel, Zazov and the 40 car, the crab entry of Andre Rodriguez. So that's the picture confirmed that all 3 cars were involved in that one, but nothing that affects the front end of the field. Goodness me, that was a wayward entry to the corner there from Killian, wasn't it? That was a rear steer if ever I've seen it.
Yeah, really backed the car in, plenty of front end grip, and the rear tyres struggling to keep up, but he got through the corner nicely in the end, did Noah Killian, who's been entertaining to watch in this race so far. He's a bit further behind them. This is all right the way back to the tail end of the top 20 and beyond, where we find Rocco Coronel in 23rd position. He did gain 2 places last time. Max Kamalander and Leon Headfors both dispatched by the VAR driver, and Rocco Coronel continuing to climb up the order, but you have to finish in the top 10 to score points, so that is fairly unlikely to happen, one would say, in this race, and Rocco Coronel will once again be left licking his wounds a little bit after a race that could have delivered much more.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Kraling through the first 2 sector splits up against Ruta. How has it unfolded? They're identical through the first sector, actually. And Ruta gained a little, or lost a little bit of time to Kraling in sector 1. So again, I'm really impressed here with Ian Kraling, who's taken the opportunity presented to him and proving that his race pace is more than good enough to be a match to the likes of Alexander Ruta. Of course, so often, as we've alluded to already, the qualifying kind of determines everything that goes forward, and well, this opportunity has proven that Ian Kraling can more than handle it at the front.
Yeah, well, as you said, sacrificed that second race to running clean air and get a good lap time, so we know that when he's got no one in front of him, he is capable of going quicker than anybody else. Well, he's leading the race. He's got no one in front of him, and he is going quicker, more or less, than anyone else out there right now. So, yeah, demonstrating that when he gets in clean air, he is a tough man to beat.
And this, of course, is the rookie class lead battle. The 2 Cram cars, Ifrid and Repetto, run 1-2 in the rookie class. So the 2 cars we were just looking at, the 28 and the 11 from Cram, they are leading the rookie category. Slater is in 3rd in class and Van Langendonk behind in 4th. It's been a year where the rookies have kind of taken the spotlight, shall we say, in the Formula Winter Series, but it is the more experienced hands at the sharp end in this one.
Yeah, good point. That's happened occasionally this season. There, damage, yes, well spotted, Adam. Damage to the front of the US Racing car of Harry Bansell, so I'm not sure how he's done that. He's 5th position at the moment, but the front wing definitely hanging loose on that machine, and that could leave him under a little bit of threat, and off the road goes the 21 car. That is Levy Arn, who's been a bit anonymous this weekend, really, and well, that's not the way to make your entrance, Levy, or indeed exit from the race. Stuck in the gravel trap. That's turn 12, and that could be another safety car as there's another drama. That's the 89 going around of Chiara Batigue. So it's all kicking off. Chiara was 2nd of the female trophy runners, only a couple of places behind Zoe Florescu, but her pursuit of another class win perhaps comes to an end. She'll continue on, but a lot of time lost.
Florescu was around the car of Levy Arn, so I'm glad to see that she's actually crossed the line in 21st. Ethan Lennon dropped down to 20th, having been up in 16th on the previous lap, so I think he had some dramas as well. I think a lot happened all at once there in the high teens, the low 20s in the order. Interestingly, no safety car as yet. Whether they think that's far enough away from turn 12 to not need a safety car, I'm not sure. Looking at it from outside of our window, safety car is now out. A bit of a late call, but they've managed to stop the field before they get to turn 12, which is the most important thing, with 4.5 minutes plus 1 lap left to go, and it is very close to where they wheel the car away. I think we may not be done with racing yet in this one. I think it will be effectively a 2-lap safety car, as we've seen several times. I really don't think we're done yet.
No, and so Arjen Kraling needs to nail another restart, which he did the first time. Can he do the same again? Of course, Alexander Ruta will have learned, we assume, from the little mistake that he made earlier on, and will do his best to apply a bit more pressure to the US Racing driver and gift Van Amersfoort Racing another race win. Replay here potentially of what happened to Levian. Ooh,
Batigue.
That was Batigue, and I think it was contact going into the corner, wasn't it? So perhaps Chiara Batigue sustained a little bit of damage. Yeah, they did just trip over each other on the way into the turn, didn't they? And Levian ends up stuck in... yes, Levian ends up stuck in the gravel, trapped out of himself, and that's what happened to Batigue. That was separate contact, wasn't it?
Yeah, with Vittorio Orsini, who ended up being the responsible party for that one in the 88 car. So the 88 and the 89 tangling together on circuit. We've also got a car coming into the pits now, and I think that will be Vittorio Orsini making his way into pit lane. Georgi Zazov, of course, is still in the pits. We saw him limp the car in earlier, and it is Orsini who's come in. Ari Bansal, I'm quite surprised that they've kept him out there. I guess they're hoping that that wing stays in place, and to be fair, at safety car speeds it is more likely to do so, but they've got to be wary of that as well. Safety car in this lap.
Yeah, very efficient work. I was watching that out of the window. 4 marshals went over, pushed Levian's car back onto the road, and he fired it up immediately and got underway. So very quick work, and we will go racing this time with time for probably 2 more laps.
Excellent stuff. Okay, so we will get not 1 but 2 lap dash to the checkered flag. Arjen Kraling will once again have to nail the starts. Of course, he can't pull the same move twice, really, because Alexander Ruta would expect that, you would think. So what will Kraling do as an approach on this occasion? What about Behrman? Can he hold off Alexander Savinkov? Will Ari Bansal's car hold on? The front wing hanging on by a thread. He's ahead of Lima, Busso, and of course the rookie class battle where Ifrid, Repetto, Slater and Van Langendonk are there from 8th through 11th place. So that is going to be one to watch as well. The incident involving Batigue and Orsini is under investigation at turn 14. Of course, we saw that one work out in that replay. Kraling leads the field once again. He controls the field once again. 2 laps of racing between himself and an inaugural single-seater victory. Can he do it here in the Formula Winter Series? He again gets a good launch, again does very well on cold tyres around the last corner. Ruta is not as far back this time though, so he's not out of the woods yet. It looked like Bansal was right on the gearbox of Alexander Savinkov. They're going to be side by side as they come through the first corner. Ditto, Lima and Busso behind. Bansal's front wing is almost directly under the wheel. In fact, it has slid under the wheel. It's now diagonal across the car. That is really, quite frankly, unsafe now for Ari Bansal. He's still fighting Alexander Savinkov, but you can see it shifting at the front of the nose cone.
And yet it's not deterring him from attacking for 4th position, is it? He had a real go through turn 2, but have to suspect he's going to struggle for front downforce through this very, very technically demanding layout, and it might well open the door for Pedro Lima to come through behind. Out onto the back straight we go. He drops away slightly now from Alexander Savinkov, does Ari Bansal, and they remain single file into the next braking zone. He can't brake as late as he'd like to, though. He can't carry the speed through the corner that he wants to. He can't get off the corner, therefore, all that well either, and so Pedro Lima knows that he's got an opportunity. Goes to the inside line. That's a really good move into turn 11. If it works, they bang wheels once, maybe twice, and well, it was a robust pass, but a successful one, and it might now allow others to come through as well. Ludovico Busso is up the inside, goes through at turn 12, and this is sort of what I expected. With that damage, it's almost impossible to hang on.
Yes, and now it's going to be a bit of a disruptor. Ari Bansal's car in the battle for the rookie win. Dries Van Langendonk is going around the outside of Oscar Repetto for 2nd in class, and now he's got Ifrid in his sights. Ifrid is going to have to defend here from Dries Van Langendonk to try and hold on to the rookie class win. Van Langendonk's car seemingly has come alive here. He's to the inside of Ifrid. Can he hold on through turn 2? Ifrid strays wide, so does Van Langendonk. They've all got Bansal up ahead to contend with, who's a bit of an unknown factor. Ifrid is holding on. The Swiss doing a great job. Dries van Langendonk cannot quite do it.
Yeah, Dries is really on the attack, but couldn't quite get that move made. Here's another chance, though, to the inside at 5. That was brave. Not really an overtaking opportunity, that, but Dries, as you quite rightly said, has suddenly got pace that has deserted him up until this point in this race, at least. Is it enough to get him the rookie class win? It might only be 8th place overall, but he would love to take another first place trophy away from this race. He's running out of opportunities, though, to make that potentially race-winning move.
Shout out as well to Rocco Coronel, who may get to the top 15. He was 16th across the line last time by. He's got one more position to make up by my count. Ian Kraling is just a few corners away from winning his first ever single-seater race. He's been only 15 or so races in his career so far, and a quick learner, the young US Racing driver, the German, the only German in the tent at the German team, with backing from the ADAC, and it is Ian Kraling who takes his first win in single-seaters here in the Formula Winter Series. 2 new winners in F4 in the same day. Kraling from Ruta, your top 2, and just holding on for the rookie win was Samuel Ifrid. A big doff of the cap to him for holding off Van Langendonk, who was charging at the end there. Repetto rounds out the podium in the rookie class, and of course in the overall top 10, 2 Cram cars get points as well, with Repetto finishing 10th. US Racing, Ian Kraling, race winners, Ruta and Behrman rounding out the top 3 in the overall standings. Alexander Savinkov makes up some ground after a difficult weekend with his 4th place finish ahead of Pedro Lima. Of course, Ari Bansel dropping down the field does Dries van Langendonk some favours, as well as the closest competitor to Van Langendonk in the championship coming into this weekend. Him falling through the field is helpful, but Alexander Ruta having a very strong weekend. I think Ruta may well be second in the points now going into Motorland Aragon. That is a big shift in the championship here, and we've seen today irrefutable evidence that Dries van Langendonk is not infallible. He's incredibly talented, we know this to be true, but he certainly hasn't had quite the pace that we've seen from him previously on at least race 2 and race 3. Of course, he won the first race, but it looked like as we got into the afternoon, things started to unravel just a little bit. And while he's still comfortably the championship leader, the McLaren Development Driver Programme competitor, he would certainly have hoped for better from the last 2 races of the day. Behrman then takes a penalty, takes a 3rd place finish. Not a penalty. Of course, he got a penalty in the earlier race, but I don't think anyone towards the sharp end of the field got a penalty in that one. Certainly not according to my timing screen, although my timing screen has just had a big update before my eyes there, but no penalties that I can see from the FWS race. So the order will stand, and Ian Kraling will stand atop his car as a race winner for the first time. Zoe Florescu winning the female trophy. We didn't cover that as she came across the line. She came 21st eventually. Of course, inherited that win courtesy of Chiara Batigue's dramas there with Arne, and then with Vittorio Orsini for good measure as well. Alex Ruta out of the car already, as is Thomas Behrman. But I think we're still missing Ian Kraling from somewhere. Did he perhaps go into the assembly area where he was meant to come to the podium? It will be his first podium in the FWS category. Of course, he did get one in GB4 previously. So maybe he wasn't quite informed of the procedure. But either way, we're yet to see Kraling just yet. The 62 car is the winning machine ultimately. Well, of course, hopefully hear from him with Izzy before too long. The young German who I was lucky enough to speak to earlier this weekend even. There he is. We found him. But yeah, I spoke to him earlier this weekend, and he really was buzzing to be back in the paddock once again after the previous week at Portimao. Moreover, loves being with us racing, loves being backed by the ADAC as well. He's got the German forces behind him, the best German team in F4 level competition, and indeed the governing body for Germany, the ADAC and the DMSB, right there with him. And the team are there to congratulate him on a stellar first win in the Formula Winter Series. Starting from pole position, always good. It was technically a lights to flag win, but he worked hard for that one. And of course, having not been at that sharp, pointy end of the field before, it was something of an unknown quantity. Would he be able to hold on up there at the front? And he's proven that he could with a resounding tick. The two VAR cars finishing second and third, Ruter and Behrman, Savinkov and Lima rounding out the top 5. So 2 US Racing cars in that top 5, and indeed 4 within the top 7. All 6 US Racing entries finishing within the top 15 as well, so all of them in the top half of the finishing order. Did look like the US cars were generally pretty well hooked up here around the Circuit Ricardo Tormo on this weekend. For the US Racing team, the most successful team in the Formula Winter Series. It's yet another win on the door. It's their 3rd of the season in 2026. Of course, Savinkov and Bansal claiming the other 2. And it's their 18th win in the history of the series. But 2 new winners in the same day could mean a really interesting second half of the season as well, of course. We do see this sometimes in the Formula Winter Series. The sharp end of the order seems to shuffle a little bit, and I think part of that is drivers gaining experience and confidence as the year goes on, especially those who are newer. Arjen Kreling, of course, is not a rookie because he did more than 9 races before the start of 2026. But he is still very new to single-seater racing, and he's brand new to the winning feeling under a single-seater podium. Let's go to Izzy.
He is indeed, and he is still getting congratulated down here in Parc Fermé. I mean, congratulations, Arjen. A first win in Formula 4. How good does that feel?
It feels really good. Now we could finally done it. The speed was amazing. We struggled over the weekend, but today we've just found something that we couldn't found before, and we're just super happy now. And US team did a really good job.
And talk us through those restarts, because you managed them perfectly. Were there any nerves?
I already knew what I'm gonna do. I knew what I expect from me, but I did it quite different, and I just did a good gap already on beginning, and my pace was really good, so I can just pull away.
What does this do to your confidence now that you've got that first win? Are you going to go into the rest of the series with more confidence?
Yeah, of course. I know I can do it now, and now when I know it I can do, there will be a lot of more wins coming, and now the confidence is much higher than before.
It certainly will be. Congratulations. Go and enjoy at the podium. A first win for Arjen Kreling.
Great to hear from Arjen Kreling just moments after his first ever win in single-seaters. Let's take a look back at the highlights of that race. It was pole position for Arjen Kreling as the race got started, but he had 2 very quick Van Amersfoort Racing machines right there on his back in the form of Alexander Ruter and Thomas Behrman. Behrman was on the front row, didn't quite get the start. Ruter got a magnificent start from row 2 at the grid. He wasn't able to convert that into an early lead. Georgi Zazov among those who had a collision on the approach to the first of the 8th corner on the first lap of the race. Rodriguez in amongst that collision as well. A lot of dramas on the first lap led to a safety car restart, which Grayling managed to expertly navigate and continue on in the race lead. Meanwhile, Samuel Ifrid was on the move in the 28 car. He was looking promising. He was also the rookie class leader for the first time this season. The likes of Van Langendonk and Coronel further back in the field. There was some dramas towards the low teens, the high teens in the order. That was Rocco Coronel moving his way up into the top 20 as he worked his way from the back of the pack. Rocco certainly not best pleased with the third race of the day. Unfortunately, not pleased either. Levian, who struggled this weekend, and he found himself facing the wrong way after a collision with Chiara Batig, and Batig just a few moments later would end up getting tangled with by Vittorio Orsini. I think it was more than a little ambitious, that move from Vittorio, but he did his best to get to the inside line. And the safety car would be back out with just a couple of laps to go to collect Levian's car. 2 laps more of racing left to go, and Ari Bansal, despite a broken front wing, was trying to fight Alexander Savinkov, though he'd ultimately fall a couple of places further back. Indeed, he'd almost intervened in the rookie class win battle as Samuel Ifrid tried very hard indeed to hold off Dries Van Langendonk, which he would succeed at doing so. Ian Grayling crossed the line to win his first F4 race, his first single-seater race. Ruta and Behrman rounding out the top 3 overall. Ifrid winning in the rookie trophy standings, and the female trophy going the way of Zoe Florescu. But Ian Grayling, the man of the moment in the third and final Formula One Series race of the weekend, of course, curtailed down to 20 minutes owing to the altered schedule. But I'm sure it was the best 20 minutes that Ian Grayling has experienced in his young life. A race winner, a P1 trophy awaits him. It was his first top 5 finish in the Formula Winter Series, and he shot straight to P1. Alexander Ruta taking second place, Behrman in third, Savinkov fourth, Pedro Lima in 5th position, Ludovico Busso in 6th, ahead of Ari Bansal with the ailing US Racing car. Samuel Ifrid in 8th, Dries Van Langendonk 9th, and Oscar Repetto rounding out the top 10. Those, of course, were also the top 3 in rookie. Noah Killian in 11th, Alfie Slater 12th, Theo Borenstein, Kamyab and Coronel rounding out the top 15 ahead of Burnett, Rice, Lennon, Camel and Silkunas. Going down to 21st position would be the car of Zoe Florescu, the female trophy winner. Headforth, Kamalander, Panzeri, Batig, Poulsen, McDaniel, Orsini, Arn and Zazov, the 30-car finishing order. And that concludes the FWS weekend. One last celebration on the podium for them.
Well, the sun is now shining on the Valencia podium as we get ready to welcome our Formula Winter Series drivers for the final time this weekend. Starting as always with the female trophy, and it's a second win this weekend for Zoe Florescu. Congratulations, Zoe. Second win of the weekend, and she's looked strong in that category all weekend long. Chiara Batig was challenging her in that race, but had those couple of moments midway through and ended up with no real pressure on her shoulders, Zoe Florescu, as she came through to claim the win for the second time today here at Valencia. So Zoe Florescu celebrates a female trophy victory and has lots of people gathered down below in the crowd taking photos of her, as will be the case for all of our podium finishers. Congratulations, Zoe, on the female trophy win. Now we move on to the rookie category, and for the first time we welcome onto the rookie podium our third place finisher, Oscar Repetto. Well done, Oscar. Third step for the Cram Motorsport driver, his first appearance of the podium, and he gets a big cheer from the crowd down below as a result. It is not the first time that we've welcomed this man onto the podium, though. In fact, he's got a 100% podium record in rookie. Second place, Dries Van Langendonk. 8th podium in the rookie category. And 9th podium, excuse me, in the rookie pack category out of 9 races. A fantastic performance for the Rodin driver, but it is a first win in the class. Another Cram Motorsport driver. The victory in rookie goes to Samuel Ifrid. And Samuel has a big smile on his face as he heads to the podium. A first win in the rookie category for 2026. And the Swiss driver is very pleased with that, as he should be. The rookies maybe not locking out the podium places, the overall podium places, in the same way that we've become used to. But Samuel Liefried does manage to claim the win. And one of many first-time winners to come out of the Valencia round. First win in the rookie class for the Cram Motorsport driver. So congratulations, Samuel. And he, along with Dries van Langendonk and Oscar Repetto, will head backstage. And for once, we are not going to welcome Dries van Langendonk back out onto the podium. He didn't make the overall top 3, but we will in a moment or two get our overall top 3 out. Another round of applause. Congratulations then to the drivers. And Samuel Liefried, Dries van Langendonk and Oscar Repetto celebrate a rookie podium finish. So, final podium.
So it appears the top 3 continuing on. This is Thomas Behrman climbing up to the 3rd step of the podium. I think we've lost Andy down there, but the podiums continue on regardless. Alexander Ruta taking the 2nd step, of course, following on from that victory earlier on in the Formula Wind Series 2nd race. And what about a doff of a cap and the round of applause to the young German Ian Kraling, his first ever win in the F4 category. And we'll hear now his national anthem. But not before Us Racing brings out what's evidently a very popular representative. So there is the German national anthem for young Ian Kraling. They'll now receive, of course, their trophies for the 3rd and final time this weekend. A very interesting weekend of results in the Formula Winter Series. I look forward to sitting down and working out exactly what that's done to some of the places in the top 10 in the championship later on. The GEDLICH Racing and Pirelli representatives hand the trophies over to the top 3. They, of course, will take photos and celebrate on. Indeed, Phil Hay from the GEDLICH Racing organisation ushering them into position. As the pictures are taken, let's go down to a different lens. Let's go down for the GT race. Izzy Browning awaits.
Well, a very warm welcome down to the grid, I'm delighted to say. For one of the first times this season, we have some sunshine. The sunshine has come out for us this afternoon in Valencia, but it is going to be the final race of the weekend for the GT Winter Series. And we have the number 111 on pole position of Mikael Sander and Moritz Viskirchen. Of course, there was quite the battle earlier. Marcus Klassen winning out, but there was quite the battle in the earlier race of the day. It is going to be Nicholas Callas on P2. Now, they've had a string of P2s, this car, and I know that they will be hoping to change that this afternoon and get a first win this afternoon in Valencia. But I want to come and show you the 2nd row of the grid, and the reason because this is where the championship fight is, really. I mean, we've got the number 67 of Marcus Clutton, and then alongside we have the number 11 of Kenneth Heyer. Of course, Kenneth Heyer and Jamo Hetling came into this weekend 6 points ahead in the championship, courtesy of Marcus's fantastic win this morning. That has now changed, but what will happen in this final race of the GT Winter Series?
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
So the GT cars are about to go, racing for 50 minutes in their pit stop race. The pit stop will be from minute 20 through minute 30, so a little bit different than usual. Mikael Sander set to start from pole position in the 111 car. With all due respect to Mikael, I think he's going to have to do a lot of defending in the early stages to stay in the top positions. He would say himself that Moritz Viskirchen is the faster of the two in that lineup. Nicolas Kalus starting from second position in the Ford Mustang. Marcus Clutton is next, third on the grid. He is joined on the front row by Kenneth Heyer in the other SR Motorsport car, the championship top two together again. Severin Mazur in the third row of the grid. He's alongside Ethan Brown on row 3. Row 4, Premislav Bienkowski in the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. Alfredo Hernandez is next in the Grupo Prom Racing Team number 77 car. Norikazu Shibata and Carrie Schreiner on row 5, although I think no Carrie is there, as is Alan Valente. So both the cars that were involved earlier on in that incident are out there. And then we look to the Cup class machines, where Alessio Raffini is the first of them, joined by the Cup 1 frontrunner Bradley Yates, son of Gilbert Yates, who will take the car over later on. Fabian Seipt is next for MS Racing. Nina Østergaard in the DC Motorsport, the Danish entered Lamborghini. Joseph Dean alongside in the AF Corsa 204 Ferrari. Leon Rimbeck in 17th. He's alongside the Sol GT2 car, Alberto Di Martine for NM Racing Team. Petar Matic in 19th place. He's on row 10 alongside Sean Rann. In 21st position is the first of the Porsches, Fabio Grosser, who's a little bit further down than he'd expect. Of course, he'll be sharing with Alexei Kikareshko. That's a car that's important for the championship. Darren Howe alongside him. He'll be handing over to Sean Doyle later on, and that car will fly in Sean's hands. That much is for sure. Alvaro Ramos in 23rd. He's alongside Benedict Seipt on the 12th row of the grid. In 25th is Anders Steiner alongside Igor Klyer. Row 14 will be Jan Jürger's car. He won't be, actually. He won't be there. I just read it sometimes. I don't think it. Ulrich Forsberg will therefore be alone on row 14 of the grid. The 47 of Mats Kimby will be, I think, alone on row 15 as well, as the Reparto Corsa Ram car has not been out there since this morning. Ditto the Liqui Team Exler machine. So a slightly depleted field. I think 28 cars ultimately will take the start, but when we can say depleted, about 28 car grid, Andy, things are going okay.
I'll take this. I'll take this any day of the week. We've had two sensational GT Winter Series races so far today, and I think this third one, when you throw in the added intrigue of the pit stops and the strategic gameplay, especially as we get down to the business end of the championship, I think we're in for another fascinating race.
Absolutely right. So then, Mikael Sander to take the start from the inside of the front row of the grid. Let's see what he can do. The GT Winter Series are racing for 15 minutes. The pit stop race is go. Around the outside, flies Nicholas Callas into an early lead to no surprise. Can Clutton follow him through into second? The answer is yes. The SR cars now then running third and fourth place. Can Kenneth Heyer dispatch Mikael Sander equally quickly? I think Mikael making this one a little bit easier, or is he? Because he's holding on around the outside at turn 3, but realises that maybe not. Let Kenneth chase the other two, if at all possible. Severin Mazur, the next driver to target Sander there for fourth position. It looks like that move is getting done. Yes, it is. But at the front of the field, Clutton is right on the back of the Mustang. Of course, we saw that battle in reverse earlier on. Let's see how it plays out this time. Meanwhile, the Bradley Yates car to the outside of Alessio Ruffini. Cup 4 and Cup 1 cars intermingling at the front of the Cup start. And Bradley Yates immediately looking like he's on the offensive. He wants to show that he can do everything that his father, Gilbert Yates, can do at the wheel of that car. Huge traffic jam, 2-3 deep, 2-3 wide, running through turn 2. And the GT3 battle, while this is going on, equally close out there, Andy.
Yeah, I saw out of the window Marcus Clutton had a big go up the inside of the race leader Nicholas Callas into turn 11. Didn't quite make it stick, but he's made his intentions known. He wants the lead, and he wants to try and break away in front, give his co-driver Simon Orange the largest possible gap to work with when he jumps in the car at the pit stops. We rode on board briefly there with Marcus Clutton as he blasted past the pits. And here, look, comes the second of those Ham Racing Team cars. Alan Valente making really good progress at the back of the GT3 grid, and another place gained at the expense of Mikael Sander then. So Mikael Sander, who started on pole, will be essentially 7th by the end of the opening lap, but they're playing the long game, and we expect that car to come back into it a little bit later on.
Yeah, not as experienced as most of those around him in a GT3 car, Mikael Sander. Of course, he is a former GT Winter Series champion back in 2022 when the series had a much broader spectrum of cars. He was a BMW M240i, of all things, in the GT Winter Series and managed to win the championship back then, and is now all the way up in GT3. He has certainly grown and developed in large part thanks to the Winter Series. We saw Shibata there holding off Carrie Schreiner further back in the field. As we see here, the 74 car, it's on the recovery drive and seems to be A-OK, of course, after those impacts they had earlier on. We ride on board with Carrie Schreiner on one of the onboards provided by Race Streaming. Our thanks to them for the help to bring even more onboards into the broadcast, and Norikazu Shibata doing a good job right now of keeping Carrie at bay.
Yep, Carrie Schreiner, who I'm sure is trying to be a little bit circumspect maybe in her overtaking attempts after damaging the car in the race earlier on today. Not intentional, of course, but you don't want to take the car back with repair to be done after 2 of your 3 races in a day. Well, 2 races actually in the day, of course, that she's doing in that car, handing over at the pit stops, but she is on the attack again down the main straight. Moves from the outside to the inside, no way through into turn 1, but defensive line taken by Shibata ahead, and that might give Carrie Schreiner the chance into turn 2, where it all came apart in race 2. No, not quite a gap on the inside. Shibata defending that well.
Shibata doesn't quite have the ultimate pace in a GT3 car yet, but I can tell you from first-hand experience in Ferrari Challenge Japan, he knows how to do wheel-to-wheel, and we're seeing that at the moment as Shibata holding off Carrie Schreiner quite well, was racing the last 2 seasons of Ferrari Challenge Japan, and that was his introduction to motorsport, so still fairly new in the grand scheme of things. The number 77 car of Alfredo Hernandez then on the back of Carrie Schreiner as well, and of course that's the big problem. If Carrie can't get past Norric soon enough, then here comes the car behind.
Yeah, exactly so, and in your desperation sometimes to gain a place, you can very easily end up losing a position, because it's just one of those kind of circuits, isn't it? One corner leading directly into the next, into the next, into the next, and if you lose your rhythm and your momentum, it can be very hard to bounce back from that. Carrie, though, still on the attack for now, with Alfredo Hernandez closing in behind. Ferrari versus Audi versus Mercedes, 3 different makes of car, all sharing the same piece of racetrack. Of course, the joy of GT3 racing is you get all of these shapes and sizes of car, and they're nearly inseparable in performance. And Carrie Schreiner perhaps would wish that she had a bit of a performance advantage now. It might make this overtake easier. She's got an overlap this time, though, up the inside of the Ferrari. They're very evenly matched in a straight line. In fact, she gets a bit of a side draft there from the Ferrari, and I think that might drag her past Shibata. It does into turn 1. There wasn't a lot to choose between the 2 cars, but clever car positioning from Carrie Schreiner there got the job done.
Yeah, Carrie moves through then and will most likely now disappear up the road as Hernandez now fancies a go at Norikazu Shibata, and it got a bit too close for comfort there. But indeed, Hernandez did get past then for 10th position. Norikazu Shibata won't take that lying down, but he's going to have some work to do from there. Mikael Sander, meanwhile, under scrutiny from Przemysław Bienkowski. Bienkowski, who's getting to grips with racing GT3s at international level, won the Polish GT Championship, or the championship in Poland. It's the Polish Circuit Racing Championship strictly, but won the championship there. Racing at international level in a GT3, a much broader and taller challenge that he's taking to this year. I think he should be piloting here alongside Matthias Lizowski as well. So much like the Sander car when Moritz Viskirchen takes over, I expect those 2 Mercs to go flying later on.
It's one of the fascinating things about these pit stop races, isn't it? That the cars which are the quickest at the start of the race are not always the quickest at the end. It depends on the drivers and what order they've gone for from a strategy perspective, which driver goes first. One of the things I love about Winter Series, actually, that more GT Championships should be open to doing is you're completely free to put whichever driver you want in at any given moment in the race. You don't have to start with the AM and then move over to the Pro later on. You can start with whoever you want, and if you want to put your AM driver out first, you might lose some time, but then the Pro has a clear advantage over the rest later on. A grid full of Pro drivers will largely run around at the same speed, more or less, but yeah, with the different driver gradings out there at any given time, it creates much more overtaking, certainly, and it means these races often come down to the very final few minutes.
Yeah, some interesting stuff as well at the front of the Cup order as well, just coming down the main straight at the moment. Alessio Ruffini is leading the Cup order in the Cup 4 class Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, but just behind him still from the very start of the race is Bradley Yates, and behind Bradley is Joseph Dean in the 2nd place Cup 1 car. So I think Bradley finds himself in that eternal situation that we get in the GT Winter Series, that they want to go for the overall position. Bradley definitely wants to go for the overall position, but not at the expense of the class lead, with Joseph Dean hanging on behind.
This is about the biggest gap we've had at the front of Cup 1 all weekend. I think it's nearly a second between the first 2 Ferrari Challenge cars. But as you say, if Bradley really starts getting stuck into a battle with Alessio Ruffini, then that might well change. Joseph Dean will likely close in. Petar Matic is 2nd in that category, the Cup 4 category, with Nina Oostergaard 3rd, but fair distance behind. Cup 2 led by Fabio Grossa in the NM Racing team, the PT Sports by Up to Race Porsche, and Anders Steiner 2nd in Cup 2. Igor Klyer 3rd at the moment, but we'll again see if that changes around in the second half of the race.
Absolutely. Ruffini powering out of the corner then. Green flag on display there at turn 11, which makes me think there might be a yellow somewhere else. That's usually how that works. In fact, no, it's blue flags that are being illuminated around the place. I'm not the colourblind member of the alphalive team, but sometimes you'd think so. Alessio Ruffini on the defensive against Bradley Yates. And of course, the lights are on because already with the big gap between the 2 grids at the start of the race, already in lap traffic is the GT3 lead. Here comes the power advantage of the Ferrari 296 Challenge. Bradley Yates to the inside line, but Ruffini sweeps around and holds on for the time being. Milos Pavlovic, of course, taking this car over later on, so it'll be another one to watch.
There's a car in the gravel, I can tell you. There it is. In fact, it's been in the barriers, hasn't it, coming out of turn number 12. That is Leon Reinbeek in the Gabs Competizione Ferrari, a Cup 1 car that has found the barriers coming out of turn 12. So that will be going no further, I suspect. Driver looks to be climbing out, and so that might require a safety car intervention. Yellow flags for now covering the incident, but I suspect they won't be sufficient. So we'll see whether we get a race stoppage with the GT3 leaders midway through the Cup field.
Yeah.
That is going to potentially split some of the Cup classes up. We'll get to that. It depends on the exact moment that the safety car potentially is thrown, but I do see that coming in the near future.
As do I, and I think the Cup 2 class, the most likely to be affected by that. They're naturally a little bit further behind the Cup 1 and Cup 4 cars, the Ferraris and the Lamborghinis. The Porsche not quite as powerful and a little bit closer to a road car than either of the other two. Or the other three Cup classes. Just actually watching the Cup 3 McLaren Artura go very, very wide at turn 8 as well through my window. There's a lot going on camera around the circuit in general. And Andy, what have you spotted there? Safety car. Safety car is out.
That isn't what I'd spotted, but yes, the safety car has come out. We've also had a change for third. Alan Valente ahead of Kenneth Heyer. So Valente has got the second Hout Racing Ford Mustang up into third place, having started 11th on the GT3 grid. Really good drive this from Valente. He was 10 seconds behind the leading two. Well, he won't be any more. Yes, there might be some lapped cars between him and these two cars on screen, the top two, but the safety car will bunch them back together and potentially give the second HRT Ford Mustang driver an opportunity to join in the lead battle as well. There was never a lot between Callas and Clutton, but there could now be a third player in this lead group.
Yes, indeed. That's going to be very compelling. 8 minutes plus of safety car or of stint left to go before the window opens. So I suspect that when we go back to green flag conditions, it is going to be something of a three-car dogfight. The 128 McLaren is advised to let itself by, so just about staying on the lead lap there is Siped in 24th position. But what that does mean is that all of the front runners in the Cup classes are safe. They have we've preserved most of the important battles in the Cup classes. They'll all be still on the lead lap. The top 5 in Cup 1 remain on the lead lap and will be behind the safety car together. The top 3 in Cup 4 as well as the top 3 in the Cup 2 class as well. So yes, some will be disadvantaged by the safety car period, but from our perspective, most of the front-running battles in each class will remain intact.
Yes, that's good news. It's never nice to see a race decided by the timing of a safety car and cars getting trapped a lap down, so especially before the pit stop. So, yeah, good news then. All of those battles will get closer together and very much resume when the safety car returns to the pit lane. There is the 81 Ferrari, then 11th place now for Norikazu Shibata. The last of the GT3 cars running, of course, because we never did get the Liquid Moly Team Engsler car out, did we, the 63? So 11 GT3 cars still running, and there is a good, there's the answer to the question I sort of posed before as to how many cars would be separating Alan Valente from the top two. Only one. He's got one Cup 2 Porsche between he and second place man Marcus Clutton, so very much a part of that battle now is Alan Valente. That was a timely overtake on Kenneth Heyer. Didn't see how he did it, but it doesn't matter. He's into third place and will very much have his sights set on climbing even further towards the end of what's been a brilliant opening stint.
Indeed, and just to touch base on Shibata, as we mentioned him, that Norwich Racing Ferrari will be taken over for the second half of the race by Taku Bamba, who was the Super GT GT300 champion back in 2011 and spent over 2 decades in motorsport at this stage. And I don't think he's done many trips to Europe before. I think he may have done a couple of Creventic events in recent times, but overall not so well known in Europe. But an interesting driver to have on the grid here, and he'll be in the GT3 car for the second phase of the race. Of course, for all of those pros taking over the GT3 for the second phase of the race, it's exciting for them because they are going to be now closer to the overall lead. But for someone like Marcus Clutton, it can be argued that for Orange Racing by JMH is a disadvantage, because now the advantage that Clutton would gain for Simon Orange to take over is more or less wiped.
Yes, and this is why, even though they do have free range to put whichever driver in they want to, often the AM driver goes first, because you're more likely to have a safety car in the first half of a race. Statistically, everyone's closer together, and yeah, it's more likely that someone will end up off the road, and you just end up wasting pro time then, basically. Marcus Clutton had been running well, but now we'll have to hand over to Simon Orange, who'll be thrown straight into the battle. Now, Simon doesn't often back out of a battle, but whether he will have the outright pace to stay in the podium places, we will have to wait and see. But hopefully we'll get a few laps in before they get to that point, and I'm sure they'll leave Marcus out there as long as they can to maximise his driver time.
Absolutely, Simon is not one to back down, to your point, and I suspect he'll be in amongst it once we do go back to green flag, or at least once he gets into the car. We ride on board here with Nina Østergaard, who runs 16th overall at the moment. She's part of a larger group, or she is the chair of a larger group that actually owns the DC Motorsport team, so no pressure for Nina, but the car is her asset that she's risking, I think, strictly through a number of corporate layers, but she drives these Super Trofeo machines throughout Denmark fairly often in the Danish Endurance Championship and the Danish Special Saloon Car Series. Great championship, by the way, for variety's sake at least. And it's also interesting to note that at least at last check it was going to be shared with Frederick Schandorf, that car, and Schandorf is very quick indeed, so that'll be another Cup 4 car piling through the order later on. I think along with Milos Pavlovic, that could be a really interesting scrap in the second phase of the race.
I think you're right. It won't be the only one either. We're about to get racing back underway then. Lights out on the BMW safety car. And Nicholas Callas now has a safety car restart to try and execute. And hasn't been in this position so far. Of course, this number 64 Ford Mustang has finished second in both races so far today. And would love to change that in race 3. The restart will have a lot to do with the outcome of this race, I suspect. Can Nicholas Callas get the hammer down and stretch the margin over Marcus Clutton's McLaren? Heads down into the final corner, hasn't gone yet, so it's going to be a late launch. Now goes just as the cars turn into the final corner.
Possibly a wise call there, given the straight line speed advantage of the Mustang, especially the second half of the straight, according to Marcus Clutton in his interview with Izzy earlier on. Says it's that back half of the straight where it really does launch off. Meanwhile, Alan Valente gets himself past the backmarker Porsche there, which is critical actually, because Kenneth Heyer did not, so that will stave off the potential for an attack from the number 11 SR Motorsport car imminently. Severin Mazur and Ethan Brown are right on the back of the big Mercedes as well, with the 16-year veteran of the Mercedes-AMG Customer Racing squad in the form of Kenneth Heyer there, ahead of Mazur. Mazur, who is holding himself to a great account here, being just behind Heyer, being just ahead of Ethan Brown, who is a fairly young man who's coming up through the ranks of GT racing, has only done a little bit of GT3, has done a fair bit of Super Trofeo at a very successful level, but Severin Mazur, who we've seen win overall in the GT Win Series before, he hasn't quite got those glittering check marks on the resume that some of those around him do, but he's been really impressive this weekend in particular.
Oh, we've got drama, I'm afraid, up at turn number 8. 2 cars, 3 cars maybe in the gravel trap. There we go, and it's a couple of the Cup 1. It is Shibata, sorry, not a Cup 1 Ferrari, a GT3 Ferrari.
And a Cup 1.
And a Cup 1, yes. Not sure who that would have been, who was behind Shibata. That's not Bradley Yates.
I think it would be either Bradley or Joseph Dean. I think it's probably Joseph Dean, looking at the livery on the car, although they are quite similarly coloured. We can see, though, that Shibata is in the gravel and the safety car is back out on the circuit. Now, what this will do as well, potentially, is delay the pit window that was due to open in about 90 seconds. So that could have an effect as well. Maybe not a hugely significant effect, but an effect nonetheless on people's races. And indeed, pit window open time has been postponed on the timing screen as well. Let's get a look back at this. It is Joseph Dean in the 204 car, just a bit ambitious there in how he tried to get himself past Norikazu Shibata, and unfortunately Shibata getting the worst of that one.
Yes, both he and Bradley Yates have got themselves ahead of Alessio Ruffini, I noticed as well, since we last seen them. So it all changed around there, and unfortunately, from the Cup 1 lead, that well now hands that lead pretty unchallenged to Bradley Yates. Ruffini has Nina Østergaard to deal with in Cup 4, and then Fabio Grossa in the Cup 2 Porsche right behind. So a lot of the Cup front runners were in that little group, and one of them unfortunately ending up traipsing through the gravel trap. So yep, pit window postponed. This will be at least a couple of laps behind the safety car, I would imagine. And upon the restart, Alan Valente again will feel that this is a great opportunity. He's cleared that lapped car and will now set off after the top two in front before heading into the pit lane.
So Joseph Dean has gone past the pit once with this rather wounded car, which raises my eyebrow. You can see the splitter hanging off the car, and he's joined the back of the safety car queue, but I would rather suggest get that thing in. It looks more than second hand, unfortunately, and with AF Corsa there waiting in the pit lane, I'm sure they can get it back out there for the second phase of the race. Perhaps it would be a couple of laps down with that amount of damage, but continuing on for now.
Yes, odd decision, perhaps wanting to wait until the pit window to make the pit stop, so it's not 2 visits to the pit lane. But I think the more time you can give the team to fix the problem, the more likely a decent result is to come anyway. So yeah, wait and see whether he now peels in this time around, perhaps, because he will have a couple of opportunities to do so. I think it's not just the car that needs to be moved of Ricardo Shibata, but there are lots of bits of Ferrari littered across the road over there at turn number 8. And so, yes, I think we will probably have an extra lap or so behind safety car as a result. They come through to the end of the first of those safety car laps, and lights still very much on as we ride on board with the 27 car, which is the PTT Racing Team Przemysław Biankowski Mercedes, 7th place at the moment, just behind Ethan Brown in the Liquimoli Lamborghini.
And to our own conversation from earlier on, the pair of safety car periods will help Matthias Lizowski in that number 27 Mercedes and Moritz Viskirchen in the 111 Mercedes immensely. Ditto Jamo Hertling in the number 11 car that Kenneth Heyer is currently driving. Heyer hasn't quite got the ultimate pace of Jamo these days, and once Jamo takes over in P4, he'll be right up there too.
And from a championship perspective, that's significant because, of course, they're only 2 positions behind their title rivals, the Orange Racing by JMH McLaren, currently in the hands of Marcus Clutton, and they're going to do a complete reversal where their quicker driver will be in the Mercedes for the second half of the race. And, of course, Simon, a very quick AM, but an AM nonetheless, is going to be in car number 67, so that's going to be a fascinating battle. Every race now starts to take on more and more importance as we get closer to the end of the year. Yes, I know all of the races generally score the same points, although that's not actually strictly true in GT Winter Series. It depends how many people have entered the race, but you take my point, they're all important, but as you get closer to the end of the season, you really start to realise the significance.
They are wailing on that 204 car. It owes them rent. Goodness me. But yes, sometimes you have to be brute with these cars to get them back into the right shape. Safety car will come in this lap, so what's the standard procedure here is 1 flying lap and then they'll pit in to begin the window, or at least then the window will open once everyone is back running at speed again. So wouldn't expect anyone to peel in behind the safety car so long as they've read the regulations, of course. But we'll wait and see for that one. Marcus Clutton again right there on the back of Callas. What an imposing car that Mustang is, especially through the windscreen of something a bit more low slung like the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. It's a pair of Mustangs either side of or either end of Marcus Clutton's McLaren at the moment. And to your point earlier on, Alan Valente will see this as a great opportunity to maybe try and make it to Haupt Racing Team 1-2 before handing over to Massimiliano Cucuresi a little bit later on. Let's see if it happens. Safety car has peeled off the circuit now, and already Nicholas Callas is back up to racing speed. Interestingly, he pulls the trigger a little earlier that time, I think catching Marcus Clutton out as a result, and that could play into the hands now of Valente as they run down to the first corner. Valente has a mighty run. He's going to take the outside line into the first corner at Clutton's behest, and he says, I'll make it work. Not without the outside of the corner, you won't. And he has to fall back to third place there, I think quite wisely, not committing to making that move a couple of acres off course.
Yes, you saw the brake lights flash on a few times as he just made absolutely sure to merge in behind Marcus Clutton, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. He had the run, he was off at the outside and thought, well, I might as well have a go. And yeah, not quite able to make the move stick. Marcus Clutton knew where to position his McLaren in order to keep the Mustang behind. Kenneth Hyerlock trying to keep Severin Mazur at bay, and Severin is just starting to dance around behind the SR Motorsport Mercedes, which I suspect will be in the pit lane shortly because the pit window is now open belatedly, and I'm sure Kenneth Hyer is quite keen to get in, get the driver change done, and he hopes, watch that car rocket up into the podium places over the final 20 minutes or so.
Absolutely. Severin Mazur will be a solo driver, incidentally, if you're wondering, so he's got no one to hand over to. Kevin Morocco always waiting should Severin want a co-driver, but not so far. He's looking to gain the mileage and build up his own experience, of course, in this Lamborghini Huracan that he purchased a short while before the season. So then, who peels in at the first time of asking? I suspect the top three may all stay out there. Yes, they do, but Kenneth Hyer does come into the pit lane, and the rest of the field will follow suit. Quite a lot of the field will follow suit. I saw a couple of cars out the corner of my eye, but goodness me, I think probably a good 10 cars have all come in at once.
And one of them was Nicholas Callas, actually, so the race leader did come in. I expected him to stay out, the pace that he had, but that was obviously the plan at Haupt Racing Team, so Marcus Clutton inherits the lead for now, with Alan Valente second and Severin Mazur third. Callas then in, so was Kenneth Hyer, Przemysław Biankowski, Mikael Sander, Carrie Schreiner, Bradley Yates, the Cup 1 leader, pitted. Interestingly, so too did Alessio Raffini, so Petar Matic takes over the Cup 4 lead. Yeah, so a few of the Cup cars, I'd say probably about a 2/3 nearly of the field pitting on that first possible opportunity. So pit lane a busy place, and actually now it's worth staying out a lap or so longer to avoid the inevitable traffic jam. It is a lengthy pit lane here at Valencia, but it can still get busy.
I'd actually argue the opposite, at least for the GT3s, because they will come out as the car, or they will come by as the cars are all exiting. So I think that maybe it would be wise for these GT3 drivers like Clutton, like Valente, to decide to pull in now so as not get caught out in quite the mass of Cup class traffic. You see there the Shibata car getting some new tyres on it, so I think they've elected for a longer pit stop in order to do that, because tyre changes not routinely a part of pit stops in the Wind Series per the regulations. And this was the point I was making. Clutton comes out headway into traffic with Valente just behind him, and I think that if you gave Simon Orange clean air versus Clutton having to pick his way through a bunch of drivers on cold tyres, that Simon would have the advantage.
Yes, that's a very good point. That's why I think you have more chance of a promising future as a team strategist than I do, maybe. Yeah, that is a very good point. The temptation is to just try and keep your pro in there for as long as possible, maximise their driver time, but if they're being held up in traffic, you're not really maximising their driver time. So pit window will close at 4:37 local time. That is in 6 minutes' time. So not a long time to get these pit stops done anyway. They'll likely have to come in the next couple of laps regardless. Clutton is, for what it's worth, keeping Valente at arm's length at the moment, and they're continuing to get away from Severin Mazur. But now, for the second half of this lap, Clutton is in dirty air. Clutton won't be as quick as he ultimately could be, and of course these are drivers still getting themselves up to speed. He does nip up the inside of the 77 Mercedes there. That was a nice move made on Alfredo Hernandez's Mercedes AMG, but this will all be costing him time.
Absolutely, and the pit window about halfway complete at this stage, so let's see if we split the hopefully green flag running about halfway between these drivers that have stayed out so far. Valente to the inside there of Hernandez. Do the top two come in? The answer in both cases is no. So they stay out there for yet another lap.
Efren Mazur nearly looped it in the background coming out of the final corner, got way wide over the exit curb, and Ethan Brown takes full advantage, drags alongside, gets his nose ahead by the time we get to the timing line, and will he complete the manoeuvre at turn one? Mazur tries to stand his ground, but Ethan Brown goes through. I just caught that out of the corner of my eye, and I really did think that black Lamborghini was going for a spin then.
I just thought for a moment that Sean Doyle might turn in there, but Sean, a very wily racer, I should have known better from him, but yes, continues on his way. Of course, we saw Sean do some great stuff in a Cup 5 car last year, which at the time was the Ferrari 488 Challenge class. That's since shifted identities, but yes, the Ferrari 488 Challenge car last year, he was making some rather newer machines look a little bit humble. So now that he's in 296, I'm interested to see what he can do with the second phase of the race. Matic and Siped among a very small quota of cars that actually pitted on the previous lap, the 128 MS Racing car being one of them. And Keanu Bloom is head out there, and I think he's immediately started setting fast laps as well, hasn't he, Andy?
It wouldn't surprise me if that's the case. We saw how rapid he was at Portimao last time we saw the HRT Mustangs. We saw how quick he was indeed earlier on today, of course, on his way to second place in race one. So, yeah, expect that car to fly. Now, does Clutton peel right this time? No, neither of the top two do. So they are going to go right to the end of the pit window then, which will give them probably only one more lap to be safe before they are forced to come in. And he's just sitting in traffic here, Marcus Clutton. He's got the Attempto Audi of Ariel Levy ahead. Now, Ariel is at least a quick driver, but it's still dirty air. That's going to hurt the tyres more, warm the brakes up more. And I do feel that maybe he's now starting to lose a little bit more time.
But to be fair, a lot of those cars that they are directly behind are now being driven by quick drivers. They were stuck behind Cup 4 Lamborghini from Frederick Schandorf, who I mentioned before. I mean, he's won multiple GT3 championships and a two-time Lamborghini Super Trofeo World Final winner. We know just how quick he is, so perhaps not quite as much of a loss, but he is still looking quite scrappy here in amongst that traffic, very wide there. He can't afford to do that too much, of course, otherwise Simon won't have any track limits violations to use for his own stint. I would heavily suggest that this time by surely they'll pull the pin on getting Simon Orange in the car. Ariel Levy going to the inside of Schandorf, and that nearly caught out Clutton there, and that's an example really of what they want to be avoiding in this exact set of circumstances. Levy, incidentally, will be very annoyed that he's stuck there in this situation, because we know how quick he can be, but he's being held up by Schandorf, who's brilliant in a Super Trofeo car. Finally, Schandorf allows him through. Will we see Clutton pit this time? The answer is no. But Valente also into the pits. He does come into the pits, and look at Schandorf coming back at Ariel Levy. Are they even on the same lap? Yes, but it won't be welcome from Ariel Levy, or from Ariel Levy's perspective, all the same, that the Super Trofeo Spec Lamborghini is just fired back past. Okay then, second time, and now we're in a twisty section, so please stay back, says Ariel Levy.
And the problem is for Marcus Clutton, though, I don't think any of these cars are being shown a blue flag, so that's why they're not jumping out of his way. It's not always the easiest thing to follow during a pit cycle, who is on the lead lap and who isn't. And as you said, there are cars battling for position here that you wouldn't necessarily expect to be either, so Marcus is going to have to do this the hard way. He is unlikely to drag alongside the Lamborghini down the back straight, one would imagine. He's flashing the light, but I don't think that's going to have a great effect, if I'm honest. And indeed, he has to settle back in behind as they turn into the left-hander at the back end of the circuit. So Clutton destined for the pit lane this time, surely. In though has come Valente. I'll be interested to see where that HRT Ford Mustang comes out in relation to the sister car, as again Ariel Levy gets the elbows out.
Yes, Clutton's lights are on, but Schandorf was home in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo car, so that wasn't quite as easy as it should have been, but he is now through just in time, I think, to hand the car over to your point. He's got Gilbert Yates as his next target, who will be equally awkward, I suspect, in the Ferrari 296 Challenge car. So this time Clutton has to come in, but that was really enforced by the clock because we didn't have any more minutes left for him to continue to circulate. So at the last chance, Marcus Clutton does pit in, and it will be Simon Orange taking over. The pit stop will go on now, and with the little inlay on board there, we can see the driver change going on. Clutton out of the car. Orange very quickly shuffles his way in as the pit stop continues. Keanu Bloom, though, on a move, and is that Jamo Hertling closing in on Keanu Bloom? Interesting. So these two have been making up ground and setting quick laps. I think it's going to be hard push with the traffic that Marcus Clutton was in to see Simon Orange back out in the lead. Where will that car come out in relation to Bloom and Hertling?
Yes, well, absolutely so. I think Hertling is in a pretty good position here, if I'm honest, and I'll wait to see where Cucurese is, but I think he is behind Jamo, so I think Cucurese in the second Mustang definitely lost time in that exchange, and of course he was running around behind Marcus Clutton until that final lap of the stint. Here then comes Simon Orange out of the pit lane. Here comes Keanu Bloom. It will be closer than I thought it was, but it will be the HRT Mustang that goes through into a net race lead. Will it be second for the McLaren? No. Through goes Jamo Hertling, so the SR Motorsport Mercedes ahead of its title rival McLaren, and that really largely came from the timing of the pit stops.
Yeah, absolutely right. So then, Jamo Hertling, 2.1 seconds back from Keanu Bloom in second place. Orange will, with all due respect to him, not be able to match the pace of Jamo. Jamo, reigning ADAC GT4 Germany champion, along with his colleague at SR Motorsport, Enrico Ferderer. Plenty of seat time in the GT3. One would expect him to be quicker. Orange will be very scrappy in his defensive positions behind him, but I don't think he'll be able to match the pace of Hertling. Keep an eye on Matis Lazowski. He is in fifth position now. I think he's just gotten past Moritz Viskirchen in the first sector of this lap, actually. That's just taken place, and he is on the charge. Cucurese is his next target, and I wouldn't mind betting that he's challenging for an overall podium by the end of this race.
Yep, that is definitely a possibility. There is Cucurese, and where is Lazowski? There is Lazowski. Look, nipping up the inside of one of the Cup 2 Porsches. Indeed, he is ahead of Moritz Viskirchen now, and so that green Mercedes AMG is going to be on the move. Not that one necessarily, the darker green car just ahead. That one there, the 27 machine, likely to be one of the fastest cars out there. 1 second only separate Keanu Bloom from Jamo Hertling, though, so that is extremely close compared to where it was a while ago. 1.2 seconds quicker was Jamo that time, so with at that rate he will be with the Mustang halfway around this lap, and it is then down to Keanu Bloom to defend that lead for the remaining 13 minutes or so of the race.
Pavlovich and Raffini under investigation for a too short pit stop as they come through shot there. But here is the lead battle, the 64 and the 11 running nose to tail almost. Hertling, of course, as he gets into the wake left by the Ford Mustang GT3, won't be able to take as many huge bites and chunks out of the gap between himself and the Mustang, but he is arriving. He will be on the taillights before too long, I'm quite sure of it. And of course, multi-class racing, a different beast from when it's GT3s on their own. If he hasn't got the pace in the dirty air, someone may well trip up the Mustang and make it happen for him anyway.
Well, in the first sector, only about a tenth quicker was Jamo, but he's definitely gained more than that in the middle sector. Yes, another 3/10. He's almost with the Mustang now, which hops over the curb through turn 12. The Mustang, as you'd expect, riding the curbs well, but they're both front-engine cars, so they both will take similar lines through corners like that. Front-engine cars generally a bit more stable over the curbs, and the front end of the car gripping well through the final turn. How does the AMG compare to the Mustang in a straight line? That's going to be a deciding factor in this potentially. There's less than half a second between them, and this is game on now. Can Keanu Bloom hang on? That 64 car has finished second twice today. They do not want to make that a hat-trick of second places. If there's a chance, they could defend a race victory.
Meanwhile, Matis Lazowski, I think, will have made the move at turn 1 for 4th position. He was right on the back of the Cucurese Mustang as they came past our commentary position. I think 4th place will have changed hands. hands, and Simon Orange will soon be in danger to hold on to that podium place. While that's going on, we watch Hertling continue to pressure Bloom to confirm Lizowski has gotten through into 4th position for PTT Racing. Check in about a lap's time to see where he is in comparison to Simon Orange. Looking at that picture, he won't be far away.
No, and Simon's on the ragged edge, isn't he? Dipped his left rear tyre into the gravel trap there, coming out of the second of those awkward 90-degree right-handers. Turn 5, that was. Then heads into the long left-hander at 8. All traffic for Keanu Bloom. Is this Jamo Hertling's chance? Well, he's over the curb and the grass on the inside of the corner as well. Towards 12. This won't be an overtaking opportunity, but the final turn and a good exit from the final turn could be Jamo's first chance to get the lead away.
I think it could be if that last corner pays off for him. Of course, the big Mustang down the straight will be quick, but let's keep an eye into the first corner. Do we think a move is on? Jamo Hertling extending well beyond the track there, coming out of the final corner to try and give himself the exit he needs. What's going to happen into turn 2 with this pair of cars? Bloom, Hertling, 1-2. It looked like Bloom was a bit late on turning there, couldn't quite get the car turned into the corner, but Hertling didn't really get any better of the turn, so he's not close enough. Lizowski is already through into 3rd place, so he can disregard the battle for 3rd. Simon Orange has fallen back.
And Lizowski on the previous lap was a second quicker than Keanu Bloom. Now he's 9.3 seconds back. I don't think he's quite got time at the moment to catch the leading 2, but if they really start knocking lumps out of each other, that could still happen. So Ford Mustang versus Mercedes AMG, a bit wide there for Keanu Bloom. And is this Jamo Hertling's chance? He gets a good exit from the left-hander at 6. The kink at 7 is flat out. He's flashing the lights, but Keanu Bloom just stretches the legs of the Ford Mustang and keeps out of trouble for now.
It's not over this by any stretch of the imagination. I don't know about Lizowski getting to them, but certainly Bloom and Hertling are going to be racing to the flag here. We've had a couple of penalties because of not serving pit stops or not serving them correctly, etc., etc. As we continue to watch this battle, the car 78 has received a stop-and-go penalty of 20 seconds. So the 78 car will have a bit of a slap on the wrist there. That is the Team Steiner Racing Porsche of Ulrich Forsberg. Decent run out of the final corner there from Hertling once again. Is he going to be close enough this time, Andy?
Don't think he is he? Keanu Bloom knows he can fall back on the straight line performance of the Mustang, and it will take a mistake, this, I think, for Keanu Bloom. Jamo Hertling is quicker, but he's not massively quicker, and he's not necessarily quicker in the right bits of the track to be able to make a move. Keanu, though, is looking a bit scrappier, maybe. He defended a bit then into turn 2. I wasn't sure he needed to. Then the car slides through 3. Jamo Hertling thinks about the inside at 4. He was too far back, but the more he moves around in the mirrors of Keanu Bloom, the more chance there is that the youngster might just make a little mistake. Although, as I say that, it's Jamo running through the dirt, and he's not the only one.
No, he's not. That's Joseph Dean's car in the hands of Aston Miller, still bearing the brunt of that damage from earlier on, and limping around the circuit, hopefully. No, he's stationary at turn 11. If Aston can do anything to move that car, it would be greatly appreciated. We have our fingers crossed, although of course at PTT Racing the fingers will be crossed for the opposing reason, because if Lizowski ends up on the back of these two, then he really does have a shot.
Yes, he took another nearly second out of these two last time by. I don't think that car is for moving, so we'll see what happens. Oh, car 333 with a penalty to be applied. That is the Autosport Racing Lamborghini, shared by Alessia Ruffini and Milos Pavlovic. So that car being given a 12-second penalty to be added at the end of the race will cost them, I believe, the Cup 4 victory to the DC Motorsport Lamborghini, currently in the hands of Frederick Schandorf. So more drama in the pit lane as this battle for now continues unimpeded by a safety car.
Yes, Lizowski going through shot in 3rd place, and then in 4th position is Simon Orange, under huge pressure now from both Cucaresi and Moritz Viskirchen. Severin Mazur not too far back either. Simon Orange, I think, is going to have half the GT3 field on his bumper before too long. We've still got the yellow flags at turn 11 that we are monitoring, but no sign of a safety car just yet. I think Simon Orange probably is in the camp of wanting one as well at this point. Vis Kirshen, certainly the fastest of these three on screen. Cucurese having the door left open there. That's not going to be a thing that you need to ask Moritz twice. Through he goes into 5th position. Simon Orange, the next target.
Yes, and Simon Orange sees another SR Motorsport Mercedes looming up behind him and thinks, oh no, not again. Safety car is out. Safety car is out. So just in the nick of time as far as Simon Orange is concerned. A few seconds too late if you were to ask Massimiliano Cucurese. But this is, I think, good news for Keanu Bloom, honestly. This gives him a moment just to calm things down. There are no lapped cars, crucially, between Hartling and Lisowski. So that means upon the restart, Lisowski will be harassing JMO in identical cars, of course. So there's no performance advantage or disadvantage either way. Might that just allow Keanu Bloom off the hook?
Right then, Valencia Marshals, we've been hyping you up all day. Let's see a quick safety car if we can on this one, because in prospect is a very exciting run to the checkered flag. If we can remove that 204 car, there's a snatch vehicle already making its way out, and indeed Marshall's already sprinting their way out onto the runoff area at turn 11 to deal with the stranded car of Aston Miller. The safety car out on the circuit, and it will pick up Keanu Bloom, who will be, I think, coming down from quite a bit of adrenaline, having been holding off JMO Hertling for these last few laps. It's only going to spike further when he realises that Lisowski is now on his bumper too.
We're going to have an interesting Cup 1 battle as well, I think, when the race resumes. Gilbert Yates will now have Sean Doyle right on his tail. Sean has been lapping quicker than Gilbert, but was a few seconds back. Well, that gap now disappears completely. Sean Ran will be third and also right on their tail. And in Cup 2, it was already pretty close. Less than a second between Alexei Kikuresko and Fabian DeBianca. And Marcus Enervi won't be far back either. So three-way battles for both Cup 1 and Cup 2 yet to be decided. Cup 4 likely to swing because of a penalty, and that's before we even consider the GT3 battle.
The top 7 are all there in a queue with no lap traffic intermingling with them. That is very interesting. If you're and Milos Pavlovic, of course, has that penalty, doesn't he? So he's going to be dropped back a little bit, a time penalty of 12 seconds, but he's right up there in the overall order as well. So in terms of at least on track, he could make up some more. And then Ariel Levy, only 10th in the queue, 9th overall. He could make up some places here as well. Levy, with the performance we've seen out of him, could be very fast in this one. Speaking of very fast, it has been a pretty great extraction so far of the 204 car. It's almost behind the barriers. The safety car, I've noticed, has been driving strategically tepidly, I will say, around the circuit so far, and we may well get to go green this time by. There are a few stragglers around the circuit in terms of the safety car queue, but I would think as the 204 car is almost now behind the barrier, we're pretty much good to go. We might need to do one more lap just because not everyone's behind, but almost everyone is at this juncture. Go on. Go on, lights out, let's do this. We've got 3.5 minutes left to go. Either way, we're going to get a run to the checkered flag under green flag conditions. Do not fear that, we are going to get it. But surely we could just get the lights out now. I think we are going to do one more lap behind the safety car, unfortunately. But very close to a one-lap safety car. So again, a doff of the cap to the marshals for that.
Yeah, there were a couple of marshals who hadn't quite got back to a position of safety. That's all that was. And of course, as soon as you go green again, any stragglers then immediately pick up the pace and start running at racing speed, and they might have been some way further behind the pack. So one more lap, it will be a one-lap shootout therefore for the victory, and that is again not bad news if you are Keanu Bloom. Also, that message on the timing screen is not bad news for Keanu Bloom. Gemma Hertling being warned about track limits, not the only one in fairness. 74 and 88 also on that list. 74 is Massimiliano Cucurese, and a couple of others I think also being warned. Safety car is in this lap. It will be a one-lap shootout for the win.
I'm loath to say it because they might be listening. Keanu Bloom could quite easily stack the pack up and wait for the clock to hit 0 here. There is no +1 lap. The safety car, of course, has limped around that lap to try and get it done in one, but that's had the consequence now that two laps have to be done, and this second lap is going to push right up to the 0. And if you're Keanu Bloom, why would you put the throttle down early? We really hope, as racers ourselves, that he too wants to fight for it, but he doesn't have to. But the safety car is doing a fair lick this lap. I think possibly Marcus GEDLICH himself is on the headset saying, this is your moment, show us what you can do. And the safety car driver is on the move. We've still got 90 seconds left. We are going to be okay. We are going to get a one-lap dash. It's Mustang versus Merc Armada with some McLaren in the way as well. This is going to be a thriller.
It all comes down to two things: the restart Keanu Bloom gets and how much of a nuisance Mateusz Lizowski makes himself to Jamo Hertling. If either of those things go in the favour of the HRT Mustang, then it will be difficult for Jamo to catch and pass that car over a one-lap shootout. Keanu is leaving it a little bit later this time. Jamo is ready for it, but keep an eye on that darker green Mercedes, almost pushing Jamo into the last corner, because Lizowski wants a part of this as well.
It's a one-lap dash to conclude the weekend in the GT Winter Series, and it's Keanu Bloom who fires away at the front of the field. Hertling, Lizowski, Orange and Viskirchen, your top five. Viskirchen already looking threatening with Massimilio Cuccaresi behind him as well. Orange is going to have to fight hard to retain fourth place. Bloom executed that very well and has an advantage as Viskirchen dives for the inside, and for fourth position he makes his way through. There's a yellow flag down at turn 1 for what? I am not quite sure. Keanu Bloom looking really difficult there for traction coming out of the first corner. I think that's the DC Motorsport Lamborghini. No, it's one of the Ferraris Cup 1 cars that come off circuit there, as Lizowski to the inside for second place. Mateusz Lizowski is trying it here. Keanu Bloom kind of tripped up Jamo Hertling, and Lizowski almost took advantage.
Oh, has that let Bloom off the hook? No, I don't think so, because Jamo has got those tyres switched on incredibly quickly. He rolls through the centre of the corner well, and will still have a couple of opportunities to attack Keanu Bloom. This is one of them. Keanu covers the middle ground, though, and does not open the door. We ride on board with Lizowski in third position. They're bumper to bumper with 3 corners to go. Adam, this one's going right down to the wire.
Yeah, the Mustang looking really twitchy through that first sector, and it bunched the two Mercs right up onto its bumper, but it looks like Bloom has done enough. He comes towards the final corner. Shallow entry, that could give an opportunity to Hertling, but no, he's done it. He's executed that last lap very well. It's a win for Keanu Bloom and Nicholas Callas in the GT Winter Series, and it's a win for Hout Racing with the Ford Mustang GT3. Hertling and Lizowski take second and third place. Viskirchen in fourth. Orange down to 6th place, ultimately behind Viskirchen and Cuccaresi. Mazur in 7th, Pavlovich 8th, but of course he has a penalty that will drop him way down the order from there, that will hand the Cup 4 win to Schandorf and Østergaard in the number 321 Lamborghini. The winner in the Cup 1 class, Gilbert Yates, along with his son Bradley, will once again win in the Cup 1 class, and they will be delighted with their day's racing, I'm sure, in the GT Winter Series. Both parties have put on quite the show. Gilbert Yates, 11th overall, incidentally. Neil Montserrat, of course, winning in the GT2 class, where he is solo. Fabian Di Bianca, who took over the PTT Racing number 7 car from Igor Klyer. He wins the Cup 2 class ahead of Marcus Anervi for Team Steiner Racing and Alexei Kikareshko for PT Sports by Up to Race. The top 3 covered there in the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup class by hair's breadth, ultimately. Very little in it. What was the interval between the 3? It was just over a second at the end of the race. So all through the order there at the end of that race, we had exciting battles going on in the classes, but at the front of the field, Keanu Bloom just held on to a victory. Bloom and Callas will be race winners in the GT Winter Series, of course. great momentum for them. They've been quite open about the fact that they are largely here to drill for their campaigns to come in the summertime. But that race-winning feeling never changes and never means less, and they will be delighted to have held on to that. Keanu Bloom will have a big smile on his face. The Haupt Racing team, of course, started their day, or rather ended yesterday, by seeing that frankly quite terrifying incident for Christopher Mies on the Mount Panorama circuit during the Bathurst 12-hour. The weekend somewhat redeemed by the performances of their lineups here in the GT Winter Series, concluding with a visit to the top step of the podium. Keanu Bloom and Nicholas Callas did just about everything right there. Of course, Callas was with the team last year in GD Masters, so familiar with the car. But both parties put on a great showing there. Hertling and Lizowski had great speed there, but ultimately it's these two in the Mustang that come out on top. They're well drilled. They immediately pose for the picture. See the smiles on the faces. Callas, of course, started the race well in the 64 car. Put in a great first stint and laid the groundwork for the remainder of the race. He led the way, handed the car over in the lead, and Keanu Bloom sealed the deal, albeit with a pair of Mercedes AMG GT3s looking mighty threatening on his bumper. Some 31 cars were set to take the start for this race, but of course a few of them damaged this morning, or in the case of Jan Jürger of GEDLICH Racing, electing not to do the endurance race, having done what he needed to do for this weekend. But 28 cars taking the start, and a thrilling GT Winter Series grid as always. The fans trackside really loving the GT cars, gravitating to the GT cars in particular. Of course, the Formula racing is fabulous. The GT4s offer arguably the best racing of all, but there's nothing quite like the thrill of a big GT machine. And the spectators really do love it when the GT Winter Series is in town, because of course not only is it the GT3s, you get all of the Cup classes and even the odd special car in amongst the GTX and Cup X classes as well. Incidentally, we didn't see the Unhausen BMW out there, I don't think, during that race, but it was unfortunately having issues with its engine. Apparently one side of the block was effectively shutting down, 4 cylinders at times, and they'd have to recycle the car, reboot the car to get it back up to the full 8. So that 4.4 litre V8 in the BMW Z4 not quite playing ball over the course of this weekend, but hopefully it's not the last that we see of that car in the Winter Series, or indeed the Summer Series to come. Let's go down to the pits. Izzy Browning is with our race winners.
I am indeed with our race winners, and after a string of P2s this weekend, finally the win. What a way to end the weekend.
Yeah, it's been unbelievable. We wanted the win pretty bad, so I tried, and Keanu, we tried everything, and we are pretty happy that it worked out.
Well, it was a busy first stint for you as well, with I think it was 2 safety cars in the end to deal with, but you managed it perfectly.
Yeah, after the first safety car I got some problems with the tire pressure, so I was weaving a lot. The safety car was a bit slow, so I was really trying a lot. And then the second one came and I was like, not good.
So a few nerves in the car then. I can imagine nerves in the garage as well, watching that stint, because oh my word, you had all the pressure behind you and then a 1-lap shootout that you had to survive, and you did a fantastic job.
yeah, I mean, Niklas really managed the tyres well, so he gave me the car, and I knew that he gave me the car on P1, so I just need to finish on P1. And yeah, the last lap was quite exciting, I think, also to watch, but yeah, we made it and we won the race finally.
And how good does this feel to finally get the win? I know there's been a couple of times where it's looked like you might take the win, but finally you have done so.
Yeah, so finally the win, that's quite nice. And yeah, we are confident heading into the ADS GT Master season now.
Go and enjoy the podium. Congratulations, guys. Finally, our winners in the GT Winter Series.
Great performance from the Haupt Racing Team, number 64 crew in the Mustang. Let's take a look back at the pit stop race. Race 3 for the GT Win Series here at Valencia is in the books. Nicholas Callas starting from the outside of the front row. Mikael Sander was on pole position, but Callas quickly swept around the outside. Marcus Clutton followed into second place, and those two would streak away in the early stages. Drag race between Bradley Yates and Alessio Raffini. Raffini would win it under braking, ultimately on the run down to the first corner. Ferrari 296 Challenge missile that it is, even outgunning the Super Trofeo cars down a straight line. The Porsches intermingling, of course, with the Lamborghinis and the Ferraris in that Cup class grid that starts separately from the GT3s when the grids are busy. The GT2s in amongst us as well, of course. There you see Alberto Di Martins, number 15 Mercedes AMG GT2. Harry Schreiner, meanwhile, was having a bit of a battle with Norikazu Shibata. It would take quite a long time to find a way past Shibata, whose racecraft is pretty well honed from a couple of seasons now in Ferrari Challenge Japan as well as SRO Japan Cup. Przemysław Biankowski going around the outside there of Mikael Sander. That was a very tidy move from the Polish racer. As the interclass battles continued on, the 89 car unfortunately would exit the Cup class order with a trip to the wall. The Gabs Competizione car triggering a safety car period that then would take us pretty much into the pit window. The 101 car picking its way through the field, that still being Yates, and unfortunately further back, the second place car that it was in Cup 1, the 204, tagging the Norikazu Shibata machine. So two safety cars prior to the pit window opening. The pit window was delayed as a result of all of this. We went back to racing conditions, and it was almost a Mustang 1-2, courtesy of an ambitious move around the outside from Alain Valente, but Marcus Clutton managed to hold on to second position. The pit window was now opening, and that meant we saw a lot of jumbled up order. GT Winter Series on shuffle mode throughout the pit window, of course. And we see there the Audi and the Lamborghini running at very close quarters. The Cup 1 battles also running at very close quarters out there around the circuit. And some physical moves from Ariel Levy, who was on his way up the order. That was him getting past, I think, Gilbert Yates. Severin Mazur was doing a great job holding himself to account in the older spec Lamborghini Huracan. Simon Orange left the pit lane in third position after his trip to the pits. That left Jamo Hertling to challenge for the race lead with Keanu Bloom at the front of the field. There was the 204 car heading off circuit there in that shot, and while that was happening, Moritz Viskirchen moved himself up into fifth position. A late safety car gave way to a one-lap dash, and Keanu Bloom had to hold off the advances of the two cars behind, the two Mercedes behind. Moritz Viskirchen made it three Mercedes behind with a move for fourth, and Matthias Lizowski tried desperately to take second place away from Jamo Hertling. He couldn't succeed at doing so. Keanu Bloom won the race, Jamo held on for second, and Matthias Lizowski and Przemysław Biankowski take third position, the first podium of the season for PTT Racing in the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. An exciting race all throughout the order, especially at the sharp end of the pack in GT3. Keanu Bloom winning the race by just 3/10 after that late safety car. Hertling in second, Lizowski third, Viskirchen fourth, Kukaresi in fifth, Simon Orange in sixth position, Severin Mazur seventh, Ariel Levy in 8th place. Frederick Schandorf with Nina Østergaard winning the Cup 4 class ahead of Gilbert and Bradley Yates, 10th overall, winning Cup 1. Tim Hutter in 11th. Sean Doyle and Darren Howell in 12th. Sean Rand taking 13th ahead of Neil Montserrat. Alfredo Hernandez in 15th. Fabian Di Bianca taking a Cup 2 win for PTT Racing Team alongside Igor Klaya. Pavlovic's penalty sending him down to 17th overall. Steiner 18th. Alexei Kikareshko 19th. And Kaius Sixnelis in 20th place. Petar Matic in 21st. Ramos 22nd. Forsberg in 23rd. Panhauser, Kimby and Taku Bamba rounding out the finishing order, while Aston Miller and Leon Rinbeck rounding out the field in this GT Winter Series race. A really compelling motor race, certainly in the GT Winter Series as ever. The multi-class dynamic doing its thing, as on that occasion did the safety car periods. Really jumbled up the effect of the first stint of the race and left us with that thrilling fight to the flag. Jamo Hertling will be disappointed to have not taken advantage of that race pace that he had there, but Keanu Bloom's Mustang just a step too imposing, a step too large in presence for there to be a move made. We'll see more, of course, from the GT Winter Series at our next event, 5th to 8th of March at Motorland Aragon. But we still have another race to bring you here today, and that, of course, is the GT4 Winter Series, accompanied by the Sports Prototype Winter Series as well. Those cars are currently doing their sighting lap towards the grid. As you can see, we're going to do all we can to squeeze the GT Winter Series podiums in before we head down to the grid, but the timings often are a little bit condensed here today, courtesy of fitting effectively 2 days of racing into the gap for 1 day of racing. The Rue Car Culture Festival and the GT Winter Series and the sports bringing a huge crowd here today. I understand our 1 day attendance is somewhere around the 10,000 person ballpark. Now bear in mind, in 2024 we had 10,000 people across 2 days, but 10,000 in attendance today to watch the Winter Series action. Andy McEwen is on the podium.
A sensational final race of the weekend for the GT Winter Series concludes, and we are ready then to get our drivers onto the podium, starting with Cup 4, third position in Cup 4, Petar Matic. Petar, come out onto the podium. He was busy chatting to people backstage, but the Autosport Racing driver is third position in the third race of the weekend. Congratulations, Petar, onto the third step of the podium he will go. In second position, his Autosport Racing teammates, Alessia Ruffini and Milos Pavlovic, who are very interestingly looking at the race results for the other classes, I think, as they come in. Onto the podium they go. But it is a win in Cup 4 for Nina Østergaard and Frederick Schandorf. Onto the top step they go, and a big cheer from the crowd in the pit lane down below as we look ahead to our GT4 Winter Series race coming up shortly. The Cup 4 drivers head out onto the podium, and I believe, yes, they have their bottles of Quinta das Arcas champagne ready to be sprayed or drunk, whichever the drivers decide to do. But first, there is the important matter of photographs to be taken. And so many people gathered around the Valencia podium area still, even at this late stage of the day. By far the warmest it's been all day, and perfect sunny conditions for racing in the end after a challenging start to the weekend yesterday. So our Cup 4 drivers then, I think, have posed for all of the photos. The question now to be answered is what they're going to do with their champagne. Are they taking it with them or spraying it on the podium? I think they are spraying it on the podium. So the champagne sprays over the Valencia podium. and in the wind, no one is safe, even in the crowd down below. Beitar Matic getting stuck in. Alessio Ruffini really did come out worse from that, but he won't mind too much. It's been a successful day for Alessio, 3 podium finishes for him. So the first champagne spray of the day is done, and it's the Cup 4 drivers who get to let off some steam in the Valencian sunshine. So a little bit of redressing of the podium to be done as we get the next set of bottles of champagne out. So 4 more times we will go through this routine, and out come the champagne bottles, which means we can now introduce our Cup 3 class winners. 1 car entered in the McLaren Artura category. MS Racing's Kaya Sixnellis and Fabian Saubt head to the podium, the top step of the podium. Congratulations, guys. And the Cup 3 win for the McLaren Artura trophy cars. Just the one McLaren entered this weekend, but good to have that car included in GT Winter Series. And who knows, we might get a couple more of them out before the end of the season. My apologies, I can't count. We have 4 podiums left with the Cup 2 cars or drivers to come out next onto the podium. Out go the Cup 3 drivers, so we now then move on to Cup 2. We'll just wait for the Quintas Arca champagne to be brought out onto the podium again. There we go. And the GEDLICH team on hand, ready to get the podium dressed. We can now introduce then our 3rd place finishers in Cup 2, Alexei Kikareshko and Fabio Gross. The PT Sports by Up to Race pairing are not here, so we move on instead to the 2nd placed car, Anders Steiner and Marcus Anervi. Out onto the podium they will go. And the Team Steiner Racing squad celebrates 2nd position. It is, though, a win in Cup 2 for PTT Racing Team. It is Igor Klaya and Fabian Di Bianca. Onto the podium they head. The top step beckons for the PTT Racing Team. And once again, the team celebrate down below. There is champagne to be sprayed. There are photos to be taken. We also have a GT4 Winter Series race to cover, though. And I believe we're going to leave the podium celebrations briefly and head down onto the grid, where Izzy Browning is catching up with our GT4 drivers.
Well, for the final time this weekend, welcome down to a very windy grid here in Valencia. But it has been a fantastic day's racing, and just the one race left to go. The GT4 Winter Series final race of the weekend, and it is an all SR front row, and it has been a weekend so far for the number 11 machine that you saw there of Joel Mesh and Enrico Federer. Can they do the same again? Can they take a clean sweep of victories in the GT4 here in Valencia?
Well then, one more race between us and the final checkered flag of the day, and racing into the sunset will be the GT4 Winter Series along with the sports prototypes for the final time. A 50-minute pit stop race. Joel Mesh starting it from pole position, and it's an all SR Motorsport front row as Villicuna starts from the second spot on the grid. In third place, it is the star of race 2 in many ways, Raul Zunzaren in the NM Racing Team Mercedes, and all Mercedes top 3. Ravi Ramid encroaching on the party in his BMW for Le Espace Bienvenue. Nicolas Guillaume in 5th position, the Belgian racer, joined by Federico Peters on row 3 of the grid. Row 4, Tom Pappenberg in the CV Motorsport CV Performance JP Motorsport car. He's joined by Joachim Bulting in the WNS Motorsport entry. BWT Muka Motorsport in 9th place. They should be in the pit lane still. I understand they're still working on the car. I don't think I've seen it behind the safety car either. Manuel Bertolin in AM in 10th place. Matthias Ferzel in 11th place. Franz Linden in 12th position. Of course, that's a Cayman Trophy car. In 13th place is Alexander's Bobrovs for Team VRT. Breno Aruda for the club class McLaren entry, the Zone Racing 96 car. Helga Tam in another Cayman Trophy machine in 15th. And the other Zone McLaren, Antonio Duarte in 16th place. Moving on to the sport prototypes and the number 22 entry from Team Race Streaming. That should be, I think, Diego Diambra at the wheel. Yes, Franzen will be second in the queue there. And then at the back of the class, I think it'll be Morten Stromsted taking the start in the 24 Sunda Motorworks entry. So then, Joel Mesh and Villicuna at the front of the field in the pair of SR Motorsport Mercedes-AMG GT4s. Kuna definitely the AM of that Pro-Am lineup, as we know. We'd expect him to maybe do what Mikael Sander did in the previous race and fall back a little bit. But an all SR Motorsport front row of the grid, nonetheless, is a promising thing to see for Angara and Tim Neuser and the rest of the crew down there. 2x2 rolling start about to get underway then. And it will be the pair of Mercedes from SR at the front, but keep an eye on the third Mercedes, the NM Racing machine, because Raul Zunzaren, who has already proven to us that he can be a bit of a wild card, he lines up on row number 2. He's joined by Ravi Ramyid. What about Guillaume as well from row 3? He was scrappy last time out. We're underway, we're racing for the GT4s. Of course, the sports prototypes will get their own launch in a few moments' time, but it is Joel Mesh, headlights ablaze, leading into the first corner. 2-3 wide further back, Kuna falling back behind several parties, and that means that the second place car, going very, very wide indeed, will be Raul Zunzaren. In third place, it's going to be Ramyid in 4th position after Franz Linden in a spin. Franz Linden from Cayman Trophy lead. He gets tagged and now has to get himself back on the straight and narrow, which he does so nicely. Meanwhile, the sports prototypes have gotten underway. Morten Stromsted, who started at the back of the pack, immediately gets to the front. And a quick change of positions there. I was wondering if he might have to fight a little bit harder for it, but Diambra and Franzen watch him fly by. We are back to racing then. We've also not seen Joachim Bulting take the start in this race, so we're missing Bulting and the 700 car, which I understand Muka Motorsport were working diligently on to try and get out there, but it doesn't look like they've succeeded, unfortunately. All the same, we ride on board with the 16 car, and Raul Zunzaren is going to make life very difficult for Joel Mesh.
He is making life very difficult for Joel Mesh. Closes right in there through turn 11, and again, just looks so feisty, doesn't he, Raul? Really charges into the corner, rolls the centre well, and just keeps the pressure on. the identical, essentially, Mercedes ahead, run out of different teams, but both the same car underneath. And yeah, Ralston-Zaren well used to one-make racing. That will not deter him from having a go. Across the timing line we go then, and lap 1 in the books. 4 tenths between the two Mercedes AMGs, with Ravi Rammeed holding strong in 3rd. Nicolas Guillaume is 4th, and Tom Pappenberg right behind him, 5th ahead of Federico Peters in the Aston Martin that's been in the walls a little bit today. Am led by Manuel Bertolin, and Cayman Trophy, of course, by Helge Tam now after that spin for Frans Linden. There was contact here, I think, for Frans Linden that pitched him into the spin. Didn't quite see who it was that got him, but he is one to watch now as he tries to recover.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll watch him on. Of course, Arne Hofmeister will take that car over in the second phase of the race too, and we know that that car will streak 4th once he takes the wheel. The Radicals come past our commentary position, and no surprises that the car of Morten Stromsted is the leader in that consideration. We look back though to a Nicolas Guillaume, who once again is having to defend hard here. This time it's Pappenberg and Peters who he is holding.
Yes, and Pappenberg, of course, had contact in the earlier race, didn't he? So he'll, with this car, in fact, wasn't it? With the Porsche, the WNS car that he collided up at turn 2. So he'll have that in the back of his mind. This needs to be a clean overtake as and when it comes. And again, he's sort of tapping Morse code onto the back of the Porsche as it rounds turn 11 and heads into this really tricky uphill right-hander at turn 12. Very easy to go bouncing through the gravel on the exit of the corner, but they all keep it within the white lines for now. Leaders at the final corner though, and this couldn't be a lot closer, could it? Look at Ralston-Zaren, much closer than he was a lap ago. This gap was about 4 or 5 car lengths last time by the line. This time it's maybe 2 car lengths. It's officially 0.2 of a second, and Ralston-Zaren is very much within striking range.
Yeah, indeed, and you see there a bit of a wiggle on from Joao Mesh on the braking into turn 1. The 16 car looming large, and did a really good run through the final corner. Got himself a very good exit without really compromising the corner speed. I was watching that one out through the windows here in the commentary box. We ride now on board with Zaren and Joao Mesh. His tail lights illuminating the dash almost as we go into the sunset here, and Zaren correcting a good bit of opposite lock there, and I think Mesh was probably doing much the same. Now, we referenced earlier on that Pappenberg's car looked like it had a slightly different rear wing on it, but I think it's the same spec on both the Mesh and Zaren cars, or rather maybe not spec but setting. Both of them are at the same amount of angle.
Indeed so, and so really nothing to choose between these two cars. It is just that Ralston-Zaren really seems like he gets into the corner as well. Again, charges turn 11 and looks to try and get the run out of the turn. That's Pappenberg ahead of Guillaume now, isn't it? And Federico Peters moving up to challenge 2. So Tom Pappenberg then up into 4th position. He'll now set off after Ravi Rammeed in the BMW, whilst here Porsche and Aston Martin do battle for what is now 5th position. Into the sunset they go through the penultimate corner, and then find your braking zone. You can really see how steeply downhill this braking zone is, and then the track sort of levels off on the apex, and you can get on the power and send your car out onto the pit straight as fast as possible. Zaren can't find a way past Joao Mesh, but nor can Mesh get away. This is a battle set to run for a while, I think.
Absolutely. We meanwhile look into the battle in the SPWS order, where Morten Stromsted, I believe it is, in that car, although the driver IDs don't seem to be working on a couple of these protos. This is Diego Diambra in 2nd place in the battle, and looking to the inside here at the final corner. Oh, that's going to get a bit tight, but I think just about through. Yes, Morten Stromsted then loses out in the SPWS race. Interesting to see these two battling about even. I think Diego Diambra has found some speed and indeed found some confidence over the course of the last couple of weekends of racing in the Sports Prototype Win Series. And since we know they're here largely signature hunting to go international racing, that's a great sign for him that his pace is getting better and better.
Yes, most definitely so. Start under investigation, we are told. Now, let's not have a repeat of the 6 hours of Portimao, shall we, where half the grid got a penalty for not going through the grid marking, because I didn't take notice of anyone who was out of position at the start, but something has caught the eye of race control, and we'll see whether that develops into a story a bit later on. Zanzaren, though, continues to apply the pressure to Joel Mesh. Gets to a point, though, doesn't it, where you sit behind another car for a few laps, you kind of just end up running at their speed, and they learn where you are quicker than them and how to successfully defend from you. So this is going to get a more and more difficult overtake for Raul Zanzaren to make the longer this goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. Zanzaren still just 3/10 back. It's kind of a microcosm of what you see in the GT3 races. I don't think the dirty air is quite such a factor here, but there's a certain point where you can't make any forward progression until there's something of an opening from the driver ahead around a circuit like the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, and I think that's where Zanzaren is at right now. He can match Mesh. He hasn't really got the pace to make an easy overtake. He's going to have to wait for something to fall in his favour. Even the most microscopic of mistakes from Joel Mesh may change the course of this lead battle. Of course, Zanzaren will hand over to Mario Pignazzo, who is really quick. We've seen that over the last couple of weekends here in the Win Series paddock, with last weekend 6 hours of Portimao and today in the GT4 Winter Series. Meanwhile, Enrico Federer is to take over the car from Joel Mesh. So I think this battle, in theory, pit stops willing, could be a race-long one.
Yeah, fingers crossed. That would be nice to see, battling up and down the order in both classes. And you can really see the difference here with the onboard camera of the corner speed you can take in these sports prototypes. The radicals lower to the ground, more downforce, lighter, of course. They change direction nicely through the middle sector of this lap in particular. Mercedes-AMG is battling for the lead, though, to send upon the final corner. And that time actually a missed braking point slightly for Zanzaren, and that's the first little mistake we've seen from him, really. Incident between cars 86 and 66 under investigation. That was for earlier on in the race. Yes, the Speedworks Porsche, and it was the Senkia Motorsport BMW then, I think, that got Franz Linden on that opening lap of the race.
And look at this, to the inside goes Peters, trying to find his way past Tom Pappenberg. Pappenberg not quite able to defend from Peters. The inside still there for turn 2, maybe even 3 and 4 as well. No, I thought that perhaps Pappenberg would be able to hold on and make it work for 4, but Peters squeezes him out effectively there. I don't think Pappenberg fully expected the move that came, and thus the position switch hands.
Manuel Bertolin, meanwhile, has already been given a 5-second track limits penalty for his 5th track limits infringement. We are not even 10 minutes into the race, Manuel. That is very liberal use of track limits that he must have been exercising. So penalty already applied then. Forget that, that's already out of date. He's now been given a 10-second penalty for a 6th infringement. Manuel Bertolin, the record perhaps for track limits infringements held by Jürgen Bolting from an event last year, I seem to recall, but Manuel is well on his way to beating that.
Yeah, it's on, isn't it? It's ruthless efficiency, I would say, in the track limits gaining department. We'll keep an eye on that one as it progresses. But Pappenberg has not been dropped by Peters at all on this lap. I wonder if an opportunity may burgeon before too long. Both cars, of course, powered by basically the same 4-litre AMG-derived power plant, so there shouldn't be too much between them in a straight line, theoretically speaking. Fairly similar silhouettes as well, but Pappenberg didn't really get the run, wasn't really close enough through the final corner, will remain in 5th place for now, and of course he doesn't want to lose too much time, lest he end up having to fight Guillaume all over again in 6th.
Yes, indeed. So, barreling down towards turn 1 then comes another battle going on a bit further back, and this is Alexander Bobrovs, isn't it, with Matthias Fereisel in his BMW, and Fereisel gets the better run out of turn 1 and nips to the inside of the VRT Mercedes into 2. Bobrovs is late on the brakes, but through will go the BMW, and Bobrovs, who is 2nd in AM, is overtaken by Fereisel, who is 5th in Pro, but Fereisel has been a little off the pace as he potentially learns that car here this weekend.
Yeah, 2nd outing in the car for him in competitive conditions, as Bobrovs gets very sideways indeed out of turn 5. But of course, when you welcome someone like Tom Pappenberg into the series at 15 years old and chuck him straight into pro, really any of the youngsters who would be graded silver have to go there as well. And certainly for Eisel, holding himself to a good account, though, up there in the overall standings. His next target will be the pretty much identically spec car, of course, of Bertolin, the AM leader. Meanwhile, this battle in the sports prototypes continues to unfold. We've not really seen a moment of peace among these two. Diambra versus Stromstead. It's a compelling little scrap, and of course now they're getting into the back end of the GT4 traffic as well.
They are indeed, and that's only going to further complicate this. So, yeah, really good to see a close battle between the sports prototypes. And it did seem last time out in Portimao that there was quite a pace differential between most of them. But, yeah, here it's an awful lot closer. Track limits infringement number 8 now for Manuel Bertolini. It's like he's suddenly forgotten track limits exist. That's now 20 seconds of penalty time added to his race. Here, though, is the sports prototype battle heading down into the final corner. This is game on.
It is indeed. Great racecraft between both parties so far as well. It's been very respectful racing, no doubt helped by the fact that, of course, the Sunder team, Morten Stromstead, is co-driving with Stephen Berntsen, who will take the car over, and the last thing you want to do is take your team boss's car out in the first phase of the race. 9th track limit penalty continues on. Drinking game, I dare you, don't text me the results. 25 seconds of penalty already, and it's going to accumulate. Joachim Bolting got to 35 seconds at Portimao last year. Look at this, though, for the inside line. We've got the club class machine of Aruda just ahead, the 570S GT4 McLaren, and Diego Diambra just about ahead at the moment. But it's maybe not going to be very long-lasting, that advantage, because Stromstead, again, all over him.
Yep, Stromstead dried the outside line into the left-hander, and Morton, who he shall now be known as, just couldn't make the move stick. And now the McLaren getting involved, and that's just going to separate them slightly. 30 seconds of time penalty now for Manuel Bertolini. I promise we're not making this up. Either that or there is a glitch, a very bizarre glitch in the system, but that is in the first 14 minutes of the race. 30 seconds already. It did take Joachim Bolting longer than this, I seem to recall, to get to 35 seconds. We are only 14 minutes into the race. He keeps exceeding track limits, and this battle keeps on entertaining us.
Yes, it does. Another good run there out of turn 12. And again, you really do see, as you pointed out, just how different these Radical SR3s are from a perspective of where they make up the pace. They're a bit slower, I think, by the end of these straights, having only 250 or so horsepower between them, each, I should say, not between them. That would be remarkably slow, but fairly low-powered cars, but they have a great amount of grip, and of course these Radical chassis that have been honed now over the better part of 3 decades. Great handling as well. We continue to ride on board with the car that we understand is being driven by Morten Stromstead, and it's still anyone's guess who's going to come out on top of this, especially as the pit window unfolds. They may not pit at the same time, of course. Their next target in terms of the traffic from the GT4 grid is Ville Kuhne, and Ville will, I'm sure, probably sidestep and let them do their thing, and indeed he runs very wide, but then realises, oh wait, I've got the power advantage. What do I do now? And what he does, he's cut across the 2 prototypes, and that's going to give Stromstead the opportunity to get back past Diambra, and Diego Diambra there, I think, really backed out of that there, going, actually, this really isn't the idea, is it? No, I'm not going to try and go 3 wide.
No, but this is sort of what we hoped to see a little bit of with the merging of the classes today, and how the sports prototypes would interact with each other whilst also interacting with the GT4 cars, and that was a great example of how it can have a really, really interesting effect on the battles for position. Car 95, which is the Zone Racing McLaren of Antonio Duarte, being given a final warning for track limits, just to take the spotlight away slightly from Manuel Bertolini. As we slip up the inside now, Ville Kuhne's Mercedes, we can really see the damage that did. Cayman Trophy battle about to ignite, though. Franz Linden, remember, tapped into a spin on lap 1, is now charging back against the leader.
So firstly, it's Stephen Berntsen who's been driving the 24 Radical. It's just come up on timing now. Equally, he's in the pit lane. So something seemingly has gone awry, because that's before the window was supposed to open. I wonder if it's either the window it's either they've got a problem with the car, or they're going by the window from the 40-minute races, of course, they did previously. There may have been a slight miscom. Let's hope it's the former, a problem, and not the latter, the egg on face option. The Cayman Trophy class running in tandem here, and this is Franz Linden, as you said earlier on, Andy, on the recovery drive that we rather expected. And Helge Tam is going to have to really get the elbows out here by the looks of it.
Yes, Linden definitely the quicker of the two. Best lap is about 8/10 quicker than Tam in the East Racing Motorsport car. The Speedworks example is the one doing the chasing, but again, in two identically spec'd cars, overtaking can be a little bit of a challenge. With that much of a pace advantage, though, you would expect Franz Linden to be able to get the job done relatively soon. Where does that move come, though? Final corner, perhaps, but I think he's a little bit too far back at this point to entertain the idea of making the move into this braking point.
Franz Linden, the more experienced of the two drivers in terms of circuit racing. Helge Tam only did his first race back in July at the Red Bull Ring in one of the Porsche Sports Challenge categories. A second Radical coming in a little bit early. I wonder if the pit windows are maybe different across the two series, trying to avoid that intermingling. I haven't seen any bulletin to suggest that, but then again, I haven't looked for said bulletin because I didn't think they'd do that. These two cars, though, running in tandem. I just wanted to mention Helge Tam's record quickly, because yes, he's newer to circuit racing. He has, however, spent some 15 years throwing Porsches and other things down rally stages, so he is pretty aware of performance driving in a wider sense.
Indeed. So there's no track limits in rallying generally. Sadly, there are at Valencia, and that is once again catching out Manuel Bertolin. He has now matched Jurgen Bolting's 35-second record from last year, and he's done so inside the first 18.5 minutes of the race. So 10 track limits infringements is what it took to get there, and we're not even halfway through. Franz Linden there has to step aside for one of the Radicals. We check back in with some of the cars ahead. Well, there at the back of shot is Manuel Bertolin. Let's see how many corners into this lap we get before the BMW driver goes a little bit beyond the white lines. That's okay. On the entry to turn one, it's the exit of turn one where often we see drivers doing that and going beyond the edge of the curb. And Bertolin, who really can't hide, it's got his name on the side of the car and everything. A very good looking car, this, with the sort of factory BMW inspired livery. It does rather catch the eye, and I think that might be working to his detriment in this case, because every track limits infringement has been well and truly noted and punished.
And I reckon that at least one of these marshals has probably bought a car from the Valencia BMW Bertolin dealership, and yet all the same, the pit window for the Radicals is supposed to be the same as the GT4s. I've just had a look at the bulletins on the Sports Prototype Winter Series section of the app, and we've got a car off circuit. One of the club class McLarens has ground to a halt. I think that could be Duarte's car. There was definitely contact there between the two, the Cayman and the Radical, as that was intermingling there. Of course, that Radical has served a pit stop early. You see some carbon fibre falling off it there now. But yes, two of the Radicals have served their stops. In fact, all three of them now have served their stops illegally, I believe.
Right, okay, well, add that to the list of strange things happening in this final race of the weekend. Seems fitting somehow, doesn't it? Yeah, it's now time for pit stops to happen. We do have GT4 frontrunners pitting.
And that's very smart, because I wouldn't mind betting a safety car isn't going to be far away with the McLaren stranded there at turn 10 and turn 11. In fact, most of the field has realised the same thing. And who does this play against in particular? Joel Mesh, who is out there at the moment. I'm sure they'll be sending up that monkey toy that they had earlier on to talk to race control to say, no, don't bring out the safety car, but I feel like it's going to happen.
We've had safety cars for cars in less dangerous positions than that, haven't we? This is right on the edge of the road, on the exit of a high-speed corner, and into a primary overtaking opportunity as well. So one would imagine that's what's going to happen, but SR Motorsport will be rather hoping that's not the case. He's stayed out, as has Bertolin, but then he's probably scared to go anywhere near the race control building right now. Verizal and Linden also staying out as well.
That's the McLaren that was stationary just in camera shot there. So everyone else has pitted and Mesh has stayed out, and well, probably thankfully in the eyes of SR Motorsport, that McLaren got moving again, and Joel Mesh therefore will most likely continue on unimpeded. I'd think that Mesh and Federer would typically split this directly down the middle. We'll see whether Mesh comes by or not. Yes, he does as they come past the start-finish line. But a really interesting situation that's unfolded here for many reasons, including the fact that I think Mesh is now going to have some traffic to contend with as he fires around the circuit.
The car really pitched forward under braking then, the rear end trying to overtake the front, and yeah, Joel Mesh is really pushing on. And fastest lap of the race, according to our timing screen anyway, belongs to car 16, which is the Mercedes that was, of course, in the hands of Raul Zanzaren, and now taken over by Mario Pignazzo. And, of course, Raul was really quick at the start of the race, but had dropped away from Joel Mesh towards the end of his stint. I suspect maybe he'd taken a little bit too much life out of his Pirelli tyres. On board with the number 16 car, NM Racing's Mario Pignazzo, then the Mercedes, which was second position before the pit stops, I believe is still the highest placed of those to stop. Yes, he is, with Charlie Robertson perhaps one to watch in this part of the race. He's the next car behind the BMW, and then the Tom Pappenberg Mercedes. Into the pit lane comes Manuel Bertolin. Staying out, as we saw, was Joel Mesh, but for how much longer, I wonder?
Yeah, I think probably one more lap and then they'll bring him in, so it's split down the middle. But this is going to be really compelling effect on the race with everyone kind of pitting in one lump. That's not normally how things go down during the pit window, of course, but that's the situation that's been dealt this time. Here's Mario Pignazzo then, the local boy, at the wheel of the car that leads among those who have pitted. He is, however, 80 seconds back from Joel Mesh, and I think the pit stop is 72 seconds, so I don't think that he's going to be able to hold or get the lead off of Mesh, but given how far ahead Mesh was, well, he wasn't even that far ahead, was he? But it's not that surprising that Mesh has the pace over someone who's a bit less experienced.
Yes, it was around about 2 seconds or so, 1.5 to 2 seconds between them, I reckon, and yeah, see what that gap is when this pit cycle is completed. As onto the brakes he goes into the left-hander at turn 8. Joel Mesh has already been through to start another lap, so has Matthias Verizal. Not many others now yet to pit by the looks of it, so yeah, really leaving it to the end of the window are the end of the window, but the halfway point of the race are SR Motorsport. There is the number 11 car of Joel Mesh, who is halfway around his 15th lap of the race, and negotiated a little bit of traffic earlier on. He's catching another of the BMWs now as well, and that might prompt him even further to pit sooner rather than later.
Franz Linden is on his outlap at the moment. His pit stop, 1 minute 11. The mandatory stop, 1 minute 12. And will, of course, now be Arne Hofmeister in the car. But either way, the stopwatch doesn't tend to lie. I suspect they'll be told off for having a slightly too short pit stop.
Yep, you might well be right. Penalty perhaps incoming. Pit stop incoming for Joel Mesh and the SR Motorsport squad. Hopefully not a short pit stop. Minute and 12 seconds they must spend in the pit lane. That is from the pit entry line to the pit exit line. So the time has already started ticking. It's not a huge amount of time really to execute a driver change. They need to make sure there are no fumbles and that they get that car back out as quickly as possible. Here then is Pignazzo. So Pignazzo, who is net second, he's been lapping in the 1:42s, which is okay, but I do think Joel Mesh has been going a little bit more quickly than that. And see what sort of gap there is between them. What about Robertson versus Pignazzo? Robertson did a 41.2, so yeah, Robertson nearly a full second quicker than Mario on the previous lap. So that's the gap I think that's likely to come down, isn't it? Second to third, as Robertson tries to get that L'Espace Bienvenu BMW into second place.
Yes, indeed. The BMW will be getting a hustle on with Charlie Robertson at the wheel. Of course, we went live yesterday for a bit of a paddock show in lieu of racing action, and you kind of made the point, Andy, that Charlie's resume speaks for itself. He's done so much in racing. I mean, he's raced Le Mans in the LMP1 class, and so when you stick him in something like a GT4 car, you just know he's going to take to it so well, especially because he had a huge part to play in the development of Ginetta's GT4 cars in years gone by.
Yeah, exactly. So a hugely quick driver and a dependable pair of hands as well. Out goes the number 11 car of Enrico Ferderer. And where is Pignazzo? Pignazzo has crossed the line, but is not in that shot. There he was, just in the background. So it's a reasonable gap, slightly bigger than it was before the round of pit stops, I think. Something else that's slightly bigger than it was earlier on is the amount of extra time added on to the number 124 BMW. We're up to 40 seconds now, a new Winter Series, unofficial Winter Series record, and not a record necessarily to be all that proud of, but I think Bertolini has committed to the bit now, hasn't he? And he's just continuing to push on.
If he gets a couple more, he'll be at half a lap that he's going to get added to his time at the end of the race. So the gap between Ferderer and Pignazzo, I make it about 5 or 6 seconds by eye. And I think 1 minute 17 was a stop for Ferderer and Mesh, so actually a bit longer than they needed. So they probably dropped back about 3-4 seconds extra there compared to the stop of Pignazzo. Yes, indeed, the NM Racing Team stop was 3 to 4 seconds. I've got to admit that I'm making this point half-heartedly because I'm watching Andy despair in the corner of my eye. The latest bulletin, Andy?
45 seconds and a 13th track limit infringement for car 124. And Bertolini, I wouldn't mind, he's not even racing anyone. He's 7.5 seconds behind the next car in front of him. He's 17 seconds ahead of Alexander Bobrovs. He's leading the AM class, except he isn't, because he's, as you said, giving away half a lap nearly now in penalty time. But if it hadn't been for that, he would be on course potentially for quite a comfortable AM class victory. And I'm pretty sure he hasn't gained those 17 seconds purely by exceeding track limits. He's quick enough to do it without doing that, I think.
Well, our transatlantic cousins will soon be taking the motorsport centre stage after the conclusion of our final race here. So I suppose what the heck is a white line is probably an apt line to use this close to the Daytona 500. Manuel Bertolin continues on his way, of course, still leading the AM class on the road, but he's not on the road all that often.
No, having fun though, I'm sure. Mind you, that gap came right down to 10 seconds then on that previous lap, so I don't know whether...
Bertolin's pitted again.
Oh,
he was in the pits before, wasn't he?
Yes, he has pitted again, so that's why. So he's going to give up that lead anyway. I haven't seen any of these time penalties converted into a drive-through penalty, so I'm not sure what that would be for.
No.
Meanwhile, number 95 now racking up 15 seconds worth of penalties, which is the Zohm McLaren of now Fernando Costa. This, meanwhile, is a battle for position on track. This is Federico Peters, the Araujo Competição Aston Martin in 6th position. WNS Motorsports, Frederick Zebis is behind, except it's not. It's now Tom Pappenberg.
Different driver at the wheel, so they've been kind of shuffling around, haven't they, over the course of the last 40 minutes or 30 minutes of this race. The pit stop window is now closed, incidentally, so all pit stops have to have been served. I'm interested to see what happens with the Radicals, with all of them not serving the pit stop properly. What do you do now? The Porsche right on the back of Pappenberg, and I know that the Porsche is quick in a straight line, but that looked like Pappenberg might be struggling, not in the corners, I grant you, as he gets right back past Zebis after Zebis dove to the inside. But it looked to me like the Mercedes was really lacking for straight line speed.
Yes, and this is the Mercedes with the seemingly flatter rear wing, isn't it? So less drag on the back of that car, we would imagine. And yeah, very odd situation, but anyway, he does get the place straight back. He seems to not be lacking in any downforce through the corners, or confidence for that matter, but perhaps the car a little down on power, question mark. We'll see if we can find out, but Tom Pappenberg keeping Frederik Zebis at bay for a position inside the top 5. Zebis, though, right underneath that rear wing of the Mercedes AMG. And as they head through the kink into turn number 8, is this where the move is made? No, Pappenberg defends nicely and keeps hold of the advantage. Not missing anything out in front, by the way. The lap time's remarkably static, really, between Federer, Pignazzo and Robertson, so the gap staying as they were. Pappenberg losing time to Federico Peters, but Federico is 7.1 seconds behind Charlie Robertson. So this is the battle, really. Pappenberg versus Zebis for 5th position and 3rd in the Pro class. So a position on the podium up for grabs here.
Yeah, exactly right. So who will meet you down at the podium in a few moments' time is the golden question at the moment, Andy. And Zebis, of course, we've seen win races overall already this year with Tim Horrell, a race overall with Tim Horrell. Be keen to at least get to the top 5 and get to the Pro class podium in one fell swoop by getting past Pappenberg again on the main straight. The Porsche so much quicker. To the inside he goes, not quite able to find a car's gap. And Pappenberg holds on yet again. Pappenberg Zebis! Zebis gets the inside at turn 2. I thought he was too far back for that, but he thought otherwise. Up into 5th position he goes, but Pappenberg fires back. The 2 youngsters, the 2 teens and their sports cars, having a brilliant battle for what is the 3rd place in the Pro class. And I think Pappenberg there, I just saw a little gesture there out of his hand. In fact, no, that was Zebis, sorry, giving a little gesture as he tried to take the corner exit. I think it's just like, why can't I get past this guy? Every time he tries to, Pappenberg finds a way to slither back through.
That was a brilliant move from Pappenberg. 2 good moves, really. The initial one from Zebis was very impressive, but then Tom Pappenberg, turn number 4 is not really an overtaking opportunity unless you're already properly alongside going into the braking zone, but Tom just launched it to the inside, got to the apex and managed to get the car stopped as well. It was a perfectly clean move, so I don't think that gesture from Zebis was one of anger, just frustration, as you say, that he can't dispatch of this Mercedes.
But Pappenberg has to be careful because he's just been given a final warning for track limits. So he's on 4 right now, is what that means. A 5th one will denote a 5-second penalty, so he needs to drive a little more carefully and not do, well, frankly, that, and drive all 4 wheels off coming out of the final corner. I think if you on the curb, you might be okay. Depends corner to corner, I think. And I didn't sit in the briefing, my apologies. But Pappenberg does need to mind his P's and Q's, and that doesn't look like a driver who's really aiming to keep within the lines, but he does so. I think probably Nico Verdonk has been in his ears and said, be careful. But Zebis, again, no caution from him. Pappenberg fights it back, but Zebis is going to be able to hold on. I think Pappenberg just didn't quite have the traction there, riding across those inside curbs at turn 2. And finally, the move is somewhat definitive from Zebis, but let's see if Pappenberg has anything to say about that.
Yeah, I think Tom just got 2 wheels on the grass on the inside as he tried that switchback through 2, and it just, as you say, lost him some traction. Otherwise, that might have worked, and he may well have been side by side with the Porsche into turn 3 once again. But yeah, I think now Zebis should be able to settle into that position.
Although I will say, if he was 2 wheels on the grass and he made up the position, he'd probably end up with a penalty for his troubles. So maybe for the best that one didn't pan out. Federer then 5.1 seconds clear at the front of the field with 15 minutes left on the clock. In turn, Charlie Robertson is only 2.9 seconds back from Pignazzo and gaining at the rate of half a second a lap. So I don't think second overall is to be confirmed yet. I think there's still time for that one to change, and the race controller spotted what I spotted, that the mandatory pit time on the 66 car was a little bit too short, and a penalty may soon follow.
I suspect it will. There's a fairly cut and dry ruling, that, isn't it? If you're too short, you're too short. They'll go back over the data, but I think that will probably be the penalty incoming, as you said. And we'll see how quickly that decision is made. But shame, isn't it, to lose a potentially good result through being 1 second too short in the pit lane. And that being said, oof, that was quite close. That being said, the gap is quite sizable in that category, so it might not make much difference. Adam is right. The sports prototype cars are being given a telling off because they pitted outside of the mandatory pit stop window. Who saw that coming?
Vindication. I thought it was the same on both categories. And sure enough, yes, all 3 cars pitting outside the window. In their defense, they did do a race where the window was 15 to 25 minutes a week ago, a 40-minute pit stop race, so I can understand maybe the muscle memory kicking into gear. But I guess, I mean, since all 3 cars are run by the same team in the same class and they're the only cars in the class, I suppose whatever penalty it is won't do much to the overall picture of that landscape.
No, it's an odd one, isn't it? I suppose they have to go through the motions and bring them all down for a drive-through or whatever. It's actually only under investigation at the moment, not a penalty yet, so they might decide to let that slide.
And I will say as well, if you're joining us for the first time in the Win Series broadcast and seeing the Sports Prototype Win Series for the first time as a competitor, if you're a competitor and a fan watching along, you should note that the Radicals aren't the only cars in the Sports Prototype Win Series. They are the only cars here, but you are welcome to enter really just about anything that's not an LMP3 and is within the rough performance window, or should we say just above P3 performance and down. So you're looking at things like Ginetta's G58 kind of LMP3 with the LS7 engine in the back of it, or LS3 engine I should say, in the back of it. Cars like the Wolfs, cars like the CNs, cars like Nova Protos and Normas, and even things like old SR2 cars that raced in the World Sports Car Championship some 20 plus years ago. Anything like that would be welcome along in theory, so do get in touch and we'll inform you of all the plans for the 2027 Sports Prototype Win Series once they become known and whole. Car 66, time penalty of 12 seconds added to the end of the race for incorrect pit stop time, so that's going to somewhat endanger the 66 cars efforts. I will say Franz Linden's still listed in that car. I don't know if he is actually still in it. Meanwhile, we are in the number 16 of Mario Pignazzo, and look at Charlie Robertson. The Pro-Am leader is right with Pignazzo now, and the big BMW I don't think is far away from a move.
Yeah, yes, this gap has shrunk quite rapidly in the last few laps. It does seem like maybe the NM Racing Mercedes is struggling. Here comes Robertson, better exit from the final corner, and the BMW, good in a straight line, gets the inside at turn 1. It's very dirty offline, but it doesn't seem to matter. Robertson slips through, and I think Pignazzo will have exactly one opportunity to snap back at the BMW driver, and it's here at turn 2, but Robertson, really clever placement of the car there, just ushered Pignazzo to the outside and then squeezed over onto the racing line and does now make the move his own. I don't think the tyres on that Mercedes are lasting quite as well, possibly because of how hard Raul Zanzaren was pushing the car in the early stages of the race. Raul quite new to longer distance racing, and he was just going hell for leather right from the start of the race, but ultimately it's his teammate, I think, who's paying the price for that.
Yes, it does happen sometimes, doesn't it, in these multi-driver races? Thanks, mate. I've done 2 laps, I already know the problem I'm going to face. The fastest lap of the race, incidentally, does belong to one of the Radicals out there on the circuit, so 140.370, the fastest lap of the race, courtesy of Stephen Berntsen. Only 2/10 clear of the fastest lap of the race, which I think was from Raul earlier on in the NM Racing Team Mercedes. So this is interesting to see that relative parity between the 2 types of car. Ultimately, two of the 3 Radicals are in the pits for their numerous transgressions, or rather their one transgression, which was pitting outside of the window. Meanwhile, Manuel Bertolin never did come back out onto the circuit, so 45 seconds, all the penalties that we could take.
I might make the decision to go down the stairs to the podium for this final podium. That means I go past the entrance to race control. I have a feeling maybe I know where Manuel is, because I suspect race control would like a chat with him. Maybe there was another reason for the retirement, but yeah, it means that unfortunately there's only one AM car still running, that being the Alexander Bobrov's piloted Mercedes. for Team VRT in 8th position. There is the 22 car exiting the pit bay. 20-second stop-go penalty for Diego de Ambra. And as you said, we've seen 2 of the 3 cars come in to serve that penalty. The other one hopefully will come in next time by. Still struggling along is Mario Pignazzo there, sliding out over the exit curb through turn 5 as he tries in vain, I fear, to keep pace with Charlie Robertson's BMW, which is becoming smaller and smaller in his vision through the front windscreen.
Yeah, no, so that's it's an effort. Pignazzo is trying hard, and given he's on his home turf, given this is one of the tracks he knows better in car racing, I can 100% understand why he's giving it everything. But look at that. I think the front tyres in particular are really on their way out, just under braking there. You could see the washing understeering.
And that would make sense, because the observation I kept making about Raul in the first part of the race was how well he was entering the corner. He was charging the corner, rolling through the centre, and that will have been really working the front axle quite hard. So, yeah, not a huge surprise that that's now the issue Mario Pignazzo is running into.
We are on a streak of dobbing in drivers for transgressions, aren't we, today? Alex Bobrovs continues to run at the front of the AM class order now, the only AM car left standing ultimately, in 8th place overall. Team VRT will be their 2nd win of the season, Bobrovs and VRT in the AM class, so long as they reach the flag. And the 95 car that was of course stranded earlier on is once again peeling off the track, and this time I would suggest most likely to a permanent end, and that is unfortunate for Fernando Costa, but a good job there to pull off somewhere where indisputably the car's not in harm's way.
Yes, the exit row between turns 11 and 12 thankfully beckoned for that car. He'll park up and await recovery after the race as the sun begins to set properly now on this frantic day we've had in Valencia. It's been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed cramming all of these races into one day. It's a little taste of British motorsport weekends, isn't it? We don't often get the luxury of a huge amount of downtime, but it means we get a lot of racing action for our money, and the fans who have turned up here this weekend certainly won't have been upset at the amount of on-track action they've been able to enjoy today. And yeah, this GT4 Winter Series race has given us plenty to talk about, that's for sure.
Yes, the club racing experience in the UK is pretty universally watch someone dump their oil in qualifying and watch your lunch break disappear immediately. I remember a qualifying session in the UK that I was covering once that I think was meant to go 45 minutes and somehow took the best part of 3 hours because people kept rolling. Ford KA is naturally. The AM class leader then powering up towards the back of one of the Radicals. The Radicals are now scything their way again through the GT4s, of course, having made their penalty. I think that's Burnson coming across the line now, just actually side by side for 12th place. With Loero in the 570S GT4, who's then very brave on the brakes in an effort to try and keep the Radical at bay around the corners, though I'm afraid the Radical is always going to be a little bit better than the 570S GT4, and Loero has to give way, of course, comfortably leading the club class, now the only car left standing in the club class as well, since we saw the other sister zone racing car pull in, but still getting into it for the overall positions, even the overall positions with cars in a separate series.
Yes, that other zone racing McLaren, by the way, has been, I think, rather harshly given another track limits penalty. Yes, it did exceed track limits. I don't think an advantage was gained, but anyway, that just is the cherry on top, isn't it, for Fernando Costa, who's had a bit of a miserable afternoon in this 3rd and final GT4 Winter Series race of the day. Enrico Verderer, haven't seen a lot of him. He's having a lovely time this afternoon. He's nearly 10 seconds clear now. Charlie Robertson at the front of the field. Mario Pignazzo is 3rd. And this man, Federico Peters, is 4th. But although he's lapping quite considerably quicker than Pignazzo, he's just going to run out of time, unfortunately, to challenge for 3rd position. Pro car followed by a Pro-Am, followed by a Pro, followed by a Pro-Am, and then 3 Pros with Zebis, Pappenberg and Ferreisel. Again, none of them that close to each other on track, but filling out the next few positions. Now still going the way of Alexander's Bobrovs and Cayman Trophy Franz Linden as it stands. The 007 Aston Martin rumbles on to another lap. There is Pignazzo. in third position, who, to be fair, hasn't lost a huge chunk of time. Robertson's not getting away from him at the same rate at which he was catching the Mercedes earlier on. Yes, Charlie probably is driving well within himself now, but Pignazzo is at least getting a half-decent lap time out of that car that appears to be handling not quite as he would like.
And of course, for the SR Motorsport team by Schnitzelbaum, and indeed for the 11 car specifically, we're on the verge here of a streak of 6 wins in a row, which is a mightily impressive streak to have. Even Elite Motorsport, who were so dominant last year in the GT4 Win Series, I don't think they ever did that. They swept Estoril, but they did not win 6 on the trot, and that is what Enrico Federer is on the verge of doing here. Going through the memory banks, I don't have the statistics on this, but I don't think anyone has swept 2 consecutive meetings in the GT4 Winter Series previously. Even Forsetti back in 2024 as well didn't achieve that feat on the way to their championship. It has been an exemplary performance, and not just, of course, for the team, but also the car, which for a second year in a row, the AMG GT4 sweeps the Valencia weekend. So that is another tick in the box for Mercedes AMG, and came into this weekend with 13 wins in the series, and will exit the weekend with 16 wins in the series, which is actually nearly infringing on the GT Win Series record, which is 25.
Yeah, it seems to be the car to have at the moment, doesn't it? At least in Winter Series competition. There is Enrico Federer's car, which heads out through turns 2 and 3 with 2.5 minutes still to go. A 10-second advantage now over Charlie Robertson. What can we say about this pairing? They're a very, very talented pair of young drivers. They've come on very strong over the last couple of years. And Enrico Federer, who is very reliable pair of hands, it seems. There's a reason you win potentially 6 races in a row. It's not just through being the fastest driver combo out there, but it's the fact that you don't get involved in crashes, you don't mess up qualifying, you don't pick up penalties, and any one of those things would stop even the fastest of teams from winning a race. But Enrico and Joel Mesh have been absolutely unstoppable of late in GT4 Winter Series, and their run of victories does not look likely to end here this afternoon.
We may even get some formation flying at the end of the race, because Cedric Fuchs is there just ahead of Enrico Federer at the moment. So they're pretty much in tandem out there. That would be a pretty perfect shot. So I think there'll be a few photographers pleading with them to get the sunset shot, the 2 cars running across side by side. It would look very endurance race for something that only lasted 50 minutes. But the sun is really coming down almost behind the trees at the far end of the circuit now. The shots that we're getting are really quite spectacular. Some of the shots, it almost looks dark at this point, but the light has faded considerably since the middle of the day. The 11 car of Mesh then of Federer on the final lap of the race has just broken the 10-second barrier in terms of his gap to Charlie Robertson. So Robertson fairly comfortable, fairly well nested in second place at this point. For Peters, meanwhile, second in the Pro-Am class, and the Pro-Am podium set to be completed by Cedric Fuchs in the 111 machine. Meanwhile, the Pro Class podium, Federer, Pignazzo and Zebis. And Cedric Fuchs is slowing down, and I think they've heard my conversation with you and had a thought that's not a bad shout.
Yeah, that's going to make for a nice photo for the office wall, isn't it, for SR Motorsport? I'm sure they've got a few similar photos that they've got hold of over the years, but yeah, it's a nice little reminder for the future of remember that time when no one else could beat us in GT4 Winter Series? Well, here is another example of that. Enrico Federer, 3 corners from home, will cross the line in formation with Cedric Fuchs, who is also going to be on the Pro-Am podium, 3rd place in Pro-Am for the 2nd of the SR Motorsport Mercedes.
Well, I suspect seats are still available with the team for the summer, and well, at the moment, this is a great advert for them. They come across the line in unison to come 3rd in Pro-Am, but more importantly, to win overall and sweep the weekend. Federer and Mesh win the race overall. They sweep the weekend. Charlie Robertson takes 2nd place and the Pro-Am victory along with it. Mario Pignazzo in 3rd place. 4th position will eventually go to Federico Peters. He's just come across the line actually in 4th place, and of Zebis in P5. Cayman Trophy 2nd place coming across the line now. That was Helga Tam in the 73. Happenberg crosses the line in 6th, lost 10 seconds ultimately to Zebis before the end of the race. I'm quite surprised at how Pappenberg fell away there. I wonder if he also asked the best of his tyres towards the end of that race, or had the best of his tyres long before the end of that race. Fereisel will come across the line 7th overall. Berntsen, incidentally, has already crossed the line to win the Sports Prototype Winter Series race. 2nd across the line will be Franzen, but he'll finish 3rd in class behind Diego Diambra, who's just crossed the line to take 2nd in the Sports Prototype Winter Series. Next across the line will be the Cayman Trophy winner, Franz Linden, who, at least by the information we've got, decided to drive solo in this endurance race rather than hand over to Arne Hofmeister, and he wins the Cayman Trophy class with 9th overall as well. So then the formation flying across the line continues onto the in-lap for the 2SR Motorsport by Schnitzlau Mercedes AMG GT4s. And certainly for Mesh and Federer, it's a day that could not have gone much better. In the GT Winter Series, the SR team, we believe, have lost the championship lead, but in the GT4 grid, the lead has extended and is now frankly towering over the competition in the Pro division. It may even be a possibility that the Pro class of the overall championship is won before the season finale at Barcelona at this rate. We'll crunch the numbers on that. It would take quite a points advantage, but they do have quite a points advantage at this stage. The 11 SR Motorsport car by Schnitzlau heading into the podium area then to take the victory. And parks up at the P1 slot to be joined by Robertson and Pignazzo. I'm sure that Enrico Federer and Joel Mesh will be fairly relaxed and laid back, as they quite often are after a race, but they must know that they've come a lot closer today to potentially sewing up the title. They're nowhere near actually completing that task until we get into next month, of course, but certainly a big mathematical step forward with their performances in today's races. Sweeping 6 races in a row is not something that happens easily, not something that happens often either in any GT classification. And that's what we're seeing right now from Federer and Mesh in the GT4 Winter Series. You saw Ravi Ramid over by the L'Espace Bienvenue BMW, congratulating Charlie Robertson on a good final stint of the race. Ramid did everything right in his stint as well, of course, to make it a Pro-Am win. And Ramid, who rather deceptively is into his 50s, has taken on racing late and has really very quickly built himself into a solid driver, a very solid driver, and he's done that with the help, of course, of Charlie Robertson, dating back to his days in the Ginetta GT Academy. And we routinely are seeing at the moment these Pro-Am lineups besting a number of the pros, being on the overall podium. The drivers like Joachim Bolting as an AM driver, of course, rather than a Pro-Am, but Ravi Ramid and Tim Horrell as well, all being so quick behind the wheel. Sometimes there really isn't much in it between the pros and the AMs, and that's really compelling viewing. Of course, the Sports Prototype Winter Series ends here for 2026. They only had 2 rounds scheduled in the books, and so it will be now Morten Stromsted as the champion in the Sports Prototype Winter Series, and has won every single race on his way there. So it couldn't have gone much better for Morten Stromsted, who of course is the father of Noah Stromsted, who we've also seen in the Winter Series before in the GT class, along with his dad a couple of years ago in a Porsche Cup car. Okay, let's now head down to pit lane, because I understand Izzy has the winners.
I do indeed, and it's some familiar faces alongside me, boys. I mean, I said earlier that I'm running out of things to say to you. You have been phenomenal all weekend. 6 wins in a row now. You must be so pleased with that.
Yeah, so I'm very happy, and also I think GEL is very happy. The team did an amazing job last weekend and also this weekend here in Valencia, so I'm just happy, and I think GEL is also happy.
And there was a little bit more pressure on you at the start from the guy behind you, but after that you settled into a rhythm and you're flying out there.
I mean, I was having a look all the time, and I've seen he was close, but yeah, as you said, the gap just suddenly broke open, and I just kept my rhythm, yeah.
And for you, it was a 10-second gap when you came across the line. That stint looked so enjoyable.
Yeah, it was super fun, and also with Cedric in front of me, so it made so much fun. Joel gave me a super car, so it was amazing.
And for the championship, things are looking very, very good, aren't they?
Yeah, they're looking very good, yeah.
How are you going to celebrate tonight?
By going to bed early once in a while and flying home.
I don't believe that for a second, but congratulations, guys. I'm sure they will enjoy the celebrations tonight.
Izzy has more self-restraint than me, because I'd have immediately asked why the monkeys are multiplying. But the guys down at SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum having a great day in the office. 3 wins in 3 races. Let's take a look back at highlights of the pit stop race in the GT4 Winter Series. So then, we got started with an all SR Motorsport front row of the grid, but it would be Joel Mesh streaking into an early lead, being pursued, of course, in the early stages by Raul in the number 16 NM Racing Team car. Franz Linden got tagged into a spin, unfortunately, in the early stages of the race, but he would continue on unabated as the Sports Prototype cars continued on their way. As the top 2, Mesh and Raul Zanzuren, continued on their way. The GT4s settled into their rhythm. There was some great battling, though, between Diego Diambra and Stephen Berntsen. A really interesting little scrap between the two of them. And this was the battle at the front of the GT4 order. Certainly, Zanzuren did everything he could to menace Mesh, so it wasn't quite to be. The 007 and the 85 cars were going at it. This was Federico Peters and Tom Pappenberg having their fight, which went pretty much all race long, although actually in the early stages, of course, it was Bruno Pereira at the wheel. Pappenberg had his hands full of the 007 crew all race long. Villicuna kind of accidentally taking part in the Sports Prototype Win Series lead battle, and Stephen Berntsen taking it to the checkered flag. Moved around the outside for the class lead, and that was a class lead that he would eventually retain, Berntsen and Stromsted. Bit of a lock-up there for the 007 machine of Peters and Pappenberg in a bit of strife, really, because Zebis would soon be on his case, and these two would have a fabulous battle, a couple of different exchanges of position, and every time it looked like Zebis had finally got it done, Pappenberg said, actually, no, hold on a minute, and things would switch around all over again. Pappenberg was not one to let this race go down easily, but my word, did Zebis have to fight for it. Once he did get through, though, he built a gap up to 10 seconds and really streaked away. The 95 car was ailing throughout the race, but no such dramas for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum. Formation flying for them as they came across the line to win in the Pro Class, to win overall, and finish as the Pro-Am third place in the case of Cedric Fuchs in the Sister 111 car. In the Radical SR3s, it was Stephen Berntsen who won the class. But Federer and Mesh with all eyes on them once again as race winners in the GT4 Winter Series. 8 seconds clear, ultimately, Federer of Charlie Robertson, who wins the class in Pro-Am on behalf of he and Ravi Ramid. Pignazzo, along with Zanzarin, in third place. Federico Peters in fourth position. Of course, Bruno Pereira also in that car. Frederick Zabis in fifth place, picking the mantle up, of course, from Nicolas Guillaume. Sixth position from Tom Pappenberg. Seventh place for Matthias Fereisel. Alexander Bobrovs in eighth place and winning the AM class, where he was the only one left standing ultimately. Franz Linden winning Cayman Trophy from 9th overall, ahead of Cedric Fuchs, who came third in Pro-Am. Stephen Berntsen finishing 11th place to win the Sports Prototype Winter Series element of the race for he and for Morten Stromstead. Helga Tam in 12th place, Thiago Luero in 13th, Diego Diambra next in 14th, Jes Franzen in 15th place, Fernando Costa in 16th, and Manuel Bertolin in 17th place. And as the race day has now concluded, you can see there's a bit of a parade going on around the circuit for the cars, some of the cars that were on display in the Roux area, where they have been playing loud music and showing off their loud cars all day long. This automotive culture festival adding a lot of flavour to the Winter Series weekend and bringing a lot of spectators along as well. 10,000 people we estimate through the door on this day alone, which matches our 2024 record across both days of the weekend. It would have been really interesting to see the cumulative number had we been able to go racing on Saturday, but of course the local government situation, the wind causing an orange alert around this area of the country, and the local government stepping in to forbid outdoor events, and therefore all of the racing squished into Sunday. But what a hectic and exciting Sunday it has been. A lot of fabulous action in all of the Winter Series classes. Of course, this was our kickoff to the Spanish leg of the Winter Series, not to mention the halfway point of the Winter Series season. But before we move on to Aragon and Barcelona, there's one more podium here in Valencia with Andy.
Well, as the sun sets here at Valencia, we have a beautiful soundtrack to this final podium with a car display on circuit, a huge crowd down below. Going to do things in a slightly different order than normal. We're going to get the pro drivers out first, and they will start with the third-placed team in Pro W&S Motorsports, Nicolas Guillaume and Frederick Zebis. The third-place pro team head out onto the third step of the podium. It's NM Racing Team who came home second, and a really impressive performance it was from Raul Zanzarin and Mario Pignazzo. And on to the second step of the podium will go the pair of Spaniards, who understandably get a large cheer from the team down below. It is, though, a 6th race victory in a row for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhaus, Joe Mesh and Enrico Federer. And team mascots here as well to enjoy the celebrations. They head to the top step of the podium and they will receive their trophies now. We've got Mark from GEDLICH, Oleg and Federico from Pirelli. And we are, I think, almost ready with the trophies. There we go. Out they go. And a healthy round of applause down below. The pro drivers, a couple of them have asked to go first because they've got flights home to catch this evening. And photos are taken. A cloud of tyre smoke, courtesy of a particularly spiritedly driven BMW, covers the podium. Once those photos are taken, there is the option, if the drivers wish, to spray the champagne. I wonder whether the monkeys get a bottle of Quinta da Sarcas champagne to enjoy as well after at the after party at the SR Motorsports base. Lots of photos being taken and more down below. What are they going to do with the champagne? Are they spraying? Are they drinking later? I think their corks are going to come out. And so our final GT4 Pro podium of the weekend will end with the champagne sprayed over the crowd down below. In fact, they're very respectfully getting most of it on each other as they celebrate their great result at the end of the day. Now Mario has, I think, and indeed Raul, tactically waited here with the cork and perhaps are going to get their own back on some of those who got them at the start. Congratulations then to our pro podium finishers. They will make their way off the slightly soggy and sticky Valencia podium and make way next for the Pro-Am top 3. So we go from Pro to Pro-Am. I think that's everyone off the podium. And is that all of the bottles back in place? Yes, it is. So Pro-Am, 3rd position in the Pro-Am category. SR Motorsport by Schnitzelams, Willy Kühne and Cedric Fuchs. SR Motorsport have more silverware to celebrate with. Out onto the podium they go. And Cedric has been a familiar sight on this podium over the course of the day. 2nd position, Bruno Pereira and Federico Peters. Well done, guys. Onto the 2nd step of the podium they go. The Araujo Competição Aston Martin pairing. The victory, though, in Pro-Am goes to L'Espace Bienvenue, to the BMW pairing of Ravi Ramid and Charlie Robertson. Well done, guys. A race win to end the day. A busy and a hard-fought day for the L'Espace Bienvenue squad, who are doing their best to keep the number 11 SR Motorsport Mercedes pairing in their sights as far as the championship battle is concerned. And they did their best to do that over the course of the day, but the SR team have extended their championship margin and they are going to be leaving Valencia very happy indeed. It was a successful day all told in the GT Winty Series as well. And a round of applause then for the teams upon the podium as the crowd of cars gathering on the Valencia start-finish straight gets larger and noisier and more eclectic by the second. Great to see so many of the car club members sticking around to the end of the day. Bruno and Federico want nothing to do with the champagne shower, but the SR Motorsport and L'Espace Bienvenue squads are going to celebrate in style on the podium. And that is our Pro-Am podium almost concluded. Ravi appears out of nowhere, dodging, I think, the spray from his teammates. And they can now go and find somewhere quiet to enjoy their evening as we move on to the club class podium. If you can still hear me, then well done. With club class, are we ready? Yes, we're ready. The club class podium, Zone Racing's Breno Arruda and Tiago Lanero. Out they come, if I don't think they can hear us, in the backstage area. Onto the podium they go. Zone Racing are club class winners. It was a bit of a race of attrition in club, with only one car finishing. The other Zone McLaren, of course, pulling over with mechanical issues midway through the race. Oleg is on hand to save the day and hand the trophy out to our winners. So the club podium continues. We've got Cayman Trophy and AM to go after this. We are nearly there, everyone. It's been a long day, and I'm sure everyone's quite ready to go and enjoy the evening's activities here at Valencia in some much more favourable weather than we've had over the course of the last few days. So photos taken, they're going to save the drinks for later on. Congratulations then to our Zone Racing pairing for the victory in the club class. Next up, we will have Cayman Trophy and 3 drivers to welcome here. First of all, 2nd position in the Cayman Trophy goes to Helge Tam. Helge Tam, we interrupted a very important conversation he was having. Out onto the podium he goes, 2nd position for Helge Tam. But it is the Speedworks Porsche pairing, despite the spin earlier on, who claimed the win. Victory in the Cayman Trophy for Franz Linden and Arne Hofmeister. Well done, guys. Onto the top step they go. To not only a loud applause from the crowd down below, but lots of pops and bangs from the assembled cars down on the track. And all adding to the atmosphere and the ambience here on the podium. And the spin for Frans Linden in the early stages of that race, luckily not derailing their quest for a hat-trick of Cayman Trophy victories. Frans Linden's been on top form all day long, and Arne Hofmeister did his bit in that race as well. And thankfully, no major damage done after the spin, and again, they're going to choose to save their drinking for a little bit later on. Very sensible people. One more podium to do, and one more driver actually to welcome onto the podium, because it's the AM class, only the one finisher and only the one driver in the car. It's a victory in the AM category for Team VRT's Alexander Bobrovs. Well done. He will have the podium to himself as he celebrates a victory in the AM class, our final race of the weekend. And Alexander's, who had some pretty exciting sideways moments over the course of the weekend. And Bobrovs will receive the trophy from Oleg, from Pirelli, I should say. I suspect he will be waiting till later on to enjoy his bottle of Quinta d'Asarca champagne, and he will pose for photos. Good to see the VRT team down there joining in the celebrations. Congratulations, Alexanders. And that concludes our podium ceremonies from a busy day here at Valencia. Over to Izzy and Adam to tell us what they made of it all.
Well, it is the end of a very, very busy day. A long day, but an enjoyable day. And as always, I am joined by Adam Weller, straight from the commentary box. My word, what a day of racing.
Busy, busy day, that one, yes. It does feel like we're kind of 2/3 of the way gone quite quickly, but no, we've had our last race of the day. We've had a lot going on besides, as we can see around us. We've got the Rue Car Culture Festival guys here as well. The Winter Series, of course, has been the highlight of the on-track action, but there's been quite the party going on off-circuit as well for motoring enthusiasts. So everyone at GEDLICH Racing, thanks, not just Circuit Ricardo Tormo as always, but also the Rue guys for bringing a little bit of something extra special to the circuit. And our lot have had a lot of fun too.
We certainly have, and I think it's about to get very loud down here. Lots and lots of cars now on the track. It has been an incredible day. I mean, let's start with the Formula Winter Series, shall we? Because two new winners in Alexander Ruta and Arjen Kraling. What a day to take your first win.
For Ruta, it's felt like a long time coming. I wasn't convinced we'd see it this year out of Arjen, but he got the opportunity with the unique circumstances of quali, and he took it with both hands. You can't begrudge him that.
Yeah, you absolutely can't. It has been a fantastic day, hasn't it, Andy? I mean, straight from the podium. I mean, I've been battling the elements a little bit. The wind has wreaked havoc on my hair, but not to worry. Right, we'll move on to the GT4s then, because my word, Enrico Ferrer and Joe Armesh, what a performance from them this weekend.
Quite literally unstoppable. They have been, as I made the point in the race, just executing flawlessly. No mistakes, no penalties, flawless pit stops, and they're quite quick as well when they're in the car. So, yeah, 6 wins in a row. We don't think has been done before. They've certainly extended that championship lead now to a point that it would take something strange to happen now for them to be beaten. But they should be massively proud of what they're doing. SR as a team execute well, and those two in particular have come on a long way over the last few years.
They certainly have, and it's, well, the party is already starting down here, but on track for the GTs as well, it has also been a party. I mean, this championship battle looks like it's going to go all the way.
Yeah, anyway. Yeah, no, the GT Win Series battle has got a lot more interesting today, with the Orange Racing team doing their first win of the season. I'm really struggling. I'm kind of torn between those two lineups, and I'm eager now to get to Aragon to see the next chapter, especially because historically McLaren's done well there. We saw that last year, so I think it's going to be a compelling next round.
Well, on that note, Aragon is what comes next, and we have a double header, Aragon then Barcelona, to end the season. We will hope to have your company. We'll see you then on the 7th of March.
We are racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 1.3 seconds it does get a mighty run outside of the final corner. Danny Sufi loses it into the first corner. We are underway and racing in the GT Winter Series, but already